The Eastern Lord's eyes were filled with disbelief. He couldn't understand why the person in front of him would cut off his arm. How could you be so heartless, Ah Chow? The Eastern Lord's expression darkened, and a tear rolled down his cheek. He thought it was because his holy light eyes hadn't fully activated yet. It's my fault for not trying hard enough, that's why you're treating me this way. He began to sob a bit, much like Lin Diyu from Dream of the Red Chamber. Qi Yuan was completely speechless. Dude, spare me, I'm laying it all out for you, I didn't believe a single word you said. Do you see how long my nose has gotten? I'm begging you, stop talking. My nose is too long. At that moment, Qi Yuan felt as helpless as a child trapped in an elevator, looking at a hulking man beside him having a breakdown, and saying, "Uncle, please stop, I'm scared." That's how powerless Qi Yuan felt. This game's boss had lost all its dignity. Look at bosses in other games, don't they all have unique traits? There was the unbathed old man from Moonlight Continent. The demoness from Flowing Wind World. The father-daughter young gods from Heart of the Mortal World. And here, the boss is a man who speaks in the most disgusting way possible. The Eastern Lord's expression changed again. He looked at Qi Yuan with a strange expression. Did my words not move you? Did my story fail to touch you? In every mountain and sea scroll quest, every story, the Eastern Lord had poured his heart and soul into adding deep layers of meaning. Themes like filial piety, sacrificing for the world at the cost of loved ones, and the struggle between loyalty and righteousness. All of these quests were part of the 10,000 Tao martial gods' grand plan. What nonsense! Don't you know that I always skip the storyline in games? I just kill, grab the loot, and level up. Qi Yuan said stubbornly. That's how he played in the Mountain and Sea Scroll too. Heartwarming backstories and deep quests. That's garbage. He'd grab the quest target, slay monsters, and power up. After the slaughter, he'd unwind at night by watching some drama or short videos, maybe get a bit emotional. The Eastern Lord's eyes filled with disbelief again. You are clearly at the heavenly level, so why don't you believe my words? The innate divine ability of the Holy Light Clan should be infallible. It was this ability that allowed the Holy Light Clan to dominate across realms, although it made them universally despised, like venomous scorpions. Now, he'd encountered someone at a lower level who was unaffected by his ability. He looked at Qi Yuan, puzzled. 1 + 1 = 3, right? Did you fail elementary school? Qi Yuan didn't bother to argue and swung his sword fiercely at the Eastern Lord's right hand. This time, the Eastern Lord fled, his eyes still full of confusion. Who are you really? Why are you immune to my divine power? I'm your dad. Qi Yuan smiled as his Great Forgetting Heart Sutra activated. But I don't have a disgusting son like you. Qi Yuan wasn't one to discriminate against sexual orientation. But being grossed out like this, he couldn't take it. The Eastern Lord hesitated for a moment. Dad, if he really was his father, then everything made sense. Two members of the Holy Light Clan wouldn't be affected by each other's powers. But then he snapped out of it, looking at Qi Yuan in astonishment. Your innate ability is impressive, you have the potential to ascend to the Supreme Truth Realm. I'll give you a chance to follow me. I, Sheng Kongming, am a prodigy of the Holy Light Clan, born once in a million years. I am about to step into the second stage of the Yang God realm, the Supreme Truth. Once I break through, I will roam the worlds freely, and no being will be able to stand against me. If you follow me, you will enjoy the path to enlightenment. Sheng Kongming changed his strategy. Since the opponent was immune to his divine ability, perhaps Qi Yuan possessed a rare and ancient bloodline. It couldn't be more powerful than the Holy Light Clans, but it was still a rare find. Hearing this, Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. Finally, you're acting like a proper villain, saying what a villain should say. You almost scared me there. Qi Yuan let out a sigh of relief. It's not the strength of the villain that's the problem, it's when the villain. The Eastern Lord wasn't surprised by Qi Yuan's reaction. He spoke softly, the world you're in has no future. Your talents are unmatched in this world, but being born in such a place is your misfortune. The world has shackled you, and you have no future here. If you follow me, I will even grant you a drop of my bloodline. With the blood of the Holy Light Clan, combined with the gifts I bestow, you might even break free from the chains of this world. Sheng Kongming said, his heart moved by admiration for Qi Yuan's talent. If he could recruit Qi Yuan, the benefits would be immense. Not only would he gain a powerful subordinate, But if he could study Qi Yuan's bloodline and understand why he was immune to the words of the Holy Light, he could dominate his own clan. Perhaps he could even unite the Holy Light clan and become second only to the ancestor. If your blood is so powerful, why shouldn't I just take it for myself? Qi Yuan said calmly. Clearly, you don't understand the terror of the Holy Light clan, nor do you grasp the vast difference between us. On Sheng Kongming's tattered white robe, divine light began to swirl. He was only one step away from the Supreme Truth realm. As for Qi Yuan, he was merely at the heavenly level. How could he possibly compete with him? Have you finished saying all the important things? Qi Yuan looked at Sheng Kongming with a calm expression. If so, it's time to discuss something serious. Your Holy Light clan plagiarized the name of my Shengguang sect. So now, on behalf of Shengguang sect, I'm going to kill you copycats. The reason he hadn't attacked earlier was simple. For small tasks, skipping the story didn't matter. But for a big boss, there were usually key pieces of information. For example, the Eastern Lord had mentioned that this world's path had been cut off, and something about the world's limitations. It was a familiar concept, common in many settings. Like how a tailor shop can't build an aircraft carrier. Now that he'd heard the important details, it was time for a full-on assault. It seems you really don't understand. Enough talk, copycat, die. A powerful aura of blood energy surged forth. The entire area trembled. The power of the 10,000 Tao martial god realm, merging with the myriad paths of this world. When Qi Yuan threw his punch at the Eastern Lord, it wasn't just his punch, it was the combined force of all the world's paths, from the origin land, the land of termination, and every mountain and sea scroll world, merging into his strike. This blow contained the rules of the Tao. It was enough to shatter worlds. In the Yang God realm, the gap between each sub-realm is as vast as the heavens. I have already glimpsed the supreme truth. You cannot harm me. The Eastern Lord extended his hand, his form seemingly blending into the world. Qi Yuan's terrifying strike was effortlessly dodged. Qi Yuan said nothing. He watched the Eastern Lord and attacked again. This time, he didn't use the power of the 10,000 Tao martial god but the power of Immortal Tao. In the Immortal Tao, he was even stronger than as a 10,000 Tao martial god. I've seen you swallow a star and reach the pinnacle of the heavenly level. But without insight into the supreme truth, you're nothing, the Eastern Lord said, though he withheld some information. If Qi Yuan unleashed his 4,000 nascent souls to attack Sheng Kongming, the Eastern Lord would indeed be overwhelmed by sheer numbers. But the Eastern Lord wasn't afraid of being outnumbered. If that happened, all he had to do was move his lips, and the nascent souls would fall under his control. By yourself, you can't defeat me. Unless, you have them gang up on me. Sheng Kongming said leisurely, full of confidence. He was already in an unbeatable position. If Qi Yuan summoned his allies, Sheng Kongming had his holy light speech to turn them against him. If not, he would win outright. Powerful clashes erupted. The Eastern Lord staggered slightly. As a member of the Holy Light clan, having glimpsed the supreme truth, he was nearly invincible in this world. Even against those in the great supreme truth realm, he was confident he could outlast them. So when faced with Qi Yuan, whose cultivation was in the heavenly level, albeit with divine power beyond the greater heaven stage of the Yang God realm, he remained unshaken. It seems I'll have to use my ultimate move. At that moment, Qi Yuan looked at the Eastern Lord with a calm expression. Bosses are meant to be killed using ultimate moves. You still have something up your sleeve. Those helpers of yours, do you dare bring them out? Sheng Kongming was eager for Qi Yuan to call out his allies. They don't need to come out. They are already a part of me, Qi Yuan said solemnly, standing in midair, his blood-red robes fluttering. A foreboding feeling arose in Sheng Kongming's heart, though he reassured himself, remembering that he had already glimpsed the supreme truth, and there was no way he could lose. But in the next moment, his eyes widened in shock. Behind Qi Yuan, a mysterious aura began to swirl. It resembled chaos, something akin to primordial energy, or perhaps even Immortal Tao's violet aura. This energy was unrecognizable, unobservable, and indescribable. The mysterious force instantly divided into three, forming three indescribable, unseeable, and unthinkable entities. This is more terrifying than even the ancestor. Sheng Kongming gritted his teeth, genuinely panicking. For the Holy Light clan, their ancestor was the most powerful being in all the heavens and worlds. But now, the entities manifesting behind Qi Yuan, each one was more mysterious, more incomprehensible than their ancestor. One becomes three becomes me, Qi Yuan spoke. Behind him, the three primordial beings echoed his words. The gap in their realms was vast, but power was not merely a question of realms. Might can overwhelm all else. If one punch could shatter stars, destroy universes, pierce through the known, erase the unknown, and cut down the unknowable, then what was the point of having a higher realm? One individual's yang god power was insufficient. But, what about 1,000? 3,000? 4,000? Qi Yuan didn't need to summon his nascent souls as separate beings because they were part of him. Now, he was merely using his own power. Heavenly brilliance shines. The nascent souls guard the divine vault. Hear my command, destroy the Eastern Lord. In that moment, 4,000 nascent souls resonated together, their voices echoing like the sound of the true Tao. Supreme Lord of the Eastern Heaven, I follow your command. Longevity Lord of the Southern Pole, I follow your command. True Monarch of Pure Source, I follow your command. Gatling Bodhisattva, I follow your command. Star Lord of the Sun, I follow your command. The vast chorus resounded within Qi Yuan's divine vault. At that moment, they held nothing back, pouring all their power into Qi Yuan. At that moment, Qi Yuan felt an overwhelming sense of strength. Morality, rules, ethics, everything seemed breakable with one punch. This was true power. So, my 10,000 paths was never about the Tao itself. It was about destruction. As the 4,000 nascent souls resonated, countless terrifying shadows appeared behind Qi Yuan. Each of these shadows threw a punch. All the punches merged into one, fusing into Qi Yuan's strike. Fire, fate, fortune, stars, countless laws converged into Qi Yuan's single punch. This punch, can you withstand it? Kill. This was an unstoppable force, a blow that could not be resisted. It embodied all the myriad paths yet transcended them. Sheng Kongming's face twisted in fear as regret filled his heart. How could there be such a monster? 3 million years of planning, no. No. After scheming for 3 million years, it had all come to nothing. He couldn't comprehend it. He refused to accept it. But in the face of this overwhelming punch, Sheng Kongming found himself utterly powerless. This punch shattered the conventions of the mountain and sea scrolls, broke the machinations of the heart, and destroyed every plot and scheme. This punch annihilated the 10,000 paths and overthrew all rules. It wasn't the supreme truth, yet it surpassed it. You'll never reach the supreme truth. Sheng Kongming let out one final, desperate cry. His near-supreme truth power was helpless in the face of such a punch. After millions of years of manipulation, with the mountain and sea scrolls drawn by the imperial brush of nations and hidden deep in the shadows, Sheng Kongming finally met his end. Qi Yuan stood quietly, gazing at the now empty space in front of him. As expected, a real man solves things with his fists. With those words, the infinite shadows around him disappeared. He once again became the man dressed in blood-red robes. Yet deep within, he felt a vague sense of loss. Defeating the Eastern Lord wasn't the issue. What mattered was that it solidified his resolve. He glanced forward, his eyes flashing with intensity. Is it the root demons next? Ahead lay the root demons, the creatures that had entangled the Eastern Lord for millions of years. Even Sheng Kongming had tread cautiously around them. Now, Qi Yuan stepped into this sea of root demons. He sensed that something awaited him there. He entered the heart of the root demon sea. As Qi Yuan had expected, the terrifying root demons didn't attack him. He understood that this had something to do with his innate ability, the heart demon sovereign of the void realm. He ventured deeper into the sea of root demons. The countless root demons seemed to recognize him as kin, leaving him unharmed. Qi Yuan wandered the sea, completely safe. The root demons stirred his emotions, evoking joy, slaughter, and pain. He had no idea how much time had passed when suddenly, an unfamiliar voice sounded in his ear. Hey, Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan spun around to see a figure clothed in darkness. Or rather, a figure wrapped in black silk. More precisely, it was a woman wearing a black silk veil. Wang Yuanyu, Qi Yuan said, both surprised and unsurprised. Did I scare you? The woman's eyes sparkled mischievously as she removed the black silk from her face, revealing a countenance that was difficult to describe. In her face, Qi Yuan saw Dr. Zhang Miao, he saw Wang Yuanyu, he saw Lu Zhu, and countless other women. Of course. Qi Yuan stretched lazily. So, you were the featherless bird at the start of the game. The game icon for this world had always been a bloodied, featherless bird. The fall of the innate seed was connected to this bird. They are my feathers, the woman said in an eerie tone. In her hand, seemingly out of nowhere, appeared a medical report. She looked at Qi Yuan and said softly, "Your mental illness wasn't fake." Qi Yuan was speechless. "Your kidney deficiency is real." "I'm not kidney deficient. This is just the tribulation I have to pass before ascending to the realm beyond the supreme truth," the woman said, her eyes filled with complexity. "The Eastern Lord was just another part of this tribulation. In your words, he's a game character, and I'm the designer, as well as the player. The world itself is a game." "Oh." Qi Yuan looked at the woman. "I never expected my greatest discovery this time would be you. Originally, I planned to use the Eastern Lord's holy light speech to comprehend the true Tao and experience what I hadn't before. Once I passed this tribulation, I would bring this world back home." As she spoke of her homeland, a deep sense of longing filled her eyes. For someone so powerful, it was rare to see such emotion. "But you gave me a revelation," the woman said, gazing at Qi Yuan. "The 10,000 paths are all illusions." "I never said that. Don't go losing yourself," Qi Yuan remarked, thinking she was the one who sounded mentally ill. "Don't worry, I won't take your storyline," the woman said with a smile. Then her expression softened with longing. "This world originally fell from my homeland. Once, I wanted to return it whole. But now I see, this world is no longer my home. I must find my way back alone." Qi Yuan looked at her and politely said, "Safe travels." At that moment, the woman gave him a cryptic smile. "Isn't it interesting how the game's storyline shifted from a romance to a conspiracy?" The romance plotline was about the love between the Eastern Lord and his Tao partner. The conspiracy was the Eastern Lord's plot against the tribulation-passing woman with the root demons. But in reality, who's to say it wasn't always a romance? The Eastern Lord's words may not have been lies. Perhaps they happened in the past, perhaps in the present, or maybe in the future. "Stop with the riddles," Qi Yuan grumbled. Why did powerful people always talk in riddles? He preferred straightforward solutions. If he wanted a bun, he would just eat a bun. "Qi Yuan, I'll be waiting for you beyond the realm of the supreme truth," the woman said before vanishing into thin air. The sea of root demons and the endless horde of demons vanished with her. At that moment, a game notification sounded. "Mission completed. Acquired 1 mountain and river imperial brush." Time passed, the years rolling on. A tall, towering skyscraper stood. A slender robot rode the elevator, entering the ruins within. Amidst the ruins, shattered spacecraft and scattered metal objects lay, surrounded by the remnants of rules and data. The robot clutched a marriage certificate tightly, its face expressionless. Yet as it recalled something, a glimmer of human emotion flickered in its eyes. "Master, the 10,000 paths were always me, 01. The voice was filled with endless thoughts. "Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Countless images flashed through Qi Yuan's mind. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself back in Shengguang sect, on 7-colored peak. Am I out of the game? The game had ended rather abruptly. With the bird's departure, the sea of root demons dissipated, and Qi Yuan hadn't had the chance to reunite with Jinli, Ning Dao, or return home to give 01 a few instructions. Just like that, the game was over, and he was back in Kanglan. "Hey, is this some kind of joke? You left, and you took one of my nascent souls with you." Qi Yuan felt a sudden urge to punch that woman right out of the sky. Sure, it was his fault for letting Wu Shi's soul inhabit her body in the first place. But according to some people's logic, didn't leaving her body unattended make her at least a little responsible too? But thinking of Wu Shi's uniqueness, Qi Yuan decided to let it go. His nearly 4,000 nascent souls scattered across Gongxing and the primordial land could all be found somewhere, like little grandchildren, ready to dash forward as grandpas or grandmas. Wu Shi, however, was unique. She had chosen to reside in the body of that supremely powerful being from the ruins, the one beyond the great truth realm, slowly recovering. Without that powerful being's body, it would have taken Wu Shi much longer to awaken, or worse, her recovery might have been extremely slow. Sigh, I played a game and lost a kidney. Where am I supposed to file a complaint? Qi Yuan was speechless. Technically, it wasn't a kidney, just a nascent soul that got taken. Sure, he had a lot of them, but losing one still hurt. Now, not only do I have a mental illness that shocks people, but I probably qualify for a disability card. My buffs are stacking up. Qi Yuan decided he should go get a disability certificate soon. But just as he thought this, he examined himself and was startled. I'm in the Purple Mansion stage now. After returning from the game, Qi Yuan had advanced to the Purple Mansion stage. Yes, Shengguang sect's first ever cultivator to reach the Purple Mansion. But, where's my Purple Mansion? Qi Yuan was disappointed. He had advanced to the Purple Mansion stage but hadn't fully entered it. Because, he didn't have a Purple Mansion. Where the mansion should be, it was completely empty. I'm really crippled. This time, playing the game had left him with some serious disabilities. Not only had one of his nascent souls been kidnapped, but his Purple Mansion was empty too. The only upside was how absurdly powerful the innate seed he carried was. Almost all the cultivation he gained during the game, 99%, had carried over. His status as a 10,000 paths martial god remained intact. His young god powers were still there. In short, his progress had been immense, far exceeding his previous gains. My Purple Mansion isn't complete, so I haven't unlocked any new superpowers. Every time Qi Yuan advanced in cultivation, he unlocked a new ability. Like his eyes that could see hidden information, his ears that could hear thoughts and strange whispers, and his nose that could grow larger and longer. This time, there were no new changes. That meant his Purple Mansion was still incomplete. So, I'm just missing the underworld. Qi Yuan thought. He had the purple qi, but not the underworld. At that moment, his attention turned to his task rewards. It was a straight, brush-like pen that resembled a calligraphy brush. The handle was ink black and seemed to bear the patterns of mountains and rivers. A proper pen. Back in the Xuanyuan Forbidden Zone, he had encountered a less proper pen, a foxtail-like frenzied brush, an extremely unruly tool. The mountain and river imperial brush, I understand now. I just need to find a painter to draw my underworld. Then my Purple Mansion will be complete. The mountain and river imperial brush was a supreme treasure. The Eastern Lord had used it to draw the mountain and sea scrolls, creating countless worlds. Now, the brush was in Qi Yuan's hands. So, the problem is, I need land, blueprints, and a painter. Qi Yuan pondered. With a wave of his hand, 7 PPT slides appeared. These were the underworld designs he'd gotten from that person on Gongxing. Qi Yuan skimmed through them. Cultivating to the Purple Mansion stage is just too hard. Why is it that other people just go into closed-door cultivation, explore some secret realms, gather enough resources, and bam, they're at the Purple Mansion stage? But I have to go through all this hassle, buying land, finding someone to design it, and then hiring someone to draw it. Qi Yuan was frustrated. The world was unfair. Sigh, life is hard, like the rushing waters of a river, flowing endlessly. Qi Yuan sighed. Just then, a crisp voice interrupted the lofty, high-class atmosphere of his cement room. Senior brother, are you out of seclusion? The voice's owner seemed to be speaking in hushed tones, as if not wanting to disturb someone in cultivation, yet it was tinged with worry. Qi Yuan knew that voice all too well. Clad in his blood-red robes, he strode out of his high-end, albeit slightly unrefined, cement house. Junior sister, how did you know I'd just come out of seclusion? And how did you know I've somehow reached the Purple Mansion stage? Qi Yuan smiled, exuding the demeanor of someone who had just reached this impressive stage in cultivation. Outside, a figure in a purple dress had her eyes widened in surprise, like a gentle breeze stirring lotus leaves, making water droplets scatter. Senior brother, you've finally come out of seclusion. You've been in there for 2.5 years. Zhang Lingsu's eyes were filled with joy and excitement. In her mind, Qi Yuan's seclusions were never long. But this time had been different. As his junior sister, wasn't it natural for her to worry a little and show some concern? Every day, she would come to Qi Yuan's door, softly calling out to see if he had awoken. And, of course, to make sure nothing had gone wrong. Now that he was out, she was all smiles. 2.5 years, huh? That's a long time, and a bit of an unlucky number, Qi Yuan said lightly. His gaze fell upon Zhang Lingsu. He was momentarily stunned. The purple-violet gown she wore revealed her delicate form. Pale, jade-like shoulders were adorned with purple ribbons tied into butterfly knots, emphasizing her smooth, porcelain skin. Her outfit was different from before. This one had far more revealing cutouts. Her long hair barely covered her bare back, which had a visible, seductive line down the middle. The sides of her waist were similarly exposed, showing off her slender, well-defined figure. Her waistline was clear, and just a bit lower, the curve from her thighs to her upper body could be seen faintly. Above, her chest was exaggerated, full and round, contrasting sharply with her slim waist, a striking example of slender branches bearing heavy fruit. Unlike Jinli's delicate elegance, this was on a whole different level. And most notably, there were two features that couldn't be mentioned. Someone once said that purple was a very seductive color. Indeed, junior sister, in these 2.5 years, even your fashion sense has changed dramatically. You're quite bold now. Just to clarify, I mean, bold, in the best possible sense, Qi Yuan added, ever the thoughtful speaker, always stacking his buffs. Zhang Lingsu's face flushed red as she placed her hands on her hips. I'm the only one here on 7-colored peak, so who cares? Besides, senior brother, you have no idea how many strange things have happened while you were in seclusion. There are now a few extra suns in the sky, 11 in total. It's so hot, living here alone, with your formation around the peak preventing anyone from coming in without my permission, there's no one to see me anyway. What's wrong with dressing a little cooler? HMPH, you've seen me wear even less before. Why so shy now? Qi Yuan looked up at the sky. Sure enough, 11 suns. He could feel the heat, it wasn't unbearable, but mostly a psychological effect. Looks like we need a skilled archer to shoot one down, Qi Yuan said, fixing his gaze on the first sun, deep in thought. There were too many impolite beings in this world. Didn't they see that the suns were already crowding together, yet still felt the need to gather? That fellow from the Taihuang Palace was too inconsiderate. Senior brother, according to you, these suns are the reflections of young gods across the heavens. Where could we find such an archer in Kanglan? And besides, if anyone needs shooting, it should be the newer ones. Zhang Lingsu teased, her full chest bouncing slightly with her laughter, which was quite mesmerizing. Qi Yuan swallowed and said, the later suns are fine. They're kind and good-natured, so leave them alone. We just need to shoot the first one. After all, that first sun was his golden core. If it got shot down, that would be awkward. Zhang Lingsu's eyes sparkled with amusement. Perhaps it was because she hadn't spoken with her senior brother in a long time, or maybe the distance had made her fonder. Now, listening to his nonsensical chatter, she found herself enjoying it immensely. Are there really bad suns? Zhang Lingsu played along. Of course, look at the other 10, so neat and tidy, unlike that one. Clearly, it's the bad one, which is why it's being excluded. Qi Yuan said confidently. Senior brother is always right. Zhang Lingsu moved closer, casually wrapping her arm around his. She tugged at him, saying, you've been in seclusion for so long, you must be hungry. Luckily for you, I just finished making some food. I'll be kind enough to let you taste it. But then, Zhang Lingsu glanced at Qi Yuan's blood-red robe and asked with a puzzled look, Senior brother, I remember you wearing a green robe before seclusion. Why the sudden change to red? And this style, it's different too. You didn't secretly sneak out and go wild, did you? She said this with a bit of mock anger, her chest rising and falling. No, I just changed outfits in the game. When Qi Yuan entered the game, it was with his true body, though there were some differences. Changed outfits. Zhang Lingsu blinked. Hearing Qi Yuan's explanation, she believed him. Though her senior brother could be unreliable at times, he was often surprisingly dependable too. Right, Qi Yuan nodded. Let's go try that food of yours, and while we're at it, I'll ask you about something. What is it? Zhang Lingsu's curiosity was piqued. As a beautiful and wealthy junior sister, Zhang Lingsu was always warm and generous toward Qi Yuan. Not only did she drop gold coins, she also dropped cultivation techniques. There's an old saying, behind every successful man is a woman who supports him. In Qi Yuan's case, his junior sister was the one dropping gold coins for him. I'll tell you over the meal. Qi Yuan glanced down and caught sight of something he shouldn't have. Junior sister, maybe you should cover up a bit more. Zhang Lingsu's face flushed with embarrassment, the redness creeping up her ears and hidden under her long hair. Yet, emboldened, she replied, you've seen me like this before. Why so scared? Once you've done something once, it's easier to do it again. But, Qi Yuan whispered into her ear. Zhang Lingsu's face instantly turned bright red. She quickly covered herself with her arms, creating a rather exaggerated curve as she trembled slightly. You saw nothing. Nope, I've already forgotten, Qi Yuan said warmly. Seeing this, Zhang Lingsu clenched her teeth in frustration, stomping her foot in anger, but she couldn't find a good reason to argue back. She turned around and transformed into a beam of light, disappearing from sight. Qi Yuan watched her leave and was reminded of a promise he had once made to her, back when she gave him a cultivation technique. He said he would cover her in the future. But his junior sister had said she didn't need to be covered. Indeed, my junior sister doesn't need any covering. Words that really shouldn't have been said slipped out of Qi Yuan's mouth. A painter. Zhang Lingsu was seated in a bamboo chair. This time, she wasn't dressed lightly, her outfit was quite conservative. If not for using her cultivation arts, she'd likely have started sweating already. Yes, I need a painter to draw my underworld, Qi Yuan said calmly. Sure, Qi Yuan could probably draw it himself, but his artistic skills were rather average. It would be better to leave this to a professional. The PPT presentation had been made by someone else, so why should he have to draw as well? He just needed to explain his concept, combine it with someone else's designs, and have the underworld drawn up. Getting a good artist for the job was enough. Right now, the more pressing concern was the great catastrophe. Dealing with that while simultaneously finding a painter to sketch the underworld, it could be done on 2 tracks at once. If you're looking for a painter, I do know of one. She might not be the most famous, but she's definitely the strangest. She lives in the Bamboo Sea of Helen continent in the eastern lands. My Zhang clan has some business dealings in Helen, and I met this painter once when I was young, Zhang Lingsu recalled. She was trying to remember what made this painter so odd. Normally, people would ask, what's strange about them? Oh, how are her skills? Better than mine. As he spoke, Qi Yuan quickly sketched a picture of a phoenix pecking at rice. Look at this, how does it compare to mine? Zhang Lingsu couldn't help but laugh as she covered her mouth. Senior brother, your little chick pecking at rice is hilarious. Chick, that's a phoenix, and it's eating your rice. Qi Yuan pointed at the rice in the drawing. See, looks exactly like your family's rice. It doesn't look anything like it. Zhang Lingsu insisted that the rice didn't resemble her family's spiritual rice in the slightest. It's not just similar, it is the same. Qi Yuan said. Suddenly, a large mother hen burst out of the drawing, flapping its stubby wings as it ran into Zhang Lingsu's kitchen, grabbing her rice and furiously pecking away. The hen was crudely drawn, looking bizarre and misshapen. Seeing this, Zhang Lingsu's eyes widened in surprise. Senior brother, you're so childish. She ignored the rice-pecking hen and said softly, her artistic skills are about 80% better than yours. I'm sure her work will be detailed and lifelike, no problem at all. Senior brother's skills weren't just at an amateur level, they were abstract. His phoenix looked more like a chicken. In that case, we'll set a time to visit her. But along the way, I need to formulate a detailed, comprehensive, and unprecedentedly great plan. If anything trivial comes up, you can handle it. Qi Yuan's gaze grew serious, his eyes filled with determination. After so many years, he was finally ready to craft a flawless plan to deal with the catastrophe. As long as he could eliminate the catastrophe, the climate in Kanglan would change, and he would no longer have to live in constant fear, plagued by nightmares of becoming someone's meal. Moreover, he could break through the world's limitations, ascend to the higher realm, reunite with Jinli, and find his master. Such a grand plan had to be meticulously detailed and flawless. What great plan! Zhang Lingsu looked at Qi Yuan, her eyes filled with admiration. After all, a man who is serious and focused is the most attractive. Senior brother was even more charming when he was deep in thought. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Of course, it's a super powerful, explosively unbeatable grand plan. Suddenly, Qi Yuan had a flash of inspiration. In the past, my plans had crude names, lacking depth, making me seem like an uneducated person. This time, the name of the plan can't be so simplistic. What's the name? Zhang Lingsu's eyes gleamed with curiosity. Qi Yuan's plan to eliminate the great catastrophe. Qi Yuan said seriously. Quote. Zhang Lingsu rolled her eyes. I shouldn't have expected much. What catastrophe? Zhang Lingsu tilted her head, her pale hand supporting her delicate face. Of course, the catastrophe that will turn us all into nourishment. Qi Yuan's expression turned serious, full of righteousness. Hearing this, Zhang Lingsu's eyes flashed with surprise. This sounds a bit like the poison in cultivation techniques. If cultivation techniques are truly poisonous, doesn't that mean the path we've taken is all wrong? Suddenly, she remembered the painter she had once met. At that time, the painter had drawn many strange pictures. Zhang Lingsu had asked the meaning of one particular drawing. In the painting, terrifying ghostly immortals ravaged the world, and a powerful immortal suppressed them. Behind him was an endless sea of blood. The painter had said that heaven and earth had long been intertwined with these ghostly immortals. If the ghostly immortals fell, the world would perish too. Zhang Lingsu's face paled. Senior brother, are you confident about facing this catastrophe? She didn't know what kind of catastrophe Qi Yuan was talking about, assuming it was just a powerful enemy. I'm confident. After all, I'm now the first purple mansion of the Shengguang sect. Qi Yuan said, feeling elated. He had broken through to the purple mansion stage and felt the need to announce it to the world. After thinking for a moment, he took out the jade from the Divine Flower Society and posted a global announcement. Warm congratulations to Taoist Qi Yuan for becoming the first purple mansion of the Shengguang sect. After sending the announcement, Qi Yuan felt very satisfied. The feeling of using privileges is great. No wonder everyone loves being in a position of privilege. At this moment, Zhang Lingsu hadn't checked her Divine Flower Society jade, so she didn't know about the announcement. She sighed in relief and softly said, as long as senior brother is confident, just beat that guy into a pulp. Don't worry, when it comes to enemies, I'm always violent, Qi Yuan said. At that moment, Zhang Lingsu recalled something she had seen in her family's treasure vault, and the words of the painter returned to her mind. Senior brother, what if, when you fight this catastrophe, I die, and the people of the Shengguang sect die, would you still fight? Zhang Lingsu asked. Qi Yuan fell silent, seemingly deep in thought. Zhang Lingsu remembered one of the painter's drawings. She thought, if I had such a powerful enemy, I would hide far away with senior brother. Being a turtle basking on the beach sounds better than dying like a butterfly in a tragic love story. Her logic was simple. If she could defeat the enemy but those she cared about would die, she'd rather run far away. Being a turtle isn't great, you could end up as turtle soup. Qi Yuan said seriously, but your question is interesting, and it has reminded me of something. Qi Yuan hadn't cultivated any of this world's poison techniques. But everyone else had. They practiced these techniques, reached high levels, and left their names on the monument of legends. Periodically, a great catastrophe would come to harvest these individuals as resources. What would happen to those who practiced these cultivation techniques? Would they be marked, their lives hanging by a thread? Junior sister, give me your hand. I'll check your body, Qi Yuan said urgently. He wanted to figure out the effect cultivation techniques had on others in Kanglan. I'm not sick, Zhang Lingsu protested, but she still extended her delicate hand to Qi Yuan. She trusted her senior brother completely and without reservation. After all, it was senior brother who had cured her illness before. Qi Yuan placed his hand on Zhang Lingsu's wrist, letting his divine energy flow into her body. He carefully examined her. Zhang Lingsu remained still, not resisting at all. In truth, this was a dangerous situation. If Qi Yuan had malicious intent, she could be seriously injured or even killed. But Qi Yuan's divine energy was vast, even greater than many young gods. With the presence of the innate seed, he had almost fully recovered his strength. He controlled his power with great precision, so there was no risk of harming Zhang Lingsu. Suddenly, Qi Yuan's brow furrowed. He had discovered a faint mark on Zhang Lingsu's true spirit. It resembled a small sun, much like the one in the sky. Qi Yuan's desire to shoot down that sun grew even stronger. Open black lens bracket mark of the Taihuang Palace Lord. All who practice this world's techniques will gather this mark, becoming resources, with their life and death controlled by the Taihuang Palace Lord. Close black lens bracket. What's wrong? Zhang Lingsu's face paled, for it was the first time she had seen her senior brother with such an expression. Is there something wrong with my body? It's nothing, Qi Yuan smiled calmly. Even he couldn't remove the mark. And while the mark was both serious and insignificant, it was like a curse. As long as the owner of the curse wished, they could make anyone with the mark perish at any moment. But under normal circumstances, it was harmless. You're fine, I'm the one with a problem. It seems the plan to defeat the great catastrophe needs to be even more detailed, Qi Yuan said. In his plan to destroy the great catastrophe, he now needed to add another step, remove or isolate the mark. It definitely needs more detail. You can spare the enemy, but you need to save lives, Zhang Lingsu said softly, her tone uncharacteristically gentle. Junior sister, shall we prepare to head to Helen Continent and meet that painter? Qi Yuan had already decided that in the coming days, he would use his eyes to examine more people and find out the marks on their bodies, hoping to uncover key information. If he could find a solution, all the better. Sure, give me a moment to pack, Zhang Lingsu replied. Alright, I'll take this opportunity to tell the sect master the good news about my breakthrough to the Purple Mansion. Sigh, with a disciple as talented as me, Shengguang sect must have ancestors smiling down from their graves. Meanwhile, on the forum of the Divine Flower Society, an announcement suddenly appeared. Qi Yuan had become the first Purple Mansion cultivator of the Shengguang sect, and the entire Divine Flower Society was abuzz. Members were shocked and curious about who this person was. Who was this guy? Shengguang sect's first Purple Mansion. How weak is that sect if they didn't even have one Purple Mansion cultivator before? Must be some obscure sect. If it's an obscure sect, how could he post a message that everyone in the Divine Flower Society can see? Probably an illegitimate child of some big shot, trying to flaunt his accomplishments. Maybe the son of an in-law, sent to a remote place to stay out of sight. People were gossiping, wildly speculating about Qi Yuan's identity. Suddenly, a warning appeared under the post. Warning. Spreading rumors without evidence. Yellow card issued. Divine Flower Society Disciplinary Committee notified. Please edit your post to include the word, rumor. Seeing this, the cultivators gossiping on the forum were stunned. The Divine Flower Society Disciplinary Committee had been formed by a small fox demon. Initially, it only monitored the forum for insults against the blood-robed sword god. But over time, the committee had grown, becoming an organized group that genuinely monitored the forum, as if carrying out the blood-robed sword god's wish to purify the cultivation world. Getting a yellow card was a warning. 3 yellow cards. You had to write a public apology. The cultivators had a love-hate relationship with the disciplinary committee. They loved it because if someone insulted them, they could report it. But they hated it because it meant they couldn't insult others freely anymore. Meanwhile, in the chat group of the 4 emperors of the Divine Flower Society, the rogue Immortal Sovereign was frantically tagging the Origin Heavenly Venerate. You've reached the Purple Mansion. The Great Sun Flame Emperor joined in. Hey, you've been in seclusion for 2.5 years, leaving the original God-sharing guild unattended. The Ice Mountain Overlord hadn't appeared in the group chat. A few years ago, Qi Yuan had sent 3 great venerables to help the Ice Mountain Overlord break through to the Yin God stage, and she was now stabilizing her realm. Finally, Qi Yuan turned his attention to the 4 emperors, group chat. Sigh, my talent is weak, so I had no choice but to work hard and cultivate to break through. Sigh, after all that effort, I barely managed to reach the Purple Mansion. But even after reaching the Purple Mansion, I only have the Purple, but no, Mansion. Qi Yuan grumbled. What does that even mean? The rogue Immortal Sovereign was confused. Because of the blood-robed sword god, the rogue Immortal Sovereign's prestige had risen significantly. He was now on speaking terms with Purple Mansion cultivators and even had dealings with Yin gods. So, hearing Qi Yuan's words, he couldn't understand. To break through to the Purple Mansion stage, you need both, purple, and a mansion. I've more or less gathered enough purple energy, but I still need a mansion. I already have a concept, but now I just need a painter to bring it to life. Wait, purple energy? The rogue Immortal Sovereign was utterly shocked. Are you talking about the primordial purple energy, the first energy of the immortal Tao, the mother of all things, the chaos energy? Yep, Qi Yuan confirmed. The rogue Immortal Sovereign was completely floored. I've heard that even young gods struggle to obtain a single wisp of purple energy, and you used it for your Purple Mansion. The rarity of purple energy was legendary. It was more valuable than Heaven Tao Foundation and far beyond ordinary comprehension. It was like discovering that someone you know, who earns a modest salary, suddenly has an account worth 1 trillion times that. Impossible to fathom. Xiao Yu, you're overreacting. Even if the Origin Heavenly Venerate said he used the bones of the Tao ancestor as toothpicks, I'd believe him. The Great Sun Flame Emperor said nonchalantly. There are 10 suns in the sky, and they're all the Origin Heavenly Venerate's golden cores. Have you ever seen a star used as a golden core? Xiao Yu was the real name of the rogue Immortal Sovereign. Being called by his real name made him feel somewhat embarrassed. Sigh, it seems my horizons are too narrow, the rogue Immortal Sovereign lamented. After all, in his understanding, to break through to the Purple Mansion stage, one had to comprehend the essence of the immortal Tao, walk their own path, and awaken a unique divine ability. But purple energy, a mansion, how did that relate to the Purple Mansion? Well, maybe only in name. How's the Origin God-sharing society been doing lately? How's the collection of cultivation techniques going? Qi Yuan asked. This was something he cared deeply about. It was crucial for his future path. Now that he had reached the Purple Mansion stage, the need for cultivation techniques had grown significantly. In a way, the myriad Dao paths were scattered throughout all cultivation techniques. What Qi Yuan was doing now was gathering the fragments of these paths. The method you taught us, and the system where members of the Divine Flower Society upload their techniques in exchange for others' techniques, has been incredibly effective. I'll send you the collected techniques right away. However, the Great Sun Flame Emperor hesitated. What's the matter? Qi Yuan asked. Well, your divine technique has attracted some mysterious individuals to the Origin God-Sharing Guild. They want to meet you, the Great Sun Flame Emperor said cautiously. Back then, Qi Yuan had set up a method similar to modern platforms, where cultivators could upload their techniques to share with others, helping each other in their cultivation. Qi Yuan had been generous, even publicly releasing his divine technique in the end. Oh, Qi Yuan remained calm. What do they want? Are they planning to kill me and steal my treasures? Where do they live? Maybe I'll pay them a visit and see if they have a cat that can cook. Qi Yuan thought of Xie Shinsu, whose family had a cat that could cook. They seem to be from some hidden clans. They want to discuss the matter of the great catastrophe with you. They mentioned that your divine technique should not be spread too widely, or, if it reaches a certain number, all the cultivators in this world will die. The Great Sun Flame Emperor's voice was filled with seriousness and a touch of resignation. While the Origin Heavenly Venerate was known for pulling off miracles, the great catastrophe and the forces behind it were far too deep. After all, how many cultivators in Kanglan could truly support Qi Yuan? The great catastrophe, on the other hand, had the backing of forces from other worlds. If they failed, they could call for reinforcements from the higher realms. And those reinforcements would be gods. Perhaps even legendary young gods. But in Kanglan, who could help Qi Yuan here? In the face of the great catastrophe, Qi Yuan was essentially fighting alone. All the others could do was provide minor assistance. Sometimes, the Great Sun Flame Emperor even thought that since Qi Yuan hadn't practiced any poison techniques, he could leave this world and escape the whirlpool. If one were to think even more darkly, Qi Yuan could even communicate with the forces behind the catastrophe and become their disciple. Is that so? Qi Yuan pondered for a moment, then sent a message. Don't worry, my plan to defeat the great catastrophe is almost complete. In at most 6 months, my perfect plan will be in full swing, and the catastrophe will have nowhere to hide. As for the divine technique and whether it should be shared, that's a joke. The Great Sun Flame Emperor felt a surge of mixed emotions. Origin Heavenly Venerate, don't push yourself too hard. Hey, if you keep talking like that, I'll come to your house and cook you an egg with my golden core. No, please don't, the Great Sun Flame Emperor laughed, then added, the people from those hidden clans left a way to contact them. They said when you're ready, you should visit their secret realm to discuss the issue of the divine technique. Forget it, if they want to meet me, they can come to me. Tell them that in 5 days, I'll be heading to Helen Continent in the Eastern Lands, and I'll stay there for a while. If they want to meet, they can come to Helen and request an audience. Otherwise, there's no chance. I usually don't like visiting people. If I do, it's usually to wipe them out. Qi Yuan said casually. Indeed, when he visited the Black Mountain sect, it was for extermination. When he went to the Bright Palace, it was for extermination too. Of course, his trip to Helen to see the painter wasn't for extermination. Alright, I'll relay your message to them. Hey, these so-called hidden clans, if they were truly powerful, they'd have already taken down the Origin God-Sharing Society and dragged you out. The truth is, they're not strong enough, so they choose to hide, pretending to be detached from worldly affairs. Who are they fooling? The Great Sun Flame Emperor scoffed. He wasn't afraid of hidden clans. The original God-Sharing Guild was now quite powerful. If these hidden clans were truly formidable, they would have already smashed the Origin God-Sharing Society and pulled Qi Yuan out. But no, their strength wasn't sufficient, so they chose to hide, putting on a facade of being above it all. Who did they think they were fooling? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. When Ice Mountain Queen wakes up, make sure to tell her that I've reached the Purple Mansion. Qi Yuan left this message in the Divine Flower Society group and then exited the chat. As he walked through the Shengguang sect, all the cultivators, whether disciples or elders, looked at him with reverence. It was clear that Qi Yuan had now become a legendary figure within the Shengguang sect. Is that the senior brother? I've heard he's even stronger than senior brother Kong Fulu. Didn't senior brother Kong make it onto the Eastern Lands Heaven's chosen list? Some disciples exclaimed in awe. Forget the Eastern Land's Heaven's Chosen List, even the Great Shang Heaven's Chosen List was something they could only dream of. The Eastern Land's Heaven's Chosen List is nothing. Senior brother Qi Yuan has made it onto the Kanglan Heaven's Chosen List. Huh, what's that list? Haha, you don't know, do you? My uncle's nephew's brother told me he personally saw Qi Yuan make it onto the mysterious Kanglan Heaven's Chosen List. I don't believe it. That's definitely a rumor. Senior brother Kong Fulu is the true #1 prodigy of Shengguang sect. He dared to peep at a junior sister bathing. Senior brother Qi Yuan is the true one. He dared to steal the undergarments of a beautiful elder. The group of disciples suddenly started arguing. Seeing this, Qi Yuan felt helpless. Hey, I've never stolen the undergarments of a beautiful elder. Stop spreading rumors. Senior brother. The disciples quickly bowed their heads in respect. The female disciple who had spoken in defense of Qi Yuan then smugly added, Senior brother Qi Yuan didn't steal the beautiful elder's undergarments, they were delivered to him at night. She was proud of her cleverness, thinking she had successfully cleared Qi Yuan's name, so he wouldn't be seen as a thief. Qi Yuan was speechless. Such things actually did happen. However, it had been during a time when he was refining the 5 elements Qi, causing some madness and chaos within the Shengguang sect. It couldn't be taken seriously. You've grown a bit in the past 3 years. You've become a formal disciple now, so don't go spreading nonsense anymore. As a formal disciple, you represent the Shengguang sect. Qi Yuan glanced at the fan and casually gave her some advice before his figure disappeared. Seeing this, the young woman's eyes lit up with joy. Senior brother Qi Yuan remembered me. Back then, she had been a servant disciple on the Divine Medicine Peak, responsible for reception. When senior brother Qi Yuan came to the peak to seek medicine, she was his guide and recommended that he visit Elder Xuanchang. Later, Qi Yuan had even pointed out a cultivation issue with her body, which helped her resolve it and grow stronger, eventually becoming a formal disciple. Back on the 7-color peak, Qi Yuan was in a great mood. After reaching the Purple Mansion, his status and prestige naturally had to rise. He couldn't allow any building in the Shengguang sect to be grander than his own. Sect leader Kumu had already taken Qi Yuan's design plans and was seeking workers to begin construction on his new mansion. With a proper mansion, it will match my status. The wives can move in, and they won't have to worry about not having their own private bedrooms. Qi Yuan mused. Of course, there was also his daughter, Qi Jianjun, who was always running around, fishing wherever she pleased. Right now, who knows where she had gone to fish. As for Shen Wuxian, he was likely still in the upper realms. According to his calculations, Shen Wuxian should return to the lower realm soon to deliver a divine technique to Qi Yuan. Thinking of Shen Wuxian, Qi Yuan's eyes drifted to the pavilion at the peak of 7-color mountain and the towering ancient Kichun tree beside it. Shen Wuxian once said that it would take 3 years for the letter to reach Jinli. It's already been 2.5 years. In another 6 months, Jinli would receive his letter. A faint ripple stirred in Qi Yuan's heart. He recalled the small figure of Moon Lady by the July Lake and the Empress, Jinli, whom he had never met. Senior brother, run. At that moment, an urgent voice called out, and Zhang Lingsu, dressed modestly, rushed over to Qi Yuan, clutching his arm tightly. Her voice jolted Qi Yuan out of his melancholy. What's going on? He asked. Why are you in such a hurry? Did the sky fall? Now that Qi Yuan had become a legendary Purple Mansion cultivator, he naturally had to maintain his composure, facing even a collapsing mountain without panicking. My dad is coming, Zhang Lingsu said, her face full of worry. In Qi Yuan's mind, the image of the overly enthusiastic uncle surfaced. Back then, on the spirit boat, that uncle had been very warm toward him. For the sake of his grand plan, Qi Yuan had tricked everyone into joining the Divine Flower Society and uploading their cultivation techniques. He even personally used his origin heavenly venerate persona to spin a story. A story about being of humble birth, looked down upon by his senior brothers, and scorned by others. Then, through uploading techniques to the Divine Flower Society, he exchanged them for powerful techniques, attracting many admirers. The aloof senior sister began casting flirtatious glances, and the well-endowed junior sister started sneaking into his room at night. At that time, Zhang Ruhua had believed the Origin Heavenly Venerate's story to be true and personally offered advice based on his own experiences, encouraging Qi Yuan to choose the well-endowed junior sister. And if the junior sister's father objected, just go ahead and make sure the rice was cooked. once the junior sister was pregnant, her father would have no choice but to accept it. Sharing advice with the younger generation and feeling like a mentor was incredibly satisfying. But, when the well-endowed junior sister's father turned out to be himself, Zhang Ruhua had lost his composure. He abandoned his business and moved directly to Great Shang. As soon as he heard that Qi Yuan had woken up, he immediately rushed over. Hearing that Zhang Ruhua was coming, Qi Yuan felt uneasy as well. We really should run, or this is going to get way too awkward. Qi Yuan wasn't good in social situations, and the thought of seeing Zhang Ruhua again made him anxious. It would be incredibly awkward. Let's go. Qi Yuan grabbed Zhang Lingsu and vanished in a flash of light. Outside Seven Color Peak, Zhang Ruhua, dressed in a green robe, saw the streak of light in the sky and couldn't help but curse, "You little rascal, why are you running?" He wanted nothing more than to slice that streak of light with his sword. But his daughter was there. Little brat. And he even had the nerve to mute me in the Divine Flower Society. No respect for his elders at all. Zhang Ruhua fumed. Originally, he had planned to spread rumors about the Origin Heavenly Venerate on the Divine Flower Society forum. But as soon as he cursed the Origin Heavenly Venerate, he was silenced. Sigh, poor planning. I taught that brat the dragon slaying technique, only to find out that I'm the dragon. Helen Continent was located to the north of the Eastern Lands and ranked slightly below average among the 13 continents of the Eastern Lands. At this moment, on a pavilion, a man in a blood-red robe leaned against the railing, occasionally glancing at the cultivators passing below, his eyes filled with contemplation. Beside him, Zhang Lingsu was tapping away on her communication jade, seemingly venting her frustrations to someone. After some time, Qi Yuan stretched and said, "I'm working too hard." After arriving in Helen, Qi Yuan had spent every day using his eyes to peek at the world's cultivators. Anyone at the foundation establishment stage or above had a mark inside their body. Every day, when his eyes scanned someone's mark, he received a notification with some information. So, his daily peeping was all about finding a way to eliminate or seal these marks. Luckily, I'm doing this from a distance. Otherwise, if this were the subway, I'd probably get caught and put on the internet. Qi Yuan was relieved to live in a world without subways. Otherwise, with his intense level of surveillance, he'd definitely be arrested and labeled a perverted stalker. Of course, Qi Yuan wasn't a pervert, he only peeked at the marks and nothing more. During these days, he had seen many marks, but the results were not particularly fruitful. Still, he had some ideas and backup plans. "Senior brother, how's it going?" Zhang Lingsu asked, noticing that her senior brother was no longer deep in thought. In truth, she was bursting with the urge to complain, just waiting for Qi Yuan to finish his business. She didn't know exactly what her senior brother was doing, but she was willing to be a listener. "I have two potential plans to deal with sealing the marks. The first plan involves using my innate divine ability, the Great Forgetting Sutra, to chant over the marks every day, making them forget they're poisonous. The second plan is a bit cruel. I could kill everyone with the marks. When they die, the marks will disappear, right? Then I'll build a netherworld, revive them in my netherworld, and all will be well." Zhang Lingsu froze for a moment, looking at Qi Yuan seriously. "Senior brother, did you come up with these two plans yourself? They don't sound like something your brain could come up with." "Ahem, the Origin Heavenly Venerate never plagiarizes," Qi Yuan retorted, but then added, "Both plans carry a lot of risks. A small mistake could be disastrous." "Senior brother, are you still going to observe more marks?" Zhang Lingsu asked, eager to move on. "No need. I've already seen all the cultivators in Helen Continent. Time for a break." Qi Yuan had been thorough in his observations. He hadn't just observed the cultivators wandering the city, he had peered at every foundation establishment or higher cultivator across Helen Continent. "Senior brother, you're such a braggart. You're worse than Chang Yunting." Zhang Lingsu shot him a sideways glance. Even if Qi Yuan had reached the Purple Mansion stage, there was no way he could just glance at all the cultivators in Helen Continent. "What's your friend been bragging about?" Qi Yuan chuckled. Over the past few days, the painter they were seeking was out of town, so Qi Yuan and Zhang Lingsu had been staying at one of her family's properties in Helen. One of Zhang Lingsu's friends had heard she was in town and kept inviting her to hang out. On the surface, it seemed like friendly visits, but in reality, this friend, Chang Yunting, was constantly bragging about her powerful fiancé. At first, Chang Yunting had been all smiles when she saw Qi Yuan, assuming he was Zhang Lingsu's significant other. But after learning that Qi Yuan came from a small region without even a purple mansion, her friendly demeanor turned into disdain. She now visited frequently, mainly to boast about her fiancé's achievements. What a fake friend, Zhang Lingsu grumbled. Her fiancé recently emerged from seclusion and reached the nascent soul stage. Aren't you friends? Qi Yuan was puzzled. Didn't you two seem to get along well before? He recalled seeing Zhang Lingsu and Chang Yunting meeting up earlier. Chang Yunting had praised Zhang Lingsu's ability to eat without gaining weight, saying she was jealous of her figure. She herself ate less and maintained a strict diet, weighing under 100 pounds, yet couldn't achieve such a figure. Zhang Lingsu had also complimented Chang Yunting, saying she was cute and had very fair skin. The two had seemed to be happily exchanging flattery. Get along, ha, she's just a green TB*TCH. Zhang Lingsu retorted angrily. She had learned the term, green TB*TCH, from Qi Yuan. Is that so? Qi Yuan didn't dwell on it too much. After all, thinking about it too deeply required effort. And that was tiring. Just then, a soft, coquettish voice called out, and a woman in a palace dress appeared. Lingsu, I knew you'd be here. Oh my, that burgundy dress really suits you today. But you're still a bit young for it. Once you grow a little more, mature a bit, you'll look truly stunning. Zhang Lingsu's face wore a friendly smile, but inwardly, she gritted her teeth and sent a mental message to Qi Yuan. She's saying I'll look good when I grow up, which really means I don't look good now and that I'm trying to look more mature. While transmitting her thoughts, Zhang Lingsu sweetly replied, I can't compare to you, sister. You're so adorable for your age. This dress is really nothing special. Honestly, you wouldn't even be able to wear it in this lifetime. If you tried, you'd look like a little girl wearing a big coat, not knowing which way is the front or back. But I really admire you. You don't even have to worry about sizes when buying dresses. You could just take the robes of those male tribulation cultivators you've slain and wear them yourself. Chang Yunting's smile froze for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure and smiled even wider. I may not have been born into a family as prestigious as yours, but I got lucky and found a great husband. As for the tribulation unlucky cultivators' robes, well, they're beneath me now. Sigh, it's such a burden. I miss the old days when I was struggling, and slaying a tribulation cultivator and finding a few dozen spirit stones in their storage bag would make me so happy. But now, it's just not the same. So, I envy you. You can still kill a tribulation cultivator, open their storage bag, and be happy for days. Sigh, sometimes having money isn't all that great. It takes away all the little joys in life. Chang Yunting said this with an air of casual superiority. Zhang Lingsu was mentally rolling her eyes. She was sure that Chang Yunting was subtly calling her and Qi Yuan poor. But outwardly, she maintained a friendly smile, carefully crafting a response. Just then, Qi Yuan spoke up. I love killing tribulation cultivators. They're my enemies, my white moonlight. An ancient saying goes, time flows endlessly, unceasing through day and night. I hope my enemies are like that, dying day and night, pouring their accumulated wealth into my hands. I'm so broke that I can't even afford a piece of land. Chang Yunting was taken aback by Qi Yuan's words. She didn't quite understand most of it. But she did grasp a part of it, and inwardly, she looked down on him even more. People from small places truly had narrow horizons. He was still talking about lacking money. Qi Shidi, how many spirit stones do you need? My husband's family in Yuntian City is quite wealthy. We could easily lend you tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. For the sake of my friendship with Lingsu, I'm more than happy to lend you some spirit stones. Really, Qi Yuan looked genuinely excited. He truly did need money. He needed funds to buy land for the netherworld and to buy Gongsun Xing. By the way, my husband is hosting a nascent soul banquet tonight. If you two bring some decent gifts and say a few flattering words, I'll whisper in his ear, and I'm sure he'll lend you enough spirit stones. With the bond Lingsu and I share, do you really think I'd deceive you? You two have a sisterhood as deep as the sea. Qi Yuan said happily. We're free tonight anyway, so we might as well go to the nascent soul banquet and borrow some money. Seeing Qi Yuan so eager, Chang Yunting felt even more smug. Later, during the banquet, she and her husband would play good cop, bad cop, and toss a few thousand spirit stones their way as pocket change. This nascent soul banquet will have quite a few big names from Helen Continent attending. Your Zhang family's business here hasn't been doing well lately, and you're almost being driven out of Helen. If you can meet a powerful cultivator, maybe you'll be able to solve your family's troubles. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Zhang Lingsu nodded. Only then did Chang Yunting leave, satisfied. On the pavilion, only Qi Yuan and Zhang Lingsu remained. Zhang Lingsu blinked her eyes and said, "Senior brother, do you finally see now that she's not really my sister?" Qi Yuan stroked his chin and thought. "She's more like our creditor." "Huh, are you really short on money?" Zhang Lingsu asked, surprised. "Just a little bit," Qi Yuan replied casually. "Why didn't you say so earlier? Will this be enough?" Zhang Lingsu pulled out a storage pouch and handed it to Qi Yuan. As if remembering something, she fished around herself and pulled out 4 more storage pouches. Finally, with a bit of reluctance, she even took out a small pink storage pouch from inside her clothing. "These 6 pouches are all the spirit stones I have. Is it enough? I'll lend them all to you," Zhang Lingsu said earnestly. Qi Yuan was slightly moved by this. His junior sister, this wealthy lady, still had such a kind heart. Back when Qi Yuan was much weaker, she was the one giving him spirit stones and cultivation techniques. It might not be enough. Keep the money for yourself, junior sister, Qi Yuan said, instinctively patting Zhang Lingsu's head as he spoke. "Not enough? What are you trying to buy that requires so much?" Zhang Lingsu asked, a hint of disappointment flashing in her eyes as she pulled back her pouches. She had forgotten that her senior brother was no longer the same as before. All the private savings she had collected over the years probably meant little to him now. Just as she was about to put away the pink storage pouch, Qi Yuan placed his hand gently on hers, stopping her. "Junior sister, I don't like owing debts. The feeling of being in debt is terrible, it makes me want to run whenever I see the creditor. How about this? Instead of lending me those spirit stones, why don't you invest them in me? In the game I'm playing, real estate is a booming industry, a sunrise sector. You could invest these spirit stones to help me buy a piece of land, and when I build my netherworld, I'll leave you a plot to build your own house. How about that?" Qi Yuan's explanation was strange and unclear, but Zhang Lingsu seemed to be considering it seriously. At that moment, Zhang Qian, the manager of the Zhang family's property, arrived and overheard the conversation. Her expression turned slightly helpless. "Miss, investing in property and purchasing deeds in Yuntian City isn't the wisest decision," Zhang Qian couldn't help but caution. Her opinion of Qi Yuan dropped another notch. Still, he was her mistress's senior brother, so she couldn't say too much. Even though she couldn't discern Qi Yuan's cultivation level, his looks alone were enough to qualify him as a live-in son-in-law for the Zhang family. Zhang Lingsu glanced back at Zhang Qian and said, "I'm not investing in Yuntian City. I'm investing in my senior brother, and I trust him." With that, she pushed the pink storage pouch into Qi Yuan's hands. "Make sure you save me a good spot." "Don't worry," Qi Yuan thumped his chest in assurance. Seeing this, Zhang Qian sighed but refrained from saying more. Instead, she said quietly, "Miss, there's word that the eccentric painter will be back tomorrow." "Good. Tomorrow, senior brother and I will go see her," Zhang Lingsu said, happy that she could still help her senior brother. As she thought about something, she casually asked, "I heard our family's business here ran into some trouble." A flicker of concern crossed Zhang Qian's face, but she responded calmly, "Miss, I'll handle those matters. You just focus on cultivating. Once your strength grows, these problems will no longer be issues." Zhang Qian, who was from a side branch of the Zhang family, harbored a sense of envy toward Zhang Lingsu. Miss Lingsu was born into the main family, with a golden spoon in her mouth, enjoying abundant cultivation resources. She had both beauty and talent, qualifying her to view the Zhang family's treasured relics and even receive enhancements to her talent. On the other hand, as someone from a lesser branch, Zhang Qian had no such fortune. Without exceptional talent or stunning looks, progressing in the path of cultivation was nearly impossible. Many like her ended up managing family businesses, gathering spirit stones and resources for the main branch. So naturally, Zhang Qian felt a deep sense of envy toward her young mistress. With even one of Lingsu's gifts, whether it be beauty, talent, or family background, her life would have turned out vastly different. After reporting everything, Zhang Qian exited the pavilion, her heart still heavy with envy. If only she had been born into the main family, she might have had the freedom to choose someone she liked, even just to nurture a pretty boy. She quickly brushed aside those thoughts and hurried off to deal with the family business. Just then, footsteps approached. "Manager Zhang, fancy meeting you here." A weaselly-looking man in a blood-red robe appeared before her, holding a fan in one hand and looking quite pleased with himself. Seeing him, Zhang Qian frowned slightly. "Young Master Feng." The man before her was Feng Ruohan, a notorious playboy in Yuntian City. Despite his unsavory reputation, his family was far more powerful than the Zhang family. Feng Ruohan, in his red robe, was clearly imitating the famed blood-robe sword god. He closed his fan and asked, "I've heard that the young miss of the Zhang family is as beautiful as a goddess. Would Feng be lucky enough to meet her?" "You'll have to ask her permission first," Zhang Qian replied. "Manager Zhang, you're just a side branch member of the Zhang family. You probably won't have any opportunities for advancement in your lifetime." Feng Ruohan's tone suddenly became serious. "What do you mean by that, young Master Feng?" Zhang Qian asked warily. "It's simple. I want to make a deal with you," Feng Ruohan smiled. "I've been smitten with the young miss of the Zhang family for a long time. I wish to marry into the Zhang family, but I'm not the best looking, and the young miss has a handsome senior brother by her side. So, I'd like your help. Pour this vial of liquid into the young miss's drink. Once she consumes it, she'll fall deeply in love with me, and the Zhang family won't be the wiser. Didn't you want the Feng family's support? If you help me with this, the Feng family will immediately assist you and help solve your problems. I'll also back you up, ensuring you rise to higher ranks. You won't be stuck as a mere manager, you could even reach the nascent soul stage. So, what do you think? My offer is more than generous, isn't it?" Feng Ruohan stared into Zhang Qian's eyes. Zhang Qian's face paled, and she instinctively reached for a teleportation talisman. "I'm sorry, young Master Feng, but this isn't a joke." Feng Ruohan's expression froze. "Are you refusing me?" A murderous intent filled his eyes. Before he came, Feng Ruohan had already set up an array in this area. Now that Zhang Qian had heard his plan but refused, her only fate was death. Once she was dead, he'd deal with Zhang Lingsu next. Grinning cruelly, he added, "Don't worry, I'll only play with your corpse for a day." Zhang Qian's face turned deathly pale as she realized her teleportation talisman had been rendered useless. But suddenly, a flash of red light appeared in the sky. In an instant, a thin line formed around Feng Ruohan's neck. His head separated smoothly from his body, which collapsed to the ground with a thud. A cold, indifferent voice echoed through the air. "As I thought, staying home is best. You don't encounter as much disgusting stuff this way. Sigh, the cultivation world's moral decay is still too severe." A handsome man in a blood-red robe appeared, his voice carrying a hint of exasperation. Seeing who it was, Zhang Qian's expression changed. Young Master Qi. She hadn't expected that her savior would be Qi Yuan. With such strength, was he already at the nascent soul stage? Zhang Qian's heart tightened. Young Master Qi had just killed Feng Ruohan. This could turn the tide of Yuntian City upside down. Young Master Qi, he was the son of the Feng family, the top power in Yuntian City. "Please take Miss and leave quickly. I'll stay behind to deal with the aftermath." Zhang Qian, experienced in managing affairs, remained calm, prioritizing the interests of the Zhang family's main branch. Qi Yuan smiled. "I'll leave after I've seen the eccentric painter." With that, his figure vanished, leaving Zhang Qian standing there, her expression constantly shifting. "No, I can't let the Feng family find out too soon that Feng Ruohan died at the hands of the Zhang family. Otherwise, no one will get out of this alive." Sigh, young Master Qi was too impulsive. He shouldn't have killed him. Zhang Qian sighed, but the damage was already done. There was no way to undo it now. "Senior brother, hurry up and get ready. We're going to the nascent soul banquet." Where did you just go?" Zhang Lingsu called from her vanity table, glancing at Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan didn't quite understand Zhang Lingsu's need to put on makeup. She was already naturally beautiful, with flawless skin. There was no need for makeup at all. In contrast, some of the women back on Gongsun Xing, like Wu Qi, could use makeup to enhance their looks, taking them up a level in the eyes of ordinary people. "I went to kill someone, and while I was at it, I used my tenfold killing fist to wipe out a sect. Just cleaning up the morals of the cultivation world. Yuntian City's atmosphere is terrible," Qi Yuan said casually. The tenfold killing fist wasn't a Dao technique but a martial art. What surprised Qi Yuan was that martial arts were indeed unique. According to records, when a young god cultivator from the Immortal Tao entered certain strange lands, their cultivation would drop by 1 level. Similarly, practitioners of other systems would experience a drop when entering the Immortal Tao world. However, as a martial god at the 10,000 ways level, Qi Yuan had no such limitation. He retained his martial prowess, equivalent to the young god level of power. Oh, you were killing bad guys. Zhang Lingsu wasn't surprised by this. Senior brother, how's my makeup? Not as good as going without it, Qi Yuan commented, objectively evaluating her look. Zhang Lingsu shot him a glare. I have to completely outshine Chang Yunting. There's no need to compete with a bro, Qi Yuan chuckled. What, bro? Zhang Lingsu blinked, then realized what Qi Yuan meant. She covered her mouth and laughed. Senior brother, you always know how to say the right thing. You should talk more at the banquet later. Zhang Lingsu suddenly remembered that her senior brother had a much sharper tongue than hers. I have social anxiety, I'll just find a corner and munch on some melon seeds, Qi Yuan responded. Huh, Zhang Lingsu thought for a moment. I'll stay with you. Yuntian City's nascent soul banquet was bustling with excitement. Not only had many young cultivators gathered, but even the older generation had shown up. Representatives from Yuntian City and other major forces in Helen Continent were present. The guest of honor for this nascent soul banquet was none other than Wang Yuntang, the heir to the Wang family. It was said that when Wang Yuntang was born, a divine fragrance filled the air, and a white deer came to offer spiritual liquid. Wang Yuntang was considered the hope of the Wang family. Sigh, Wang Yuntang and I are the same age, but he's already reached the nascent soul stage. We're not even in the same league. With someone like Wang Yuntang, the Wang family is bound to enjoy centuries of good fortune. I've heard that the Wang family has an important announcement to make at this banquet. What kind of announcement? It's rumored to be related to the legendary blood-robed sword god. Whoa, a young god expert. The guests kept showering praise. Wang Yuntang stood with his fiancée, Chang Yunting, exuding an air of arrogance. No one minded his arrogance, though. After all, he was young, and being a bit haughty was expected. Chang Yunting's eyes scanned the guests until she spotted a familiar face. Immediately, she walked over. Sister, you've finally arrived. I've been waiting for you. Everyone, this is Miss Zhang Lingsu from the Zhang family, and she's one of my closest friends. Chang Yunting said, her voice full of joy. The Zhang family. Wow, Wang Yuntang's connections really are impressive. The Zhang family is far off in another continent, and yet someone came all the way here for the nascent soul banquet. The Wang family's influence speaks for itself. Every prominent family and sect in Helen Continent is here. Speaking of which, isn't it odd? Where are the Feng family members? The Feng family was the dominant force in Yuntian City, and its backer, Feng Palace, was one of the top 3 powers in Helen Continent. Since they were based in the same city, the Feng family should have sent their gifts long ago, but there was no sign of them at the banquet. The Feng family's always been proud. Maybe they're planning to make a grand entrance. Guests whispered among themselves. Meanwhile, Chang Yunting's attention remained on Zhang Lingsu. This was one of the rare moments when she could outshine her. Your partner is so handsome, sister. I didn't expect someone from a small place like the 100 Nations to produce such a dragon. Chang Yunting began, her words laced with condescension. Though it seemed like she was praising Qi Yuan, in reality, she was mocking his humble origins. Sure enough, hearing that Qi Yuan came from the 100 Nations region, any guests who had been interested in making connections with him quickly lost interest. The 100 Nations was so insignificant that it didn't even have a single purple mansion-level faction. If it weren't for the incident with the Bright Palace, they wouldn't have even known of its existence. Hearing Chang Yunting deliberately misrepresent her senior brother as her partner, Zhang Lingsu's face flushed, but she had no time to explain. Instead, she proudly boasted, "You're right, my senior brother is a true dragon. He's been on the Eastern Lands Genius ranking." The Eastern Lands Genius ranking was no small feat, representing the strongest of the younger generation in the Eastern Lands. He's really on the Eastern Lands Genius ranking. I've never heard of Qi Yuan before, though. The name sounds familiar, but that person isn't a young genius. On the ranking, the strongest young people were in the nascent soul stage, with most still in the golden core stage. Chang Yunting was momentarily taken aback. She hadn't expected Zhang Lingsu to keep such a big secret. Why hadn't she mentioned something so important earlier? Clearly, she'd been saving it for now to steal the spotlight. Ah, what a shame. If Yuntang hadn't been in seclusion for the past few years, he could have easily claimed a top 3 spot on the Eastern Lands Genius ranking. Chang Yunting sighed, feigning regret. Zhang Lingsu mentally rolled her eyes at her. Normally, she wouldn't bother competing with Chang Yunting, but insulting her senior brother was unacceptable. Just as she was about to respond, Qi Yuan spoke up. Miss Chang, earlier today, didn't you say that if I attended the Nascent Soul Banquet, you and Wang Yuntang would lend me some spirit stones to help with my urgent needs? Let's skip the small talk. I've already said the good words. So, when will you be giving me the spirit stones? Qi Yuan asked bluntly, getting straight to the point. He wanted to borrow the money and then leave. Chang Yunting was momentarily stunned, not expecting Qi Yuan to bring up the matter so directly. His shamelessness was astonishing. Was this man really someone on the Eastern Lands Genius ranking? Sister, if your Zhang family is facing difficulties in Yuntian City, I'm certainly willing to help. How much do you need? I'll help as much as I can. Chang Yunting smiled, still maintaining her elegant demeanor. The other cultivators glanced at Qi Yuan, some with puzzled expressions. They had come to borrow money. I did some calculations. The Wang family's assets are probably worth about 10 billion spirit stones, and the Chang family is worth around 500 million. Honestly, you're both a bit poor, so I won't ask for too much, just lend me 10.5 billion spirit stones, Qi Yuan said calmly. As soon as he spoke, many guests drew sharp breaths. Was this guy here to borrow spirit stones or to cause trouble? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. How much? Chang Yunting's eyes widened in disbelief. Qi Yuan glanced at her, feeling speechless. Didn't you clean your ears last night? Are they blocked? I said it loud and clear, 10.5 billion spirit stones. Qi Yuan feared she might have a lot of earwax, so he raised his voice. His words echoed through the hall, drawing the attention of many. Immediately, many people turned to stare at Chang Yunting's ears. Some couldn't help but cover their mouths to suppress their laughter. Zhang Lingsu, who was clinging to Qi Yuan's arm, was laughing so hard that her face was almost pressed against his arm. She felt like she had finally gotten her revenge. Chang Yunting's face turned bright red with anger and embarrassment. What nonsense are you spouting? I did clean my ears. Seems like you didn't clean them well enough. Not very diligent, Qi Yuan concluded bluntly. Chang Yunting was so furious, even though she was already in the foundation establishment stage, she found it hard to catch her breath from anger. She could already imagine how the rumor of her not cleaning her ears would spread all over Yuntian City. Sigh, don't be shy. You could just clean them thoroughly now, or else I'll have to keep shouting, and that's exhausting, Qi Yuan continued to advise her. You, Chang Yunting's eyes turned red, and she was on the verge of tears from Qi Yuan's words. Don't be shy, sister. We should reject the shame of cleaning our ears. Be bold and be yourself. I once knew a fairy who, in order to pick her nose better, even created her own Dao technique. You should learn from her and not worry about what others think. Qi Yuan's words became more animated, his tone increasingly persuasive. Chang Yunting, with her reddened eyes, had long forgotten her original plan to humiliate Qi Yuan. At that moment, a man in a green robe, Wang Yuntang, spoke up with an air of dignity. Fellow Taoist, are you the Zhang family's son-in-law? Have you come to the Nascent Soul Banquet just to borrow spirit stones? Now it was Zhang Lingsu's turn to blush. Not at all, I'm not a son-in-law, and I don't fetch foot-washing water, Qi Yuan shook his head. Today, the earwax fairy said her husband's family is very wealthy, and if I was ever short on money, I could come to the Nascent Soul Banquet and her husband would solve my financial problems. Wang Yuntang looked at Qi Yuan, his expression filled with pride. The Zhang family is a great clan from the Eastern Lands. I've heard they've run into some troubles with their business here in Yuntian City. I have some understanding of the matter. How much do you need? Before the Nascent Soul Banquet, Chang Yunting had already mentioned Qi Yuan and Zhang Lingsu to him. He had agreed to teach Qi Yuan a lesson, and if possible, take over the Zhang family's businesses in Yuntian City. 10.5 billion, Qi Yuan repeated. He had a feeling this couple never cleaned their ears, probably spending their nights cleaning each other's ears before going to sleep. Wang Yuntang's eyes flashed with displeasure. 10.5 billion spirit stones. Are you joking? With that much, you could probably buy all of Yuntian City. Whether or not 10.5 billion spirit stones could buy Yuntian City, Wang Yuntang didn't know. But he was certain it was enough to buy the life of a purple mansion-level cultivator. I'm not joking. I've done the calculations. Your Wang family owns 45 spirit stone mines, runs 5 auction houses, and has stakes in over 300 businesses. If you sold everything, it would be worth around 10 billion spirit stones. As for the earwax fairy, her family is even poorer. A gambling father, a sick mother, and a useless brother, together, they're only worth about 50 million spirit stones, Qi Yuan said with a smile. I've come here today to fulfill the promise. So, are you going to lend me the money or not? He extended his hand. Wang Yuntang's expression didn't change, but his gaze toward Qi Yuan became colder. Many of the cultivators present looked at Qi Yuan with strange expressions, while others appeared amused by the scene. This red-robed cultivator had clearly done his homework on the Wang family's assets. But this wasn't simply about borrowing money. Wang Yuntang, aware of this, sneered. Who's backing you, Qi Yuan? Where do you get the nerve to ask for 10 billion spirit stones? A powerful aura belonging to a nascent soul cultivator surged in that moment, sweeping across the hall. Some onlookers, sensing the tension, began to back away, while others stayed to watch the unfolding drama. Zhang Lingsu moved closer to Qi Yuan but didn't feel the oppressive aura of a nascent soul cultivator. Her eyes fixed on Qi Yuan, and she realized that her feelings toward him had changed significantly. Qi Yuan stretched lazily, appearing indifferent. To be honest, he had never used his connections to bully others before. Today, accompanying his junior sister to this event, he figured he might as well try it out for fun. After some thought, he answered, the one backing me is the Blood-Robed Alliance. He decided to lean on his own reputation. After saying those words, Qi Yuan felt a surge of satisfaction. No wonder those spoiled second-generation heirs always like to flaunt. Do you know who my father is? Do you know who my grandfather is? Do you know who my master is? This feeling of lording one's connections over others, it was indeed a little exhilarating. The Blood-Robed Alliance. The faces of the guests changed, some showing fear. He's actually from the Blood-Robed Alliance. And wearing a blood-red robe. Looks like the Wang family is in trouble. If the Blood-Robed Alliance is involved, they're doomed. Nowadays, who didn't know about the Blood-Robed Alliance? The story of the blood-robed sword god was nothing short of legendary. He had set out on the path of immortality late in life and only achieved greatness in his later years. Upon returning home, he found that his daughter had been humiliated by the Bright Palace and forced to live in a doghouse. Fueled by anger, the blood-robed sword god began his legendary journey. He wiped out the Bright Palace, killed Yin gods, and established the Blood-Robed Alliance. Later, he offended the Divine Flower Society and was banned from speaking in their forums. In retaliation, the blood-robed sword god single-handedly stormed the Divine Flower Society's headquarters and killed its leader with a single strike. Now, the Divine Flower Society was under the control of the blood-robed sword god. In the eastern lands and more than 20 surrounding domains, the blood-robed sword god was the most famous and feared figure. If this blood-robed man was indeed backed by the Blood-Robed Alliance, the Wang family was truly in danger. Though the Wang family was the dominant power in Helen Continent, if the Blood-Robed Alliance decided to target them, not even the talented Wang Yuntang, with his potential to become a Yin god, would stand a chance. As many began to worry for Wang Yuntang, he unexpectedly laughed, his voice filled with scorn. These days, con artists have become bold enough to show up at my Wang family's door. Do you even know that the blood-robed sword god himself has agreed to take me on as his disciple? Wang Yuntang said proudly. The important announcement the Wang family was planning to make at this nascent soul banquet was precisely that Wang Yuntang had been accepted as a disciple by the blood-robed sword god. What? Wang Zhenjin is going to be the disciple of the blood-robed sword god? Congratulations. That's so enviable. The Wang family has truly produced a dragon. With his extraordinary talent, Wang Yuntang would definitely rank on the Eastern Lands genius ranking. It makes sense that the blood-robed sword god would want to take him as a disciple. I never expected the blood-robed sword god to accept a disciple. The crowd buzzed with shock and envy. If that's the case, it's like a family feud. This red-robed cultivator must be in trouble now. Those watching now felt pity for Qi Yuan. Even if he were from the Blood-Robed Alliance, offending the blood-robed sword god's disciple would still spell disaster. Qi Yuan, however, was baffled. The turn of events had taken him by surprise. Hey, this is a bit much. I was supposed to be the big deal here. Why are you all so impressed by him? And why are you stealing my thunder with this crooked-mouthed villain act? Qi Yuan felt a little helpless. He had been in a good mood, ready to play the role of the big-shot Dragon King for his junior sister, but it seemed he had failed. He looked at Wang Yuntang and said calmly, "You claim to be the blood-robed sword god's disciple. Do you have any proof? If you're really his disciple, then I'm the blood-robed sword god's father." Qi Yuan had initially planned to say he was the blood-robed sword god. But if the other party wasn't actually his disciple, claiming to be the blood-robed sword god would have created a contradiction, and the statement wouldn't have made sense. "How dare you insult the blood-robed sword god? You're done for. In the eastern lands, no one will protect you." Wang Yuntang's eyes flashed with killing intent. He seemed to truly believe he was the blood-robed sword god's disciple. "Why don't you call your master, the blood-robed sword god, over here, and let me take a look?" Qi Yuan said, crossing his arms. He was curious to see if someone with the same name as him existed. If so, it would be an infringement of his rights, and he would have to demand compensation. "The blood-robed sword god isn't here, but I am." At that moment, a voice, old and drunk, drifted in. An old man appeared, wobbling as he walked, with a wine gourd hanging from his waist and the strong smell of alcohol surrounding him. His nose was red, clearly from years of drinking. He had appeared so suddenly that no one had sensed his presence beforehand. The cultivators present looked at the old man with apprehension. It was as if he had materialized out of thin air. "Greetings, wine immortal." Wang Yuntang quickly bowed respectfully before introducing the old man to the crowd. "This is the legendary wine immortal, a celestial figure. Even my master, the blood-robed sword god, would respectfully address him as senior." Wang Yuntang proudly announced to the guests. The wine immortal took a long swig from his gourd, the fragrant aroma of his wine filling the air. The scent alone was enough to astonish the cultivators, as it seemed to be imbued with an endless supply of divine power. It was as if the wine was made from the divine power of a yin god. For the wine immortal to drink such wine, he must be a yin god himself. The crowd's confidence in the wine immortal grew stronger. After finishing his drink, the wine immortal hiccuped. "This kid Wang Yuntang is pretty good. He's got talent, and I like him. Unfortunately, I'm too lazy to take on disciples, so I handed him over to the blood-robed sword god." Qi Yuan looked at the wine immortal with a calm expression. In his eyes, the wine immortal's every move was laid bare. This wine immortal was indeed a powerful yin god, and not just an ordinary one. "Have you met the blood-robed sword god? And would he agree to take Wang Yuntang as his disciple?" Qi Yuan asked. "I was half awake, drunk, lying in a carriage. The blood-robed sword god is a considerate guy. He stood guard for me all night," the wine immortal boasted. "Giving Wang Yuntang to him is a blessing for him. He'd be more than happy to take the kid." As he spoke, the wine immortal wore a smug smile. Qi Yuan remained calm. At first, the wine immortal's nose twitched slightly, suggesting he was lying about the blood-robed sword god standing guard for him. But the rest of his statement seemed to be true, or at least the wine immortal believed it was true. "You're awfully confident. I'm 99% sure that the blood-robed sword god won't take him as a disciple," Qi Yuan said lightly. "On this matter, even if you're truly the blood-robed sword god's father, the blood-robed sword god has to listen to me," the wine immortal said confidently. "The stronger someone is, the more they have to rely on me because only I can offer them a way out." The wine immortal spoke with arrogance, brimming with pride. Qi Yuan's expression remained indifferent. "I've heard the blood-robed sword god is the strongest in the world. Does he really need you to give him a way out? You just don't get it, do you?" The wine immortal said. "If I take off my shoes, the blood-robed sword god will have to put them back on for me. If you're really from the blood-robed alliance, call him over. I'll make him put my shoes on right here." The wine immortal's confidence was unshakable, as if he were a supreme expert. The cultivators present were visibly shocked by his words. Wang Yuntang's face had turned pale, and deep down, he hoped the wine immortal wasn't just blowing hot air. Otherwise, the Wang family would be finished. Still, thinking of the wine immortal's peculiar abilities, Wang Yuntang felt a bit more at ease. At that moment, Qi Yuan looked at the wine immortal with amusement. To borrow an old saying, in this world, there can be no one who acts more arrogant than me. He was getting tired of the wine immortal's posturing. He couldn't let the old man keep showing off like this. Qi Yuan was starting to feel itchy all over, like ants crawling under his skin. And when that itch took over, the only thing left to do was, kill, kill, kill. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The wine immortal lay half reclined on the ground, unkempt and nonchalant, his eyes reflecting the detachment of a cultivator beyond worldly concerns. In the hall, all the cultivators held their breath, watching this scene unfold, their expressions full of shock. That wine immortal, how bold he was! Everyone knew that this was the blood-robed sword god, a terrifying figure in legend, known for wiping out entire clans. Could it be that the wine immortal truly had something to rely on? Qi Yuan looked at the wine immortal, a puzzled expression on his face. Could it be that you also sing courage? As he spoke, Qi Yuan casually extended a finger toward the wine immortal. The cultivators present tensed up. Were they about to start fighting? Was the blood-robed sword god testing him? Several cultivators quickly backed away, and some even fled in a hurry, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Qi Yuan, still holding his junior sister Zhang Lingsu in one arm, calmly extended a finger toward the wine immortal. The wine immortal, still half reclined, glanced at Qi Yuan's finger, his expression casual. Young people just can't break bad habits. The body, the soul, they're mere externals. The true strength of a yin god lies in their divine domain. Who even punches these days? The wine immortal smirked, and a powerful divine domain spread out. He was ready to teach this reckless young man a lesson. He had seen too many like him, those who, after a sudden breakthrough and rapid rise, believed themselves to be the protagonists of this world, unaware of the heavens beyond heavens and people beyond people. The divine domain surged, and a wine gourd appeared out of thin air. Surrounded by celestial energy, purple and green vapors boiled as a river of wine descended from the sky, merging with the dust. It was like the song of the Tao itself, or perhaps an artifact from the realm of the gods. With this single gourd of wine, I could drown all of Helen continent. The wine immortal laughed. Young man, let me give you your first lesson on entering the ranks of the strong. His divine domain expanded and spread rapidly. Still half reclined, his figure seemed to rise above all, majestic and awe-inspiring. The divine domain is the foundation of true power. That finger of yours, I'll take it. The divine domain surged toward Qi Yuan, enveloping him completely. Qi Yuan's expression remained unchanged. He glanced down at Zhang Lingsu beside him, his tone calm. Junior sister, this is how you squash an ant. He reached forward with his finger. It pierced through the wine river. The powerful divine domain seemed defenseless, allowing his finger to penetrate effortlessly. The wine immortal was taken aback. He squinted his eyes. There's some skill here. Has he fused his divine domain into his body? But that's all there is to it. Let me show you 6/10 of my divine domain. Impressive, young man, you've got some skill. But I'm not even at full strength yet. Let's go to 7/10. 10/10. Ah, something's wrong. You're wrong. The wine immortal's voice changed as his previously arrogant expression shifted to one of terror. That finger seemed untouched by any laws or forces. His powerful divine domain, which could easily trap even a great elder, was completely ineffective against that finger. That finger felt like it was the only thing in existence. It was the finger of a god, erasing all beings. At that moment, the wine immortal felt like an ant facing the descending finger of a human, completely helpless, with no power to resist. He was truly panicking. Wait, this is a misunderstanding. You can't kill me. Without me, you won't survive the next great calamity. At that moment, he dropped all pretense. He laid all his cards on the table. He had leverage, he had confidence. The blood-robed sword god wouldn't dare kill him. But unfortunately, Qi Yuan didn't listen to a word. The finger descended, like the only thing in the heavens and earth, the only thing in all realms. The divine domain shattered, and the wine immortal's body and soul were instantly obliterated. A voice filled with contempt echoed in the wine immortal's mind in his final moments. The biggest difference between you and an ant is that when I squash an ant, it doesn't scream. But you do. That was the last thing the wine immortal heard. His body disintegrated, his soul vanished. Even in death, he couldn't understand why Qi Yuan was so strong, or why he had been killed so decisively. Shouldn't Qi Yuan at least have asked him about his backers or what he relied on? But alas, he died with nothing but regret. The cultivators present gasped for breath, their eyes wide with shock. They had just witnessed a battle between gods. There was none of the grand destruction they expected. There wasn't even the kind of street-level explosions you'd expect from a golden core cultivator or the collapse of buildings from a foundation establishment clash. Just a single finger had wiped out a powerful enemy. The cultivators trembled. That finger had seemed so ordinary. Yet the wine immortal's divine domain, which had felt capable of drowning all of Helen continent, was effortlessly destroyed. It was clear now, the blood-robed sword god was the true master of the world. Zhang Lingsu blinked, feeling a bit smug. She had long suspected her senior brother's true identity. But she had never pushed him to confirm it. If her senior brother didn't say anything, she would pretend not to know. After all, she was a little afraid. If her senior brother was truly the almighty blood-robed sword god, would he still acknowledge her as his junior sister? But now, with her senior brother openly revealing himself and holding her close while vanquishing a powerful enemy, it showed that he trusted her. Her heart raced so fast that, despite her ample chest, she could still clearly hear it pounding. Still, she quietly asked, "Senior brother, why didn't you let him finish speaking? What if he really had some powerful backing?" She had heard the wine immortal's final desperate cries and couldn't help but worry for Qi Yuan. The wine immortal clearly seemed like someone with a background. Qi Yuan smiled. "If an ant says others will come to avenge it after it's squashed, do you think I'd care?" To Qi Yuan, the wine immortal wasn't worth considering. Just a minor figure. Killing him was of little consequence. Zhang Lingsu smiled brightly. "Senior brother, you're so strong." "I am pretty strong, but, sigh, I'm also really poor." Qi Yuan turned his gaze to the pale-faced Wang Yuntang. "Now, hand over the 10.5 billion spirit stones." Chang Yunting trembled, too scared to move. She couldn't believe that the man she had looked down upon was, in fact, the legendary blood-robed sword god. The same blood-robed sword god who had easily destroyed the Bright Palace, slaughtering yin gods like they were nothing. And now, even Yuntian City's most powerful family, the Feng family, had been wiped out by him. "Senior, I was deceived by that scoundrel. I truly believed he was a friend of yours, which is why." The once arrogant nascent soul cultivator knelt before Qi Yuan. Chang Yunting also knelt, seemingly pleading for mercy. She was truly terrified. "Whether you knew him or were deceived is irrelevant to me. I came here today to borrow money," Qi Yuan said softly. His words sent shockwaves through the hall. Wang Yuntang hurriedly responded, "Please give me some time, senior. I will surely gather the 10.5 billion spirit stones." At this point, giving up their family fortune was the only way to survive. Considering the blood-robed sword god's reputation for wiping out entire clans, they felt lucky he was willing to take payment instead of slaughtering them. Qi Yuan nodded. Looking at the two of them, his expression was calm. "You two are a perfect match. Make sure you stay together forever, don't even think about breaking up." Everyone present was confused, feeling like Qi Yuan's words had a strange undertone. Wang Yuntang hesitated for a moment before taking out a magical artifact from his storage pouch, a lock. He immediately used the lock to bind himself and Chang Yunting together. "Rest assured, senior, the key is lost. We're locked together forever." Qi Yuan was momentarily stunned. The people of the cultivation world certainly knew how to put on a show. They really locked themselves together. "And remember to clean your ears, or your hearing will suffer." Qi Yuan kindly reminded them again. This time, Chang Yunting didn't show any embarrassment, instead expressing relief. "I'll clean them right away." Immediately. The blood-robed sword god's words clearly implied he wasn't going to kill her. Just then, a regretful voice echoed through the hall. "You shouldn't have killed the wine immortal." Everyone turned to see a woman in yellow robes walking gracefully through the doorway. Her figure was elegant, with alluring curves. But what caught everyone's attention was her face. Or rather, the fact that it wasn't a face at all, it was more like a blank canvas, a face drawn onto a sheet of paper, with no features. Seeing this woman, the cultivators in the hall felt a shiver of fear and dread. "The painter, it's you!" Zhang Lingsu exclaimed in surprise. The woman before her was the same, strange painter, she had recommended to her senior brother. But now it seemed the painter and the wine immortal were connected. Could they be enemies? Zhang Lingsu immediately became wary of the painter. Even though she knew the painter, it was clear she had to side with her senior brother. In a situation like this, she had to be on the same team. Unlike some people, she knew where her loyalties lay. The painter glanced at Zhang Lingsu. "It's been many years since we last met. You've had quite the fortuitous encounters." "As expected of." She didn't finish the sentence. Qi Yuan looked at the painter, his expression calm. "Are you the painter my junior sister recommended? Do you have time to paint a picture for me?" Qi Yuan went straight to the point. He was here to have the painter create a painting. The painter regarded Qi Yuan with a strange expression. "Did you not hear what I said? I was acquainted with the wine Immortal. Oh, Qi Yuan's expression shifted slightly. So, are you here to avenge him? The painter shook her head. I cut ties with them a long time ago. I'm just saying that instead of asking me to paint for you, you should be worried about running away because you've killed the wine Immortal. You've brought trouble upon yourself. Is that so? Qi Yuan's interest was piqued. What kind of trouble? The painter waved her hand, drawing a door in the air. It involves heavenly secrets that cannot be disclosed here. Why don't you come to my place, and I'll explain everything. After saying that, the painter stepped into the door she had drawn and disappeared. Zhang Lingsu looked at Qi Yuan, her expression filled with concern. She regretted bringing her senior brother to meet this painter. Something about the painter didn't seem right. Come, junior sister, let's go see what she has to say. Qi Yuan's eyebrow twitched slightly as he wrapped his arm around Zhang Lingsu's slender waist, pulling her close. Her heart raced, but she didn't resist, feeling a sense of happiness. Her senior brother had included her in this matter. Qi Yuan held Zhang Lingsu close as they stepped through the door. As they entered, the door vanished, leaving behind a hall full of stunned and shaken guests. The events of today had been too shocking. In fact, it felt like more had happened today than in their entire lives combined. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan, still holding Zhang Lingsu, descended from the sky. Zhang Lingsu quickly stepped out of his embrace, her face flushed and her heart pounding. She looked around curiously. The surroundings were a vast expanse of white. Everywhere she looked, there were sheets of paper. Some were hanging on drying racks, while others floated in the air. In the center was a drying area, while all around flowed rivers of various colors, black, red, green, and even some colors invisible to the human eye. The rivers looked like streams of paint. At that moment, the painter was seated on a small stool by a white river, seemingly working on a painting. You've arrived. Her voice was calm. Qi Yuan, with Zhang Lingsu by his side, walked over. So, are you going to tell me how many ants I'm dealing with? The ants naturally referred to the wine Immortal and those connected to him. In response to Qi Yuan's description, the painter furrowed her brow and drew the expression onto her featureless face. You have always dedicated yourself to resisting the great calamity, so you should know that anyone whose name is inscribed on the monument of myths becomes nourishment. Qi Yuan nodded. Indeed, once someone reached the level of a myth, their name would be inscribed on the monument of myths, and they would become food for the great calamity. The great calamity only harvests those who achieve the mythical realm. For the rest of us, as long as we don't break through to the mythical realm, we won't be harvested. But the calamity isn't so rigid. In fact, it often focuses on particularly talented pigs. These pigs will experience fortuitous encounters after reaching the yin god realm, rapidly increasing in power. Even if they want to suppress their own cultivation, they'll find it impossible. Eventually, they'll accidentally step into the mythical realm and become nourishment. As the painter spoke, she glanced at Qi Yuan. In her eyes, the blood-robed sword god was one of these pigs, being fattened for the slaughter by the calamity. There have been many such pigs throughout history. They all believed they were the chosen ones, blessed by heaven, destined to defy the great calamity. But in reality, they were simply the king of pigs, fattened up by the great calamity to be slaughtered. The painter's voice was cold. Zhang Lingsu seemed to understand what the painter was getting at. She felt a growing sense of worry for Qi Yuan. However, knowing her own limited strength and knowledge, she wisely chose to remain silent, not wanting to speak out of turn and cause unnecessary trouble for her senior brother. Interesting. So, those who resist are pigs. What about you? Qi Yuan chuckled. He had long noticed that the wine Immortal and this painter were different from ordinary great elders. We are the pigs who ran away. The painter's eyes reflected a sense of loss. Once, we were just like you, spirited, believing we were the protagonists of this world. But over time, we came to realize the terrifying nature of the great calamity and just how deep the water runs. We felt despair. Because we found we couldn't even suppress our own cultivation. Our realms kept rising uncontrollably toward the mythical realm. As she spoke, the painter drew a mocking expression on her featureless face. If you can't even control your own cultivation, how can you talk about resisting the calamity? Fortunately, we encountered a benefactor. Her name was Jade Maiden, and she passed down a technique that allowed us to become a different kind of myth. The painter's voice was tinged with sorrow. A different kind of myth wouldn't leave their name on the monument of myths, nor would they be harvested by the calamity. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Wine Immortal was certain the blood-robed sword god wouldn't kill him, nor could he, because he believed that to meet the Jade Maiden, one would need his introduction, the painter said, painting a look of helplessness on her face. Qi Yuan looked at the painter with curiosity. If Xiao Jia had this skill, it would be amazing. Then he could know more about her emotions. The great calamity is unstoppable, the painter continued, now drawing an expression of despair. The Jade Maiden once said that there are 3,000 worlds like Kanglin Realm. Some of these worlds are 10, even 100 times more powerful and expansive than Kanglin Realm. Yet, in all these years, not a single world has successfully resisted the great calamity. In Kanglin Realm, our greatest hope was a single young god. In another world, 3 young gods gathered, but they, too, failed to defeat the great calamity. The painter painted despair on her face once more. That's why, whenever I hear someone wants to challenge the great calamity, I can't help but feel sorrow. Your fate won't be any better than that of the young gods. You're just a painter, what do you know about the great calamity? Qi Yuan couldn't help but say. No one knows more about the great calamity than I do. I've already crafted a detailed and foolproof plan. Qi Yuan defeats the calamity. Within half a year, the calamity will be gone. Back when he was at the nascent soul stage, he might not have been completely confident in facing the great calamity. But now, having reached the Purple Mansion stage, he was certain of success, well, almost certain. His only concern was the mark of the calamity. If he destroyed the calamity, the one in Taihuang Palace could, with just a thought, wipe out all the cultivators in Kanglin Realm. That would include his junior sister, Zhongling Su. Not even he would be able to protect them. The painter didn't draw anything this time. Perhaps you don't know this, but every cultivator in Kanglin Realm has been branded with a mark. If the one behind the great calamity wills it, all living beings will die in an instant. That includes your junior sister, your family, and your friends. Her tone was filled with despair. Sometimes, living in ignorant bliss, without thinking about what looms above, is a blessing. You know about the mark? Qi Yuan asked, looking at the painter. Did the Jade Maiden tell you about it? This mark couldn't be detected unless one had reached the young god stage. There was no way the painter could have discovered it on her own. So it had to be the Jade Maiden who told her. The Jade Maiden is mysterious, she's suspected to be from a higher realm, the painter explained. Oh, does she know more about this mark? Qi Yuan was quite interested in this. He examined the marks on all the cultivators every day, hoping to find a way to break them. So far, he hadn't found a legitimate solution, though he had come across some rather unorthodox ideas. The painter's body trembled slightly. It's related to a supreme treasure. The Jade Maiden once said that even young god powerhouses in the upper realms crave such treasures. In fact, if a young god from the lower 3 heavens were to obtain a supreme treasure, they could elevate their entire sect to the middle 3 heavens. If Kanglin Realm had such a treasure, perhaps we could truly break free from the great calamity. The painter's voice was filled with suppressed excitement, but the fervor and hope in her tone were evident. This was the only solution she had found in all her years of giving up, the only hope for escaping the calamity. Qi Yuan frowned in thought and then looked at the painter seriously. Do I look like a supreme treasure? The painter was speechless. Your expression is making it hard for me to keep a straight face. Are you going to paint yourself a watermelon head next and make a video saying, fellow cultivators, today I encountered something completely absurd? Qi Yuan speculated maliciously. This painter might have no face, but her expressions were all too clear. I don't really understand what you mean, but strong cultivators often have quirks, the painter replied. Speaking of the mark and the supreme treasure, does that mean, if I had another supreme treasure, I could solve the issue of the mark? Qi Yuan pondered. The painter shook her head. I don't know, even a supreme treasure can bring death to a young god. How could someone like me, just a small fish, know such things? But supreme treasures possess unfathomable abilities. Perhaps they could really neutralize the mark. However, the true power of a supreme treasure goes far beyond merely neutralizing a mark. The painter didn't know much about supreme treasures, not even their exact names, but the Jade Maiden had mentioned that Kanglin Realm and the other 3,000 realms faced their current predicament because of a supreme treasure. Alright, we've got the game lore, now let's get on with the quest. Qi Yuan said, then added, sorry, played too many games, it's stuck in my head. This isn't a game, and what you said isn't game lore. I came to you for help. I need you to paint something for me. The painter glanced at Qi Yuan. I rarely paint for others, and even when I do, I have certain standards. I won't paint something unless it's truly challenging. Perfect. What I want is quite difficult to paint, Qi Yuan said cheerfully. Don't worry, I won't let you go unrewarded. If you paint it well, I'll give you a whole 1 square meter of land in the painting. Qi Yuan declared generously, offering a full square meter of land. Oh, what is it that you want me to paint? The painter completely ignored the second half of his statement. I want you to paint the underworld, Qi Yuan said seriously. The painter's face showed surprise. The underworld, but that's just a myth. There's nothing particularly worth painting about it. In Kanglan realm, there were also legends of the underworld, even tales of reincarnation. But most cultivators didn't take them seriously. After all, when cultivators killed, they annihilated the soul as well. Where would an underworld be? How could there be reincarnation? The underworld I want you to paint is different from what you're imagining. And I'll even provide you with a special brush to use, Qi Yuan said calmly. I usually prefer to use my own brush for painting. Any brush you provide, no matter how special, is still too ordinary. However, before she could finish her sentence, her body froze. Her eyes flashed with what seemed like lasers, burning holes in the paper covering her face. She stared blankly at the brush in Qi Yuan's hand, her breathing becoming rapid. This brush, how could such a brush exist in the world? What kind of brush is this? Is it a magic weapon? No, it's a treasure. No, that's not right either. The moment the mountain and river state brush appeared, her entire attention was drawn to it. Her eyes were filled with nothing but that brush. She couldn't comprehend how such a brush could exist in the world. Qi Yuan held the brush and asked, what was that about my brush being too ordinary? The painter paused, her face flushing slightly as she awkwardly tried to retract her words. Too ordinary, plain. She struggled for a while before finally settling on a word that vaguely related to ordinary but could still pass as a compliment. Plain, complimenting a brush like that is a bit disrespectful, Qi Yuan chuckled, not taking it to heart. The painter couldn't take her eyes off the brush, her expression constantly shifting. What is this? Could it be a supreme treasure? No, that's impossible. Supreme treasures are only myths, and even young gods rarely obtain them. How could such a thing appear here? The painter's thoughts were in turmoil. Compared to the mountain and river state brush, the brush she usually used was utterly pathetic. A supreme treasure. Qi Yuan paused. I don't know about that, but it's quite powerful. The Eastern Lord had once used this very brush to turn illusions into reality, creating entire landscapes and seas from drawings. According to its description, it could indeed be called a supreme treasure. But Qi Yuan still didn't fully understand the true level of the supreme treasures held by the Taihuang Palace or those behind the mark. The brush is ready. Now, you can explain the underworld to me, Qi Yuan said, waving his hand. 7 presentations appeared in front of him. Suddenly remembering something, his expression became solemn. Heavenly Emperor and Earth Mother, Saitagarbha King, 10 Yama Kings, 5 Ghost Emperors, manifest yourselves immediately. Qi Yuan's voice rang out like the decree of an emperor. After all, how could he explain the structure of the underworld without some expert guides? Qi Yuan had long planned out the design of the underworld, having consulted with many deities holding roles within the underworld and formulating a detailed plan. As Qi Yuan's voice echoed, a chilling wind seemed to sweep through the entire painting studio. Suddenly, a group of mysterious, imposing men and women appeared. Each of them carried an aura of vastness and unfathomable mystery, exuding a presence that was both divine and fearsome. The painter's expression changed. The strongest person she had ever met was the Jade Maiden. And the Jade Maiden was a mythical powerhouse who reflected upon the heavens. Yet every single one of these mysterious individuals before her possessed an aura even more profound and inscrutable than the Jade Maiden's. If someone told her they were young gods, she would have believed it. What shocked her even more was what happened next. These formidable figures all bowed their heads in deference to the blood-robed sword god. Greetings, my lord. The painter's heart trembled. These people were addressing the blood-robed sword god as their lord. Could it be that the blood-robed sword god really was a supreme treasure? At that moment, Chi-Chi's gaze fell on Zhongling Su, and she smiled happily. Daddy, is this mommy? She's so beautiful and a perfect match for you. Chi-Chi had conjured the image of Haotu, one of the 6 royals, and she was the chief architect for the creation of the underworld. Zhongling Su's face flushed red, and she stared at Chi-Chi, feeling overwhelmed. Ahem, don't say such things randomly. She's my junior sister. Qi Yuan cleared his throat. Chi smiled mischievously. Such a beautiful junior sister. It would be such a waste if she married someone else. Hey, Chi, don't go making assumptions about women. Why does a girl have to get married? Qi Yuan said. Anyway, I have a task for you. Explain the underworld to her, and when I find the right land, you'll help her paint it for me. Don't worry, Daddy, I'll take care of everything. Chi replied enthusiastically. Qi Yuan then turned his attention to the painter. Help me paint the underworld, and I'll give you 1 square meter of land. Oh, and while you're at it, if it's not too much trouble, could you also compile all the information about the Jade Maiden, the Great Calamity, Supreme Treasures, and Taihuang Palace for me? The grand plan for Qi Yuan defeats the calamity needs to be perfect and flawless. Sigh, this will be the greatest plan in the history of Kanglin Realm, one that will go down in the annals of history and even inspire future film adaptations. I just hope whoever plays me will be handsome enough to capture my essence. The painter was a bit bewildered. She understood the first part of what Qi Yuan was saying. But the rest of it seemed completely nonsensical. Still, she nodded seriously. Very well, I will compile it all for you. She had even started addressing him with honorifics. Initially, when the blood-robed sword god claimed he would destroy the Great Calamity, she had seen him as a courageous fool, knowing it was impossible but still choosing to fight. But now, after seeing the mountain and river state brush and the mysterious figures around Qi Yuan, for some reason, a flicker of hope had ignited in her long-dead heart. Could he really succeed? Her heart trembled at the thought, but she quickly pushed it aside. She had already decided to write to the Wine Immortals' hidden organization, urging them not to seek trouble with the blood-robed sword god. Otherwise, it would be suicide. Raindrops pattered lightly as Qi Yuan sat in a pavilion, his expression calm. Each day, he observed the cultivators of the world, not just those in Helen Continent. But unfortunately, his findings had been minimal. The painter's information on the mark had also been limited. Just then, footsteps approached. Fellow Taoist Qi, long time no see. I heard you've broken through to the Purple Mansion. Congratulations. Qi Yuan looked up and saw an expression of delight cross his face. Wise True Lord, my good friend. You've finally arrived. Seeing the wise True Lord brought Qi Yuan a sense of calm. Every time he encountered a difficult problem, the wise True Lord's sharp mind always provided valuable insights. I came as soon as I received your message, the wise True Lord said. I'm exhausted and starving, though. Let me eat something first. As he spoke, he pulled the bone hanging from his neck and began chewing on it, even licking it a few times. Qi Yuan was stunned. What kind of treasure is that? The wise True Lord looked flustered and quickly pulled the bone back. Ahem, do you remember last time, when someone tried to curse you with a sick bird, hoping to make you sick? The bird got overcooked, so I didn't eat it because I have standards. You ate the bird meat, but you were going to give me the bones. I remember. I threw the bones away because the bird was sick, Qi Yuan said, recalling the event clearly. Back then, a destiny crafting cultivator had tried to curse him with a sick bird. Later, Qi Yuan killed the person and obliterated Destiny Mountain with a curse. Ahem, but I noticed you didn't seem to get sick, which means the bird wasn't poisoned, right? I saw the bones weren't burnt, so I picked them up to try a bite. It's just, the bones are really tough, impossible to chew through, the wise True Lord explained. I see, Qi Yuan nodded. At that moment, the wise True Lord spoke again. I've been thinking about the mark you mentioned. I've come up with some ideas. Oh, Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. As expected of the wise True Lord, arriving with results right off the bat. Do you remember the book I once saw in a dream? The wise True Lord asked. Could it be you found a way to break the mark in that book? Qi Yuan's eyes gleamed. Much of his understanding of the Yang God realm had come from the book the wise True Lord had seen in his dream. The wise True Lord replied, yes and no. Wise True Lord, stop being cryptic. I know your tricks, Qi Yuan teased. Do you remember where that sick bird came from? The wise True Lord asked. This door. Qi Yuan waved his hand, and a small wooden door appeared. This door came from the destiny crafting cultivator who had tried to curse him. It resembled the gate of all principles that Qi Yuan had encountered in the flowing wind realm. Exactly. This door resembles the legendary Gate of Principles. The Gate of Principles is said to be the supreme treasure, the greatest of all unique treasures. It's said that every cultivator who breaks through to the principal realm leaves a mark of their understanding on the gate of principles. This gate, protected by the laws of the principles, can block all marks and causal ties. Qi Yuan paused. He remembered that during his time in the flowing wind realm, when he comprehended the original divine ability, the great forgetting mind scripture, he had left a mark on the gate of myriad forms. Am I a principle? How could I not know? Looking at the wise true Lord, Qi Yuan's face was full of suspicion. You know a lot. If this world were a game, you'd definitely be best friends with the developers. Qi Yuan felt more and more that the wise true Lord was shrouded in mystery, as if surrounded by a mist. Perhaps this mist had a name, the halo of wisdom. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. The gate of principles can indeed block the marks, but, sigh, finding the gate of principles is too difficult. This gate is the top of all unique treasures, pursued by countless young gods, the wise true Lord said. Even with his brilliant mind, the wise true Lord had no idea where to find the gate of principles. This showed just how elusive the gate was. Qi Yuan frowned. The gate of principles that the wise true Lord spoke of was probably the same as the gate of myriad forms he had encountered in the flowing wind realm. When he had meditated on the gate of myriad forms, Qi Yuan had seen some hidden information about it. It could be any gate. So perhaps, the so-called gate of principles was just a role-playing facade of his, after all. I've seen it before, in a game, Qi Yuan murmured. A game? The wise true Lord was puzzled. Yeah, what if I go back into that game? Maybe it'll respawn as an in-game item. No, wait, maybe it's still there. Qi Yuan said. He clearly remembered the ending of the game. Baizi had been manipulated by the Stone of Fate, and the Great Sun Lotus had incinerated everything. The Great Sun Lotus was a relic left behind by the Great Sunlight Buddha, who was a young god-level powerhouse. The Great Sun Lotus could burn the entire flowing wind realm to ashes. In the end, Qi Yuan had swallowed the Great Sun Lotus, used the game reward to create the key of myriad forms, opened the gate of myriad forms, and left the flowing wind realm with the golden canary, heading to an unknown universe. The wise true Lord pondered, can an in-game item really be real? Maybe, who knows? Isn't the real world just a giant game? For all we know, the world we're living in might be some massive online game. When we play games on our jade discs, maybe our world is just another big jade disc. Qi Yuan said earnestly. The wise true Lord held his head. Stop talking, I feel like my brain is about to burst. His brain wasn't just figuratively expanding, it felt like it was literally trying to break through his skull. You're right, geniuses like us shouldn't think too deeply. Carbon-based human bodies just can't handle it. Qi Yuan agreed, nodding. It was like back on Blue Star, when people would start thinking about the universe, galaxies, or black holes, and their heads would start hurting. Can you return to that game? The wise true Lord asked. If you could, would you be able to take control of the Gate of Principles? It's said that the Gate of Principles has appeared many times throughout the River of Ages, but no young god has ever been able to claim it. After all, it's rumored that whoever gets the Gate of Principles can become the ruler of the higher realms. The Gate of Principles was said to be the greatest of all unique treasures. Every young god who reached the principal realm would leave their insights on the Gate of Principles. If one were to obtain the gate, they could understand the principal paths of all the young gods. That's why all the young gods considered it the top treasure and desired to claim it. Even if they couldn't possess it, they would want to destroy it. Otherwise, if another young god got it and spent tens of thousands of years comprehending it, it could pose a significant threat to their own principles. The Gate of Principles, isn't that just the door to my underworld? Qi Yuan suddenly exclaimed. He realized that he really was a genius among geniuses. You know how when girls hang out together, if one of them gets her period, the others might sync up and get theirs too. The wise true Lord, being around him, had probably inspired a sudden flow of genius in Qi Yuan's mind, making everything so clear. And just in time too, his underworld didn't have a proper gate yet. The Gate of Myriad Forms, which was said to be able to become any door, could easily serve as his underworld's entrance, right? It had claimed to be any gate. That was the proof. All he needed to do was treat the Gate of Myriad Forms as his underworld gate, sprinkle some purple energy around, and watch the young gods flock like fish in a river. If he wanted to trick an enemy, the easiest way would be to place the Gate of Principles in front of their doorstep. Any young god would see it and think, oh my, the Gate of Principles with purple energy. I've struck gold. They'd rush right in, only to find themselves in a chilling, eerie underworld. Or, better yet, Qi Yuan could make the gate lead to the universe where his stars were located. When they entered, all his stellar golden cores would attack them at once. What a joyous scene that would be. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? The wise true lord, for the first time, doubted Qi Yuan's intelligence. After all, this was the gate of principles they were talking about. But then he thought for a moment. Actually, what you're saying makes sense. If you can capture it, it could indeed become the door to your underworld. The real challenge, though, is, how do you catch it? The gate of principles had existed for eons and had appeared in the higher realms many times. With so many powerful beings up there, none of them had been able to capture it. Why catch it? It's already my door, Qi Yuan replied seriously. He had the key of myriad forms. Wasn't that proof enough that the gate of myriad forms belonged to him? Sigh, it's always been mine. It's just been wandering off for a bit of fun, Qi Yuan said earnestly, almost convincing himself. And judging by the look on the wise true lord's face, he had succeeded in convincing him. The wise true lord looked at Qi Yuan suspiciously. It's really your gate? Of course. Qi Yuan nodded. When can I visit your house? The wise true lord asked. My place is still under renovation. Ahem, maybe in a while, Qi Yuan said awkwardly. His house's door was missing, after all. Could it be that you're also a supreme treasure? In his room, Qi Yuan pulled out the game jade disc and examined it carefully. Then he shook his head. It's just a broken game console. How could it be a supreme treasure? If a game console was considered a supreme treasure, that would really cheapen the concept. According to the painter and the wise true lord, a supreme treasure was worth as much as a young god in the principal realm. A young god from the lower three heavens could use a supreme treasure to bring an entire sacred land up to the middle three heavens. In Qi Yuan's imagination, supreme treasures had an aura of grandeur, like something out of a fantasy. Like how celestial maidens in the higher realms surely didn't fart or use the bathroom. Looking at the game jade disc, Qi Yuan's gaze became a bit more complicated. The game icon for the flowing wind realm had already turned gray. That meant he had completed the game, and there was no way to re-enter the flowing wind realm through the game jade disc. Looks like I'll have to search for it like a needle in a haystack. There was another method to find the flowing wind realm. That was to cast his stars across all the heavens, illuminating the myriad realms. Wherever his light shone, that place would be revealed to him. Currently, Qi Yuan's stellar projection only reached Kanglan realm. His 10 suns didn't extend to other realms yet. However, doing something like this could be seen as a provocation. After all, the stars that shone over the myriad realms had long established rules. The sun was the sun, the moon was the moon, and comets were comets. Now, Qi Yuan was throwing 10 stars out there, and all of them were suns. What was that supposed to mean? A challenge to the great sun? But Qi Yuan didn't care. By now, he understood that the great sun was associated with that figure from Taihuang Palace, the one behind the great calamity. Since he'd be confronting them soon anyway, what harm was there in provoking them a bit in advance? Of course, projecting stars across the myriad realms wouldn't automatically reveal the coordinates of every world. It would only work if a young god had visited that world before. People of the myriad realms are in for a blessing. 10 more suns in the sky mean 10 more blessings. Maybe it'll get so hot that there'll be even more men and women pushing the boundaries, which is good for reproduction. Isn't that what the heavenly Tao loves most? Reproduction. We should stop stigmatizing boundary-pushing behavior. At this moment, Qi Yuan looked up at the myriad stars. He noticed one that was rather unremarkable, dim compared to the others. A gentle smile appeared in his eyes. In Gongxing, the upper realms Yu Mengxian had marked that star for him. It was the Moon Maiden's star. Perfect. While casting light on the myriad realms, I'll also visit Jin Li's star. The only regret is that I don't have enough stars, just 10. I can't even form words or patterns in the sky like a drone show. Qi Yuan muttered to himself. The golden canary appeared beside him. By now, Qi Yuan could summon the golden canary and Ning Dao whenever he wished. At this moment, the golden canary was dressed in a cute yellow dress. Hee, we can finally visit Nine Coil Mountain again. Ning Dao is up on your golden core, helping you locate the flowing wind realm. Why do you call her by her full name when you're the same person? Qi Yuan asked, puzzled. The past and present selves were technically one. If not for intentionally blocking it, the two versions would essentially share the same experience. Of course, after dividing the past and present selves, the past self had kept the appearance of the golden canary. The golden canary didn't answer and instead asked, "Do you like me more, or Ning Dao more?" Qi Yuan sighed, "You might as well ask if I'd save you or my mom if you both fell into a river." "Fine, I won't bother you anymore. Go on and cast light on the myriad realms. Miss Ning and I will help you together," the golden canary said, her expression becoming serious. "All right." Qi Yuan's expression also grew serious. Illuminating the myriad realms was no small matter. This signaled the birth of a young god raising their divine throne. There was a big difference between raising a divine throne and not doing so. In the upper realm, the sixth heaven, Taihuang Palace. A stream of light passed through the sky, descending onto a mountain peak. The entire peak was engulfed in flames. The trees seemed to be made of fire, growing in the form of blazing trees, burning grass, fiery fruits, and flame birds. In the midst of the fiery peak, celestial music echoed. A man in a golden robe sat at the head of the table, his gaze deep as he looked down at nearly 100 mythical figures below him, a hint of smugness in his eyes. "Everyone, this Taihuang gathering will present some interesting developments." The man in the golden robe was one of the mythical beings of Taihuang Palace. Among the remaining mythical beings, aside from the young gods, he ranked in the top 10. Young gods rarely made themselves known to the world. These gatherings, where the major forces communicated, were handled by these mythical beings. These weren't ordinary myths. Each one cast light upon the myriad realms, representing their respective powerful forces. "Oh, what good news?" a mythical being from the demon race asked with a smile in his eyes. "Could it be that you've slain a young god from the Moon Maiden Palace?" The demon race, like Taihuang Palace, was in direct conflict with the Moon Maiden Palace. It was said that this feud had started in a small lower world realm. As for the Moon Maiden Palace, the demon race had declared open war against them. Taihuang Palace and the Moon Maiden Palace had also been in a state of war. The other mythical beings present represented forces that had close ties with Taihuang Palace. Though they hadn't directly participated in the war with the Moon Maiden Palace, they had provided resources and support. No, the man in the golden robe said with a smug smile. "But it's even bigger than that. Could it be that the Moon Maiden Palace's leader has fallen?" someone suddenly asked, growing excited. The other mythical beings looked at him with exasperation. The moon in the sky was still shining brightly. How could their leader have fallen? Moreover, that level of being wouldn't fall so easily. The man in the golden robe shot the speaker a sidelong glance, clearly annoyed. His news was big, but comparing it to the fall of the Moon Maiden Palace's leader made it seem less impressive. "That figure hasn't fallen. However, the Heavenly Sovereign has said that they were gravely injured," the golden-robed man announced, sitting proudly in his burning throne. "What? They're injured?" The mythical beings were all shocked. Such an existence, rarely seen in the world, was almost impossible to wound. One could say that even the death of an ordinary young god wasn't as significant as that being sustaining an injury. I don't know the specifics of how they got hurt, but the news is accurate. For millions of years, Taihuang Palace has been at war with the Moon Maiden Palace. Right now, Taihuang Palace holds the upper hand. And that figure has been wounded. So, you may want to consider forming an alliance with Taihuang Palace to attack the Moon Maiden Palace. Of course, you can relay this news to your heavenly sovereigns, the golden-robed man said with satisfaction. The purpose of this Taihuang gathering was to form alliances, gather resources, and jointly attack the Moon Maiden Palace. The main goal was to get the young gods from other forces involved in the battle. Now that the leader of the Moon Maiden Palace was injured, it was the perfect opportunity. A being with a creation treasure was injured, a mythical being said in disbelief. Creation treasures were what the painter had referred to as supreme treasures. For countless years, Taihuang Palace and the Moon Maiden Palace had been at war, but to these mythical beings, it was nothing more than skirmishes. Taihuang Palace had a creation treasure, and so did the Moon Maiden Palace. Neither side could gain a decisive advantage. But now, the leader of the Moon Maiden Palace, who possessed a creation treasure, had been wounded. The implications of that were unimaginable. We don't know how they were injured, but the information is reliable. Now is the time for us to form a close alliance. Your heavenly sovereigns should get involved too. There's no need to go deep into the core regions of the Moon Maiden Palace. Just focus on the outer areas, the man in the golden robe said with pride. The mythical beings present began to breathe more heavily. The Moon Maiden Palace's domain was vast and boundless. If the leader of the Moon Maiden Palace was indeed injured, then perhaps the young god heavenly sovereigns they served would indeed enter the fray and claim a piece of the pie. I will report this to my heavenly sovereign. If it's true, hey, we'll need to keep an eye on each other. Don't worry about the core regions, Taihuang Palace will handle that. You just need to focus on the outer areas. The man in the golden robe said, his smile widening. Once this news spread, there was a good chance that this Taihuang gathering would be a great success. If successful, Taihuang Palace would gain considerable support, and the Moon Maiden Palace would face an overwhelming assault, leading to a drastic shift in the balance of power. Just then, the mythical being who had earlier suggested the Moon Maiden Palace's leader had fallen suddenly spoke up again. Why does it feel like it's getting hotter? This is Taihuang Palace, it's normal for it to be a bit warm, another mythical being replied. It's just, isn't it getting a bit too hot? Hey, what's that in the sky? The old man suddenly looked up, his beard trembling as his face filled with shock. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Above the 9 heavens, the sky was filled with stars, solemn and deep. Each star projection represented a terrifying deity. The brilliance of the sun shone brightly, dazzling and eye-catching. Among the stars, it may not have been the strongest, but it was certainly the most attention-grabbing. However, at that moment, something stirred. The starry realm trembled. All the star projections shook in that instant. Countless mythical beings felt it and looked up toward the starry realm. Has a heavenly sovereign raised their throne? How envious! When will I ever achieve such heights? These mythical beings, each serving a heavenly sovereign, had been granted the privilege of casting their light across the heavens, with their own stars, and thus could sense this disturbance. Meanwhile, in the abyss, the unknown lands, the sky-suspended sea, in the sacred grounds of the sixth heaven. Many young god heavenly sovereigns raised their heads, a look of surprise on their faces. A new throne has appeared. Who is ascending the throne? There are fewer and fewer thrones left. Casting one's light across the heavens as a young god was different from being a mythical being. It required a definitive throne. Typically, a throne was obtained either through a chance encounter, the exchange of benefits, or through forceful seizure. Seizing a throne through force was extremely rare. The difference between a young god with a throne and one without was like the difference between a young god with a creation treasure and one without, vast. Those strong enough to seize a throne usually didn't need to do so through force. In the next moment, a young god heavenly sovereign narrowed their eyes, a look of astonishment crossing their face. The great sun. The sun. Has this fellow gone mad, daring to seize the throne of the one in the sixth heaven? Many young gods watching the starry realm either chuckled or gasped in shock. For so many years, no one had dared attempt to seize another's throne. Now, someone had finally appeared, and they had aimed for the highest. The figure seated in Taihuang Palace, a dominant figure among the young gods in the sixth heaven, was a true powerhouse. For an unseated young god to challenge them, was suicide. Haha, I thought it might be some ancient powerhouse, but it turns out, just an ordinary one. This person's courage exceeds their wisdom. A blue-robed young god spoke, gazing at the small new sun in the starry realm. That star was also competing for the great sun throne. But compared to the great sun of Taihuang Palace, it seemed far too small. A farce, a joke. If the one from Taihuang Palace acts, no matter where this fool hides in the heavens, there's no escape. The blue-robed young god, finding amusement in the situation, had already discerned the challenger's background and was about to return to his meditation. But suddenly, he glanced up at the starry realm again, his expression shifting to one of surprise. Two great suns. The blue-robed young god was intrigued. Some strength, but not enough. With this level of power, he could easily secure a throne. Why provoke the one from Taihuang Palace? He's overestimating himself. But in the next moment, yet another sun was reflected in his eyes. The words he had planned to say were swallowed back down. 3 great sun star projections. How is this possible? Not every star projection had the potential to bear a divine throne. For example, the star projections of mythical beings could not. A regular young god heavenly sovereign, even through a lifetime of effort and fortune, could only manifest 1 star projection capable of bearing a throne. But 3, what could that mean? And then, his expression changed dramatically. In the starry realm, sun after sun began to rise. It was like witnessing the grand scene of a lone smoke pillar in the desert, the sun setting over the long river, but on a cosmic scale. One brilliant sun after another ascended, each larger than the last. The dark yet luminous starry realm pulsed with waves of light as the suns emerged. 4 suns. 5 suns. ... Intel, 10 suns. Amid the stars of the heavens, there were now 10 great sun thrones. These 10 great sun thrones represented 10 suns. Heaven cannot tolerate 2 suns, and now a battle for the throne has begun. The blue-robed young god gritted his teeth. Earlier, he had looked down on the young god who dared challenge the great sun throne. But now, he realized he had grown too old and lost his ambition. To have refined 10 star projections capable of bearing great sun thrones was a rarity since the dawn of time. And those who had accomplished such a feat had all ascended to the 9th heaven. Now, this mysterious young god had openly declared war on the great sun throne. The 6th heaven would no longer be peaceful. Taihuang Palace was in for a lot of trouble. But then, he hesitated. Heaven cannot tolerate 2 suns, but what if this mysterious young god won? Would that mean there would be 10 suns in the sky? At the same time, in Taihuang Palace, an old man among the mythical beings wiped the sweat from his brow, staring at the sky. Have my old eyes gone blind? Why are there 10 suns up there? The other mythical beings were also looking up at the starry realm, their expressions filled with shock. An old man, his heart trembling, couldn't help but say, as a heavenly sovereign, challenging the great sun throne of Taihuang Palace. The other mythical beings were all shaken. Such grand events were only recorded in ancient texts. When had they ever witnessed one in person? 10 suns in the sky, and no throne. One mythical being thought in disbelief. Compared to this display, his own heavenly sovereign seemed pathetic, even though they held a throne. Now, this. It's getting a bit too hot in Taihuang Palace. I'm going back to cool off. One of the mythical elders quickly excused himself and dashed away. Seeing this, the others followed suit. Ah, my heavenly sovereign's 1786th grandchild is about to be born. I should go check on the family. These mythical powerhouses knew what was coming. Before, when the leader of Moon God Ancestor Palace was injured, their heavenly sovereigns might have dared to get involved. But now, a powerful figure was challenging the great sun throne of Taihuang Palace. The battle for the throne would be relentless, far more intense than the conflict between Taihuang Palace and Moon God Ancestor Palace. Now, Taihuang Palace would have to slow its attack on Moon God Ancestor Palace to deal with the 10 Sun Heavenly Sovereign. If they attacked Moon God Ancestor Palace now, they would be walking to their deaths. The mythical beings quickly left. The golden-robed man watching this scene wore a deep scowl. Why is it so hot? In a fit of rage, he overturned the table. He didn't care much that someone was challenging Taihuang Palace's great sun throne. What he cared about was, his achievements were gone. Across the myriad worlds, all living beings looked up at the sky, seeing 10 suns now shining above. They didn't know what had happened, but they knew something terrifying had occurred. At that moment, in the Kanglan realm, Qi Yuan looked relaxed. 10 suns in the sky, 10 to 1, absolute victory. I'm younger than the one from Taihuang Palace, victory. I'm more handsome than the one from Taihuang Palace, victory. I have a stylish blood-red robe, and he doesn't, victory. Qi Yuan used the comparison method favored on Blue Star and quickly reached his conclusion. So, I am the true sun. The fake sun, when will you fall? With 10 suns in the sky, Qi Yuan had formally declared war on Taihuang Palace. Originally, he had planned to wait until he had gathered more stars, maybe a trillion golden cores, before ascending to the higher realms. After all, there were so many unfamiliar stars in the myriad worlds, and he had social anxiety. But now, to find the flowing wind realm, he had no choice but to act early. Sigh, the myriad worlds are too cold. And it's not just the people, it's the climate, freezing everything. The cold has taken over beautiful palaces and handsome men. Thankfully, I'm here, bringing 10 suns with me. Finally, the world won't be cold anymore. Qi Yuan wanted to make a grand speech. Unfortunately, his current number of golden cores was too few. Otherwise, he would have arranged them into words and displayed his message across the myriad realms. Then, all living beings in all worlds would see Qi Yuan's proclamation. My only regret is that I don't have a black hole sun. All my suns look the same, lacking diversity in their species. The world becomes too monotonous, too boring. Qi Yuan let his thoughts wander. Imagine a world without a sun. It would be like the wandering earth, an icy wasteland covered in frost, where people desperately needed sunlight. The setting of the wandering earth was very similar to Blue Star. If Qi Yuan were to give their earth a sun, he wouldn't give them an ordinary one, he'd give them a black hole sun. The people of the wandering earth would surely be moved, singing a heartfelt song of gratitude for the warmth that filled their 4 seasons. Pushing those thoughts aside, Qi Yuan softly said to the golden canary, "Move the sun core a bit closer to that star. It's too dim, not bright enough." Inside the stellar core, Ning Dao opened her eyes, her gaze tinged with melancholy, but she nodded slightly. "All right." The golden core stars drifted through the starry realm, heading toward a dim, ordinary star. In Moon God Ancestor Palace, at the front line of the Demon Abyss battlefield, a young god heavenly sovereign sat in a mysterious place, looking at the 10 suns in the starry realm with joy in her eyes. This is a blessing from the heavens. Moon God Ancestor had recently been injured, and it was impossible to keep it a secret. Although she didn't know why Moon God Ancestor had left the palace, the injury was real. Once this news spread, Taihuang Palace would undoubtedly rally other forces and launch an attack on Moon God Ancestor Palace. But now, a heavenly sovereign had appeared to challenge a throne. And they were targeting Taihuang Palace's Great Sun Throne. Taihuang Palace had been thrown into disarray. For Moon God Ancestor Palace, this was a gift from the heavens. With Taihuang Palace caught up in its own crisis, the other hesitant factions would definitely avoid getting involved. The pressure on Moon God Ancestor Palace had eased. But at that moment, the young god heavenly sovereign's face changed. Those 10 suns, they seemed to be heading toward the starry realm of Moon God Ancestor Palace. Then, a thought occurred to her. Could it be a friend of Moon God Ancestor? No, all who hold the Great Sun Throne are enemies. The Great Sun and Moon God Ancestor thrones were in direct opposition, eternally hostile. For one to ascend to the next level, they had to form a union. But one would have to sacrifice themselves to allow the other to succeed. This was why the Great Sun and Moon God Ancestor were locked in a struggle to the death. The young god heavenly sovereign's expression grew complicated. If he claims the Great Sun Throne, he will become an even more terrifying enemy of Moon God Ancestor Palace. Sigh. With worries weighing on her mind, she decided not to dwell on them any longer. In the demon abyss, bathed in darkness and deep red light, the red began to brighten. Mist filled the air. In an elegant room, the scent of blood mingled with a faint fragrance. A woman lifted her dark hair, revealing a blood-stained white robe. The robe was simple, with no intricate designs, save for a delicate jade ornament hanging from her belt. As the bloodied robe fell to the floor, the woman stepped into the bath. Her pale shoulders, like smooth porcelain, caught a few droplets of water, while beneath the surface, her skin turned pink from the heat of the bath. The woman held the delicate jade ornament in her hand, a hint of melancholy flickering in her eyes. She couldn't remember how long it had been since the jade had last glowed. Every time she returned from battle, she would bathe, staring at the jade, lost in thought. As if she were waiting for it to glow again, as it had in the past. Just then, a transmission talisman lit up. It was a message from her senior sister. "Back from battle again? Yes. Sigh, after all these years, you're still the same. Do you really think it's that easy to accumulate enough merit to ask Moon God Ancestor to intervene? I'm already more than halfway there. It won't take much longer." The woman clenched the delicate jade tightly, her expression determined and stubborn. Once, she had been an empress who loved peace and shunned conflict. Without his help, pushing her forward, she would have perished long ago. But after returning to Moon God Ancestor Palace, she had changed. She knew she couldn't stay the same. Only by becoming stronger, by accumulating enough merit, could she ask Moon God Ancestor to act, so she could once again meet him under the ancient cypress, by the lake in July, in the snow. You've been so focused on accumulating merit that you've fallen behind the other moon maidens. It's dangerous, you know. I know, you're so stubborn, I won't try to persuade you anymore. But, Moon God Ancestor was injured recently, so even if you have enough merit, it might be difficult to ask her to act. The cold woman furrowed her brow, gazing out the window and beyond the formations, toward the lone moon in the sky. The pale, white moonlight fell like snow, and the woman reached out, catching the moonlight in her hand. "I understand. Sigh, if not for the arrival of the 10-sun heavenly sovereign, our Moon God Ancestor Palace would be in serious trouble." The woman had heard of the 10-sun heavenly sovereign, the mysterious figure who had recently appeared. At that moment, she sensed something and looked up toward the stars, toward her own star projection. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly because she saw 10 suns. Just then, a voice came through the transmission talisman. Did you see? The 10 Sun Heavenly Sovereign's star projection has entered the realm where Moon God Ancestor Palace resides. It seems to be very close to you. The woman stared blankly at the stars. Perhaps because the 10 suns were nearing her star projection, she felt warm. Her star seemed to glow a bit brighter as well. I see it. She looked down at her smooth, delicate hand, watching as the light from the 10 suns fell into her palm, warm and gentle like spring rain. They didn't stop. They're moving deeper into the starry realm of Moon God Ancestor Palace. It seems they truly are in league with Moon God Ancestor. High above, the 10 suns drifted out of the woman's sight, moving toward another region. But the sunlight that had briefly touched her hand remained, cradled in her fingers. She wasn't sure why, but perhaps because of the cool breeze or the fleeting warmth of the sunlight, she suddenly recalled the second message Qi Yuan had sent her through the red armor. As if I saw you. At the same time, a mixture of joy and sorrow flickered in Qi Yuan's eyes. Don't stop. She still can't be too close to me. I haven't reached the heavens yet. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. 10 stellar golden cores wandered through the starry realm. They passed by the star that belonged to Moon Maiden Jin Li, lingered briefly before the clear moon, and then moved on without staying long. It was as if the 10 great sun golden cores were signaling to the one in Taihuang Palace, saying, "Look, I've allied with Moon God Palace." The young god heavenly sovereigns of Moon God Palace were quite puzzled. They had no knowledge of such an alliance. With Moon God Ancestor in seclusion, they had no way to confirm this. However, regardless of the truth, this was certainly a good thing for Moon God Ancestor. In the Kanglan realm, Qi Yuan's expression was calm. Illuminate the heavens, search for the flowing wind realm. He needed to find the flowing wind realm quickly. Otherwise, if his house was always open, what if thieves broke in? Got it. Golden Canary chirped excitedly. In the stellar projection, Ning Dao's beautiful eyes sparkled with a hint of anticipation. Although, home is where the heart is, the flowing wind realm held many memories unique to her and Qi Yuan. Only in the flowing wind realm did he truly belong to her. In the upper realm, in the second heaven, in a certain sacred land. A flash of light streaked by, and a somewhat dazed-looking woman stopped in front of a cave. Junior sister, it's my turn to stand guard. Huh, a rushed voice came from within the cave. What, so soon? My plan isn't fully in place yet, how is it time to switch already? A woman dressed in emerald green robes appeared, a look of urgency in her eyes. The dazed woman showed a surprised expression. Junior sister, aren't you usually uninterested in these matters? You've always pushed me to relieve you of guard duty early. In the upper realm, the domineering Taihuang Palace had countless enemies. When the one from Taihuang Palace attained the great principal realm, he was overbearing beyond compare. With just a word, he made 3,000 worlds fall. He sent these 3,000 worlds crashing down to the lower realms, turning them into his personal farms. These 3,000 worlds were not part of Taihuang Palace's domain. Rather, they belonged to the lower realms of the three heavens, independent of any holy land. Although not under the control of any holy land, many of these worlds had ties to powerful figures. This act of Taihuang Palace offended numerous young gods. These young god heavenly sovereigns dared not challenge Taihuang Palace in the sixth heaven, but they secretly sabotaged Taihuang Palace's farms. The Jade Maiden was one of the agents assigned to these sabotage missions. She was a mythical powerhouse, tasked for years with disrupting the Kanglan realm. Perhaps, because the Kanglan realm had fallen from the upper realm and shared its origins with it, the Qi Yuan scripture required both Kanglan realm cultivation methods and the techniques brought from the upper realm by Shen Wuxian. It might be connected to this. The Jade Maiden looked up, blinking at her senior sister. Senior sister, why don't I stay on guard? The dazed woman was confused by the sudden change in the Jade Maiden's attitude. If you insist, go ahead and take over. Sigh, be cautious. Now that the 10 Sun Heavenly Sovereign has appeared out of nowhere, the cultivators of Taihuang Palace are on edge, biting like rabid dogs. If they catch wind of our activities, I fear. The dazed woman's eyes were filled with concern. Who knows where this 10 Sun Heavenly Sovereign hails from, or which realm he sits in? This was a question plaguing many cultivators in the upper realm. The sixth heaven was vast, and there were many young god powerhouses. Even for the great son of Taihuang Palace, finding the 10 Sun Heavenly Sovereign wouldn't be easy. Many young god heavenly sovereigns and mythical figures were curious about the origins of this 10 Sun Heavenly Sovereign. I don't know either, the Jade Maiden quickly replied, though a glint of excitement flickered in her eyes. Sigh, such troubled times, the dazed woman sighed. Oh, why, what major events have happened recently? The Jade Maiden asked curiously. A complex expression crossed the dazed woman's face. Ever since the great sun bright Buddha's passing, there had been constant turmoil in the holy lands of the Fifth Heavens Buddhist kingdom. Several holy lands all claim to be the true successors of the Buddhist kingdom. Rumor has it that after the passing of the great sun bright Buddha, a relic was left behind, and the entire Buddhist kingdom is in an uproar, the dazed woman replied. A relic left by the great sun bright Buddha. The Jade Maiden recognized the significance of this. Whoever obtained that relic would be recognized as the true successor, unifying the Buddhist kingdom. What a pity! The Jade Maiden glanced toward the clouds above the Holy Land, her eyes filled with complicated emotions. She remembered someone brilliant and unparalleled. That person had once been the top prodigy of the second heaven, who traveled to the fifth heaven to visit the Buddhist kingdom and even debated the Great Bright Buddha. The Great Bright Buddha was so impressed that he wanted to take him as a disciple, but the man politely refused. This prodigy had said he still longed for the mortal world and had a Tao companion, unwilling to join the Buddhist kingdom. He was hailed as the top prodigy of the second heaven, destined to ascend the divine throne and become a young god. Even back then, the current lord of the Holy Land, the heavenly sovereign the Jade Maiden now followed, had been impressed by him when she was still in the mythical realm, willing to follow him. But then, when the 3,000 worlds fell, that prodigy's Tao companion was in the Kanglan realm and was dragged into the lower realms. That prodigy gave up everything, willingly descending to the lower realms to find his Tao companion in the mortal world. Suddenly, a terrifying thought flashed through the Jade Maiden's mind. Could it be that the Ten-Sun Heavenly Sovereign is that prodigy? If so, everything would make sense. If it wasn't him, who else would dare seize the Great Sun Throne? In the Kanglan realm, Great Wisdom True Monarch licked the bird bone hanging around his neck, his gaze occasionally drifting toward the depths of the palace. After a few dozen breaths, Qi Yuan appeared in his blood-red robe, and the golden canary, chirping like a little bird, clung to his arm, looking especially cheerful. Brother Qi, I have something I may need your help with, Great Wisdom True Monarch began, his expression somewhat awkward. Oh, what is it? We're brothers, no need to be so formal. Qi Yuan responded warmly. Great Wisdom True Monarch was like a beacon, helping Qi Yuan in many ways. You're building the underworld, right? I was thinking, once it's completed, could I store my golden core in your underworld? Great Wisdom True Monarch asked hesitantly. Your Tao companion. Qi Yuan's gaze softened as he looked at Great Wisdom True Monarch. Great Wisdom True Monarch practiced the dual core method. His Tao companion had gone mad and died, her body turned to ashes. So, he had refined her body into an internal core and her hair into an external core. Now, the external core had shattered and formed a nascent soul, but the internal core still remained in his body. That internal core was formed from his Tao companion's body, and naturally, he didn't want it to break. Hey, I'll use my golden core to test whether your underworld is the real deal. Great Wisdom True Monarch said. I didn't expect you to trust me this much. Qi Yuan was even more convinced that Great Wisdom True Monarch was a genius. He was building the underworld, with the odd painter as the lead architect, the mountain and river pen, and a detailed plan with accompanying presentations. But the odd painter had never believed that such an underworld could truly construct reincarnation or bring the dead back to life. At best, it would create some illusions. Yet Great Wisdom True Monarch was ready to entrust Qi Yuan with resurrecting his wife. What trust! He was even putting his wife's remains on the line. Qi Yuan was deeply moved. Don't worry, even if I can't resurrect your Tao companion, I'll make sure she remains safe. Qi Yuan promised. Good brother, if you bring my Tao companion back to life, and I find another Tao companion, I'll return the favor. If I have a daughter, I'll make sure she marries you. Great Wisdom True Monarch said seriously. Stop trying to take advantage of me. Qi Yuan immediately refused. Otherwise, Great Wisdom True Monarch would end up being his father-in-law. The golden canary also glared fiercely at Great Wisdom True Monarch. He doesn't look like a good person. She hadn't wanted to say this, but Ning Dao had urged her to. In a secret realm, powerful figures gathered. Old Man Zhu is dead. This blood-clad sword god, he's quite troublesome. A burly man spoke, his eyes filled with killing intent. He had joined the hidden organization thanks to Old Man Zhu's recommendation. Within the organization, he was part of Old Man Ju's faction. HMPH, the blood-clad sword god is overestimating himself, thinking he can challenge the calamity. Does he not realize that even the heavenly Tao of this world is merely a plaything in the hands of the calamity? The calamity doesn't even need to intervene directly. Just signaling the heavenly Tao is enough to make the Kanglan realm uninhabitable for him. Everyone will turn against him. To those at the level of grand sovereigns, the heavenly Tao wasn't something to be greatly feared. After all, in some small worlds, a grand sovereign could even capture the heavenly Tao. But in the Kanglan realm, if the heavenly Tao issued an order, all cultivators would have to comply. In other words, when the blood-clad sword god defied the calamity, he was also opposing the entire Kanglan realm. How could he win? You all are going too far. Regardless, the blood-clad sword god has a fearless heart in defying the calamity. Knowing that it's impossible, yet still striving for it, that kind of courage should not be slandered. An elder spoke, his voice tinged with melancholy. Many in the hidden organization fell silent, clearly agreeing with the elder. After all, when they were younger, didn't they also once possess the same youthful ambition as the blood-clad sword god, believing they were destined to oppose the calamity? But later, after realizing the true strength of the calamity, they grew disillusioned and retreated into the hidden organization to avoid becoming fuel for the calamity. Avoiding the calamity and not fighting back was their way of escaping becoming its sustenance. Hey, you may have a point, but killing Old Man Ju was wrong. If we let him get away with killing a vice leader, how can our organization hold its head up? Exactly, we must take revenge. 7 or 8 members quickly chimed in. Having been in the hidden organization for so long, their mindset had already changed. Lady Jade Maiden will descend soon. With her here, no matter how powerful the blood-clad sword god is, he's as good as dead. Indeed, if we kill him, we'll be preventing him from stepping into the mythical realm and becoming fuel for the calamity. This, in its own way, is also a form of resistance against the calamity. The 7 members, clearly from Old Man Ju's faction, reached a consensus. Just then, a ripple of mystical energy emanated from the statue they worshipped. All the members of the hidden organization displayed expressions of deep respect. Greetings, Jade Maiden. They all bowed reverently. The Jade Maiden was the true master of the hidden organization. Without her, they would never have become alternative mythics, nor avoided becoming part of the mythic tablet as sustenance for the calamity. Rise, the Jade Maiden spoke, her gaze lifting to the sky, where 10 suns hung, her eyes filled with anticipation. The members of the hidden organization stood, but upon seeing the Jade Maiden, their expressions changed. Because, unlike before, when they'd only seen a projection of her, this time, she appeared in the flesh. The burly man who had suggested killing the blood-clad sword god was overjoyed. He quickly said, Lady Jade Maiden, is this your true body descending? Excellent. Recently, a powerful figure called the blood-clad sword god has been acting with utter disregard, killing Old Man Ju and showing no respect for you, Lady Jade Maiden. Please, Lady Jade Maiden, take action and kill this fiend. Please, Lady Jade Maiden, kill him. The members from Old Man Ju's faction echoed, their voices filled with excitement. The Jade Maiden paused, then asked, the blood-clad sword god, is he not the most powerful in this world, the one who claims he will defy the calamity? The burly man quickly replied, yes, but his defiance of the calamity is nothing but a joke. Only by joining us can he avoid becoming fuel. Please, Lady Jade Maiden, strike him down. A mocking look appeared in the Jade Maiden's eyes. You want me to kill him? That was the 10-Sun Heavenly Sovereign. How could she dare? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Seeing the expression on the Jade Maiden's face, some of the cultivators present were confused. The burly man quickly stepped forward and said, naturally, there's no need for Lady Jade Maiden to personally take action. We can take care of the blood-clad sword god ourselves. He thought that asking the Jade Maiden to act had offended her. After all, she was high above, a mythic figure who illuminated the heavens. How could she lower herself to deal with a mere blood-clad sword god? Personally take action, the Jade Maiden sneered. Why wouldn't I act personally? Of course, I must act personally. The burly man was delighted when he heard this. But in the next instant, a strong sense of danger swept over him, like needles stabbing into his back. He instinctively grew alert, but before he could gather his divine power, an overwhelming pressure crushed down on him. The same pressure fell on the other great lords who had been clamoring alongside him. No, They could not understand why the Jade Maiden had turned against them, nor could they comprehend the reason. These great lords, being alternative myths, were far too weak compared to the true myth who illuminated the heavens. In an instant, the 8 great lords were reduced to dust, obliterated in a flash. Coming from the upper realm, the Jade Maiden had achieved an extraordinary level of control over her power. Such an annihilation would not even provoke the interference of the heavenly Tao, nor would it trigger entry into the void realm. The atmosphere grew heavy as the remaining cultivators, now breathing rapidly, stared at the Jade Maiden with a mix of fear and caution. She clapped her hands and said, "He is the light of this world, the only one with the hope of freeing you all from the calamity. And you want me to kill him?" She wasn't even speaking of the blood-clad sword god's ability to resist the calamity. Just the fact that he could challenge the 10 suns in the sky made him someone she couldn't contend with. That was someone powerful enough to challenge the great sun. And if he truly was the one her master had once followed and admired, how could she possibly make a move against him? The other cultivators witnessing this scene were left in shock. He can resist the calamity. Isn't the calamity supposed to be unstoppable? And what about the marks on us? The remaining cultivators were both excited and bewildered. How could the blood-clad sword god resist the calamity? After all, hadn't the Jade Maiden once said that not even the young gods of the upper realm could withstand it? So how was this possible? If even a young god couldn't do it, could the blood-clad sword god really pull it off? Come, let us go pay our respects to the blood-clad sword god. A sharp gleam flickered in the Jade Maiden's eyes. If the blood-clad sword god truly was the 10-sun heavenly sovereign, the entire situation in the Kanglan realm was about to change. However, her expression clouded with melancholy for a moment. If the 10-sun heavenly sovereign openly opposed the great sun, then while the calamity in the Kanglan realm might be averted, the entire realm's living beings could still face annihilation. At the same time, in the upper realm, on the 6th level of heaven, inside one of the branch palaces of the Taihuang Palace, Kun Sha Taoist was hurriedly packing his belongings and slipping away under the cover of night. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Kun Sha Taoist, where are you headed so late at night?" Kun Sha Taoist's heart skipped a beat, but when he saw who it was, he let out a sigh of relief. "Sigh, I've been in closed-door cultivation for too long. I'm feeling bored, so I thought I'd take a stroll and experience the mortal world a bit," Kun Sha Taoist said seriously, a faint look of weariness flashing in his eyes at just the right moment. Not surprising for this period's rising star on the merits board. Kun Sha, you've really hit the jackpot, making the rest of us envious. Meanwhile, the place I've been watching over for years hasn't yielded any good destiny seeds. Unlike your world, which not only produced a young god but now has a new powerhouse with the aura of the great Tao. This is prime-grade nourishment. Once harvested, the rewards from above will be beyond compare. The old man in green robes spoke, his eyes full of envy. The world he watched over had plenty of rebels, but they were all small fry. There wasn't a single one capable of gathering enough destiny and momentum to pose a real challenge. Out of the 3,000 worlds, his realm ranked near the bottom. That's why he had come to ask his friend Kun Sha for advice. Cough, just luck, Kun Sha Taoist said awkwardly, but inside, he was anxious. Not long ago, he had been quite pleased with himself, even ecstatic. After all, the Dark Sun had been destroyed. The Dark Sun held many corpses used as puppets for harvesting nourishment. In terms of combat power, the Dark Sun could suppress the entire Kanglan realm. But now, with the Dark Sun destroyed, a figure named the Blood-clad Sword God had appeared on his radar. It didn't take a genius to figure out that any figure capable of such feats in the Kanglan realm must have been gathering destiny in the aura of the great Tao. In the 3,000 inches pig farms, this was what you called a prime pig. He had casually leaked some information about the prime pig, which brought him heaps of praise, and even earned him a commendation from above. For a while, he had basked in the glory, living comfortably for a year or two, just waiting for the harvest. You call that luck? Anyway, I came to ask if I could visit your realm and learn from you. It's been years without any real achievements, and I'm getting frustrated. The old man in green robes handed a storage pouch to Kun Sha Taoist as he spoke. Kun Sha Taoist discreetly accepted the pouch, then replied, "The harvest is still a few hundred years away. There's not much to learn at this stage. How about this? After the harvest, I'll personally take you to see my realm." Kun Sha Taoist certainly knew what he was talking about when it came to managing such things. While a calamity couldn't be openly acknowledged, you always had to leave behind some artifacts and leak information about the calamity, letting some people believe they could save the world. Destiny, after all, could snowball. That sounds good. I'll be counting on you, Khun Sha. The old man bowed respectfully, then sighed. When will the realm I oversee produce a prodigy like the one in yours? Hearing this, Khun Sha Taoist wanted to grimace but restrained himself. He said, I'm going out for a bit. I'll be back in 300 years, and we'll discuss the harvest then. Farewell. With that, Khun Sha Taoist transformed into a stream of light and disappeared. As for, farewell, my foot, it was more like never seeing him again. The old man had to flee. Sure, he was good at raising pigs, and had helped harvest plenty of prime nourishment. But being too good was a curse. Especially after the 10 suns rising in the sky incident. Why did it feel so familiar? Suddenly, he remembered that some time ago, one of his disciples had reported seeing 10 suns in the Kanglan realm. At the time, he had brushed it off as either an illusion or a rare celestial phenomenon. He had been busy with a critical moment in alchemy and had planned to check it out in a few years. Now, though, there was no need to look. He had killed that disciple immediately, and after a soul search, he confirmed that only he knew about the 10 suns appearing in the Kanglan realm. Raising pigs was one thing, but raising a dragon that could devour its owner. How could he not flee? If Taihuang Palace found out that the hottest figure in the upper realm, the 10 Sun Heavenly Sovereign, originated from the Kanglan realm, how could he survive? He packed his bags and ran. Sometimes, being too capable can be a curse. Fleeing is more important. As for the news about the 10 Sun Heavenly Sovereign, he would keep it hidden for as long as possible. The upper realm isn't safe anymore. I'll head to the lower realm. With all the disputes in the Buddhist kingdom, many powerhouses are descending. I'll blend in, and no one will notice. Sigh, my homeland. From now on, there will be no more glamorous Khun Sha Taoist, only an unknown hermit hiding in the gutters. For someone used to living in the upper realm, and especially on the 6th level of heaven, the idea of fleeing to the lower realm felt agonizing. It was like someone who lived in a mansion on earth being forced to survive in the sewers. Khun Sha Taoist felt bitter, but what could he do? He was just too good at what he did, so now he had to pack up and flee, heading to the lower realm to lie low. As for returning to the upper realm, not happening. While Khun Sha Taoist was fleeing, the Jade Maiden finally met Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan sized up the woman from the upper realm, his eyes showing disappointment. I thought you were coming to cause me trouble. It would have saved me time to just kill you all at once. Lately, he had been busy illuminating the heavens, searching for the flowing wind realm, and had no time to deal with the Hidden World organization. Originally, he had planned to pay them a visit when he had time and meet those old, white moonlights. But unexpectedly, the white moonlight came looking for him. The Jade Maiden looked at Qi Yuan, feeling a bit intimidated. To be honest, this was the first time she had encountered someone of such power. Those who offended you have all been dealt with, the Jade Maiden quickly said. Oh, you're from the upper realm? Qi Yuan asked. His eyes could detect an unusual aura from the Jade Maiden. Yes, my lord, the Jade Maiden quickly replied. Hearing this, Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. You're stronger than Shen Wuxian. How about we do some trade between the two realms? Smuggling, perhaps. I can gather resources from the lower realm for you, and you can send me some cultivation techniques from the upper realm. Typically, smuggling between realms was incredibly profitable. When he used to watch TV back on Earth, Qi Yuan had always envied those time travelers who smuggled antiques between the past and present. They would trade simple things like salt, glass, or mirrors for ancient golden treasures, or even get famous scholars of the past to personally write them calligraphy. That was a real antique, an original piece. Sure, people often wondered how these items could be brought through time with fresh ink and still pass as authentic to modern experts. But hey, when there's a time travel portal, everything makes sense. Now, with the chance for inter-realm trade before him, Qi Yuan wasn't going to let it slip. If the Great One requires it, this humble one will do her utmost. The Jade Maiden immediately agreed. Though the Kanglan realm had fallen from the upper realm and had been disconnected for a long time, becoming a lower realm, to someone like her, a mythical being from the upper realm, the lower realm was nothing but a trash heap. What could be of value here? Still, if the 10 Sun Heavenly Sovereign wanted something, she would comply. Give me some cultivation techniques, then. Preferably divine techniques. I'm short on those. Qi Yuan's eyes gleamed. The more, the better. I also need basic techniques. As his power grew, advancing the Qi Yuan Sutra became increasingly difficult. Even though he had leveraged the power of Pinduoduo to scavenge techniques from across the world. But it still wasn't enough. Now that he had someone from the upper realm, a mythic being at that, he had to make the most of it. Even Shen Wuxian had provided him with several divine techniques, so surely this myth could do the same. Without hesitation, the Jade Maiden handed over a jade slip to Qi Yuan. My lord, there are 7 divine techniques recorded within, along with a number of others. If you need more, I will return to the upper realm to gather them for you. Excellent, excellent. What should I give you in return? Qi Yuan asked. The Jade Maiden smiled. Whatever you wish, my lord. Clearly, she was leaving the decision up to Qi Yuan. She was gambling. If the 10-Sun Heavenly Sovereign was generous, she would profit greatly. If he was stingy, well, she'd take the loss. But getting on the good side of someone like him was certainly not a bad thing. Qi Yuan blinked, then said, I'm flat broke right now, not even enough to buy a plot of land. How about this? You keep collecting divine techniques for me, and when I eventually have some money, I'll pay you back. Money? Qi Yuan wasn't keen on spending any of it. When the time came, he'd probably just grab a handful of dirt from the underworld to settle the debt. Qi Yuan's cunning plan was falling into place. The Jade Maiden smiled. This humble one is not in a hurry. Just being able to connect with such a great figure was fortune enough, she wasn't expecting much more. After all, in the upper realm, she, a mere second-level myth, wouldn't even qualify to meet someone of this caliber. Qi Yuan nodded approvingly at the Jade Maiden, then asked out of the blue, do you have any melons? Huh, the Jade Maiden was confused by the question. Isn't there a saying, the Jade Maiden has no melons? Just curious, Qi Yuan muttered. From the side, Golden Canary stifled a laugh and said, she's the Jade Maiden, not the Rain Maiden. Clearly, she was familiar with the joke Qi Yuan had told before. Oh, right, I got mixed up, Qi Yuan said. This odd conversation left the Jade Maiden utterly baffled. At that moment, the great wisdom true monarch spoke up from the side. Her robes look pretty puffy. Maybe she's hiding 2 melons. Jade Maiden, she really wanted to smack this nascent soul brat to death. What kind of nonsense was he spouting? Why would she need to hide melons to look impressive? Just then, Golden Canary's eyes lit up with excitement. She bounced over to Qi Yuan and whispered in his ear, we've found the flowing wind realm. Qi Yuan's eyes also brightened at the news. Good. At that moment, the Jade Maiden looked at Qi Yuan and softly said, my lord, if you intend to face the calamity, you should be cautious of the marks on your friends. If that sovereign has even a single thought, all life in the Kanglan realm could perish. Qi Yuan nodded. I'm aware of this. I will never let them die at the hands of the calamity. This time, Qi Yuan had become much wiser. With the help of the great wisdom true monarch, he had made great progress, even a leap forward. He had added a backup plan to his perfect, Qi Yuan defeats the calamity, strategy. This was a rare, monumental leap in progress. According to the backup plan, if they failed to reach the Gate of Principles and the calamity destroyed the Kanglan realm's beings through the marks, then Qi Yuan would act first, destroying the realm himself and ensuring everyone was revived through the underworld. Alright, that's enough. I've got urgent business. Bye-bye. With the flowing wind realm located, Qi Yuan was preparing to revisit an old place and seek out the Gate of the Myriad Principles. However, a sense of unease tugged at his heart. The passage of time was merciless. Who knew if the people he once knew were still alive? In the flowing wind realm. In a tavern, a storyteller, full of excitement, was spitting as he spoke. And so, on that day, the Blood Lord led an army of 100,000 Supremes and stormed the Gate of 10,000 monsters. The Blood Demon sword was unsheathed, and the myriad monsters bowed in submission, corpses littering the ground for miles. The demonic woman who had brought calamity upon the world could only kneel and beg for mercy. As for the Blood Lord, his bearing was extraordinary, and his sword-bearing disciple, Ling Yayi, was even more so. The elderly storyteller's eyes gleamed as he recalled the past. But sadly, the listeners in the tavern showed little interest. Old man Nangong, why are you still talking about this stuff? Who cares about the Blood Lord? The Blood Palace is ancient history. Yeah, we want to hear about the Buddhist sun's struggles. Tell us about the Buddhist Kingdom War. The customers below chimed in. The events of the Blood Palace were from an era long past. The Blood Palace had faded like a fleeting flower, unable to last even 100 years without its Blood Lord. As for the old tale of the Blood Lord saving the world at the gate of 10,000 monsters, it was scarcely known to anyone. Nowadays, most cultivators treated it like a piece of ancient gossip. The world of cultivation was vast, and time was cheap. In the span of 10,000 years, countless amazing stories could unfold. No myth, no individual, could remain eternal. The old storyteller sighed and was about to say something when a brash voice interrupted. That Blood Lord, he just had a bit of luck. 10,000 years ago, he led his army into the gate of 10,000 monsters. I was there. Unfortunately, back then, I was just a lowly supreme and didn't have enough power. When the Blood Lord entered my territory, of course, I didn't want to be humiliated. So, I pissed all over the place to declare that this was my land. Even though they had the numbers, I wasn't afraid. At that moment, an elderly man and a young man entered the tavern. The old man was the one who had spoken, his body exuding a strong demonic aura. He had been a survivor of the gate of 10,000 monsters from 10,000 years ago. At that time, he had been too far from the battlefield. When he saw the legions of Supremes appear, he had been so scared that he pissed himself and fled back to the monster realm. Eventually, he had broken through to the Yin God stage and ascended to the upper realm. However, he was still a dog demon. Now, having broken through to the Yin God stage, he figured he should embellish his past and make a name for himself. He wasn't scared out of his wits. No, he had bravely pissed in defiance of the Blood Lord, declaring that this was his territory. Hearing this, the diners in the tavern turned to look. But most of their attention was focused on the young figure next to the old man. The young man wore a monk's robe, his head smooth and gleaming, without a single hair. A Buddhist son, that's the illumined Buddha. All the diners stood in reverence, their eyes filled with awe. In today's flowing wind realm, who was the one group you absolutely could not provoke? The monks. And among the monks, the most respected were the Buddhist sons. These Buddhist sons had all descended from the upper realm. Every one of these immortals from the upper realm possessed the power to destroy worlds. At that moment, the illumined Buddha raised his head, his gaze landing on the old storyteller. His eyes were deep, a strange light flickering within them. Ling Yayi, once one of the 13 northern demons, a disciple of the Blood Lord. This humble monk finds you quite interesting. Come with me. His tone left no room for refusal, brimming with authority. The old storyteller's face changed upon hearing this, and a flicker of memory passed through his weary eyes. Sigh. The customers in the tavern were equally shocked. The Blood Lord's disciple, a legendary figure, actually existed. And what do you want with this old man? Ling Yayi dusted off his robes, his demeanor calm, still carrying the pride of the Blood Lord's disciple. Back then, when the Blood Lord taught, Ling Yayi had been one of his most promising students, always at the forefront. While the name Ling Yayi might not be well known within the Blood Palace, everyone was familiar with the name Nangong Big Dog. This humble monk is quite interested in the Blood Lord. The illumined Buddha's gaze deepened. If possible, he wanted to capture the Blood Lord. He was eager to study the power of reincarnation. In the Buddhist kingdom, reincarnation was a legendary ultimate principle, something even the great Sun Luminous Buddha had never fully comprehended. However, after poring over ancient texts from the flowing wind realm, he had discovered that the 13 northern demons seemed to have experienced reincarnation. The old storyteller, Ling Yayi, waved his sleeve dismissively, showing no fear. I haven't seen my master in 10,000 years. Even if you kill me, he won't show up. Your little scheme is doomed to fail. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. What's the matter? Golden Canary peeked her head back and looked at Qi Yuan with curiosity, seeing that he hadn't made a move. Cough, cough, I'm too big. It's hard to get in, Qi Yuan said, exasperated. After illuminating the heavens and with Ning Dao's help, he had found the coordinates for the flowing wind realm. For a powerful being like him, entering a lower realm only required knowing its coordinates to access through the dark void. However, the issue now was that his strength was too immense for easy entry. When he thought about the flowing wind realm, he felt a bit helpless. It was like back in the day when he tried to log into a game, and the icon would load only halfway before leaving him hanging. This was just like those pesky games that tease players. In his case, the game had teased him by sending a wife-like character, Ning Dao, who kept calling him husband with each breath, making Qi Yuan restless. Now it was the same issue, difficult to enter. That can't be. Golden Canary wrapped her small hands around Qi Yuan and tried to pull him in with all her might, but still, nothing budged. The movement seemed to make her think of something, and her cheeks flushed red. You handle it yourself. Sigh, I get it now. It's not that I'm too big. It's because this is a game world, and I'm a real person. Entering a game world is naturally tricky. It was like trying to imagine a person on Earth diving into a computer game. How difficult would that be? You'd probably have to smash the screen to shove yourself inside. The game world looks vast, but any sharp observer would notice that it's all an illusion, hidden inside the screen. Unless you had a giant computer, it'd be tough to fit a person into the game. Time to use my clever brain. In that moment, Qi Yuan's thoughts swirled, and suddenly, something came to mind. Is it because I haven't disguised myself as a game character? He recalled what great wisdom true monarch once said, when a heavenly level young god descended into a world, they'd be reduced to the mythic stage. A lesser principal level being would drop one minor realm. For a greater principal level being, their strength would remain unchanged. With 4,000 nascent souls inside him and combat strength comparable to a young god, unless he reined it in, entering the flowing wind realm could easily shatter the world. Even worse, if he pushed too hard, the realm would crumble entirely. Condense, Qi Yuan muttered softly. Immediately, the 4,000 nascent souls within him withdrew their energy. His own aura began to recede, and his celestial power lowered to the mythic level. What about the strength of the myriad martial god? Qi Yuan wondered. Would this realm restrict that power? He gave it a try and attempted to slip into the flowing wind realm. To his delight, the realm didn't reject him. Smiling, Qi Yuan exclaimed, "It's not resisting." It seemed the power from his myriad martial god state wasn't detected by the world's rules. With Golden Canary in tow, he quickly entered the flowing wind realm. I should be more cautious. The quality of this game world is a bit fragile. Qi Yuan had a sense that if he let his myriad martial god power slip even a little, holes would be punched all over the flowing wind realm. It felt like a game character punching a hole in a computer screen. So, even though the world didn't restrict his myriad martial god power, he had to control it carefully. After all, this was Golden Canary's home. As expected, my celestial power is limited to the mythic level. Qi Yuan observed his energy levels. Before entering the flowing wind realm, he had deliberately lowered his celestial power to the mythic level, and after entering, he found it could not be restored. He figured he'd only regain full power after leaving the realm. No wonder young gods rarely descended to lower realms, having their power stuck at the mythic level. If they got surrounded by a dozen mythic beings, dying in a small world would be quite a miserable end. At this moment, Golden Canary took a deep breath, her eyes sparkling with joy. This is the flowing wind realm. Ahead of them stood a forest of red maple trees, painting the entire world in shades of red, like something out of a fairy tale. Ning Dao appeared beside them, standing with Golden Canary, one on each side of Qi Yuan. Her eyes glimmered with nostalgia. This was the place where I first heard your voice, Ning Dao said softly. Dressed in a black gown, with a petite and delicate frame, Ning Dao gazed up at Qi Yuan, her eyes filled with endless memories. Is that so? Qi Yuan smiled. As the memories flooded back, Qi Yuan looked at Ning Dao's lovely, cool smile and gently said, "You've grown up, Ning Dao. You're the most beautiful girl in the world." In the past, a young Ning Dao, with the word demon engraved on her face, had been labeled a demon girl and hunted down. On this very mountain, those hunting her had insulted her as a demon and called her ugly. The young Ning Dao had defiantly raised her head and declared, "When I grow up, I'll be the most beautiful girl in the world." Qi Yuan had heard this vow through a jade slip linked to the game and, in a good mood, casually responded a few words, causing the killer hunting Ning Dao to lose focus, giving her the chance to strike back and kill them. Qi Yuan gently touched the spot on Ning Dao's face where the word demon had once been etched, his gaze infinitely soft. Ning Dao smiled, her expression radiant like the melting of spring snow or pear blossoms in bloom. When I illuminated the heavens, I couldn't find any trace of the gate of 10,000 demons. Now, entering this realm, my powers are limited, so I can't help you, husband. You'll have to find the gate yourself. All right, Qi Yuan nodded. Finding something was definitely easier for a sun god than for a mythic level being. Since he still retained the strength of the myriad martial god, he figured that, with a bit of caution, it would only take him about 15 minutes to search the flowing wind realm. That search, however, was limited to sensing the gate of myriad principles. Of course, this was with care. he didn't want to risk collapsing the realm. There's a stone pond ahead. I'm going to take a bath, but you better not peek. Ning Dao teased. Hee hee, I'm going too. Golden Canary giggled. Ning Dao and Golden Canary held hands and headed toward the stone pond where they once shared many memories. Even though countless years had passed, Ning Dao's powers ensured she could restore the pond to its former state. Meanwhile, Qi Yuan closed his eyes, activating the power of the myriad martial god. The vastness of the flowing wind realm seemed small in his eyes. He even felt that one punch could shatter the entire realm, so he needed to search with caution. Sometimes being too strong isn't a good thing, Qi Yuan mused as he unleashed his blood energy, searching for any sign of the gate of myriad principles throughout the realm. The search was a crude one, being more precise could risk breaking the game's server. Time passed, and eventually, a hint of disappointment showed in Qi Yuan's eyes. As expected, I didn't find it. But it's fine, I have plenty of time. One day in the flowing wind realm was about 10 years in the Kanglan realm, and the time between the two realms flowed differently. And in any case, rushing things would do no good. The Gate of Myriad Principles, one of the most unique treasures Qi Yuan had encountered, wouldn't show up just because he wanted it to. It required both time and opportunity. But with the 10 Suns illumination already in place and the Great Forgetfulness Sutra constantly influencing the flowing wind realm, Qi Yuan's search had already begun. During his time in the Gate of Myriad Principles, he had left a mark using the Great Forgetfulness Sutra. As long as the gate still existed in the flowing wind realm, it was only a matter of time before the star essence could locate it. Otherwise, he'd have no choice but to destroy the flowing wind realm, and even then, it might not appear. Before coming, Qi Yuan had already tested his luck. His left eyebrow had twitched, a sign that his trip to the flowing wind realm would yield something. Perhaps he should treat this journey as a vacation. Standing up, Qi Yuan began walking toward the stone pond. Suddenly, a clear voice called out. Hee hee, you did peek back then. Otherwise, I wouldn't have married you. Back in the day, Ning Dao had once joked in the pond that if Qi Yuan peeked at her, she'd marry him when she grew up. Golden Canary was now teasing him, reverse engineering the past based on the present outcome. Don't slander me, I'm an upright gentleman, Qi Yuan replied, looking over. Golden Canary sat on a stone slab, her blue and orange dress shimmering. The blue silk fabric was embroidered with flowers and birds, while her orange sash, tied in a butterfly knot around her waist, was soaked with water, making it look like a rain-drenched butterfly. She lifted her skirt, revealing 2 pale, slender legs. Her unadorned, lotus-like feet dangled, and her small, exquisitely shaped toes gleamed like perfect little jewels. Meanwhile, in the pond, Ning Dao, dressed in black, was fully submerged, her cold and delicate face contrasting sharply with her pale skin and the black stockings that wrapped around her feet. The stockings emphasized her delicate toes, which pressed together daintily. One girl was like a cherry blossom, cute and lively, while the other was like a snow pear, cold and pristine. Seeing the two of them, or rather, one person, Qi Yuan's expression softened. We have plenty of time, so I'll walk with you along the paths I couldn't walk with you before. From Golden Canary to Ning Dao, so much time had passed, and Qi Yuan had missed so much. Especially after the Gate of 10,000 Demons, when Golden Canary had become the demoness that all hated and reviled. The most vain and beautiful girl was labeled a hideous monster, and her suffering could only be imagined. HMPH, there's a lot of places to walk then. Golden Canary turned her head, but the joy on her face was impossible to hide. Ning Dao, still in the water, stretched out her slender hand. Then let's start here. The bond between her and Qi Yuan had begun at this very spot. With a splash, water droplets flew everywhere. Hey, this water is cold, I don't want to get in. Golden Canary pouted. Despite her complaints, she clung tightly to Qi Yuan, her eyes filled with deep affection. At that moment, Qi Yuan playfully grasped Golden Canary's delicate, dainty foot, his eyes curious. Why hasn't there ever been a woman with a foot fetish? Could it be that male feet just weren't appealing? Qi Yuan let his thoughts run wild. Disgusting. Golden Canary's face turned bright red. Ning Dao, help me step on him. Help me, master, save me. I'm suffering so much. I'm going to die. They're too cruel. How can they be so heartless? In a secluded room, Ling Yayi was on the verge of tears, howling like a ghost. Illumined Buddha looked at Ling Yayi with calm eyes. If he's still alive and can come save you, then everything will end. Hey, Illumined Buddha, you're not human, how can you bully someone like this? I already said I don't want to become a monk, and I definitely don't want to participate in some great Buddha assembly. Ling Yayi, the old man, felt indignant. It was bad enough that he had been captured by the illumined Buddha, but now they wanted to force him to become a monk. Naturally, he refused, but the illumined Buddha didn't care about his opinion and subjected him to daily torture, claiming that Ling Yayi's desires were too strong and needed to be cleansed. The cleansing involved spiritual torment. First, they used Tao techniques to amplify Ling Yayi's desires several times over, maybe even tenfold. Then, all kinds of temptations surrounded him: gourmet foods, beautiful fox maidens dancing seductively, precious magical artifacts parading by. And all he could do was look. He couldn't touch, couldn't take, couldn't eat. How could Ling Yayi not be furious? The mental strain was exhausting, akin to engaging in 12 intense battles in one night. How he knew this so specifically was anyone's guess. You possess the power of reincarnation, which makes you connected to the Buddha's path. You are destined to become a great Buddha. This time, the great Buddha assembly is being held. You'll represent our Tonka holy land, and you must claim the top prize, the illumined Buddha said calmly. You have too many desires. Without proper cleansing, even with the power of reincarnation, it will be difficult for you to break into the top 10. Who asks for help like this? Ling Yayi wailed in despair. This was too cruel. There were bad people in the upper realm. What kind of test was this? This wasn't even physical torture. If it were actual torture, he might have caved by now. Fine, I'll represent you guys. Just stop torturing me, okay? This is not torture, it's cleansing your desires. Sadly, you're not the Blood Lord. If he were here, he would probably need no cleansing at all and would naturally become a great Buddha. The power of reincarnation in the 13 northern demons undoubtedly had a connection to the Blood Lord. The Blood Lord himself must possess an even more intense reincarnation force. From reading ancient texts, the illumined Buddha had gleaned that the Blood Lord was an extraordinary genius. Unlike the man in front of him, who had too many desires, his spirit too tainted. Hey, you're wrong about that. My master, that old man, was far worse than me. He killed without blinking an eye. His robes were drenched in blood. Why do you think he's called the Blood Lord? It's because of how many people he's killed. And you think he could become a great Buddha? Ling Yayi laughed. Since his master wasn't around, he felt free to spin a few tales at his expense for amusement. He has slain millions, but he's no longer killing living beings. Instead, he's cutting down the delusions in his heart. A genius like that, why shouldn't he become a great Buddha? The illumined Buddha's voice was filled with the wisdom of the Buddha's teachings. Ling Yayi froze, his lips twitching. Are you saying I have too many desires because I haven't killed enough? The illumined Buddha shook his head. If you kill too much, you'll become a great demon. But once you lay down your blade, your soul will be annihilated, and your body can become a Vajra protector for our Buddhist sect. So, whether I kill more or kill less, I'm wrong. Ling Yayi was speechless. And isn't the saying, lay down the blade and become a Buddha? Why would my body become a Vajra protector? If it were so easy to become a Buddha, the Buddhist kingdom would be filled with slaughter. There was a trace of helplessness in the illumined Buddha's calm voice. Hey, if any of my senior brothers get captured by you people from the upper realm, what kind of treatment will they receive? Ling Yayi asked cautiously. With the power of reincarnation, they could become great Buddhas. Generally speaking, they wouldn't be in much danger. Besides, you are disciples of White Supreme, so the Buddhist kingdom likely wouldn't harm you. But, in all things, karma reigns supreme. Anything is possible. The illumined Buddha's reply was measured. The Buddhist kingdom wasn't entirely peaceful. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spent so many years fighting each other, vying for the title of the true orthodox Buddhist kingdom. The chance to claim that orthodoxy had arisen in the flowing wind realm. That was why all the Buddhist sons from the various holy lands had entered the flowing wind realm. The illumined Buddha wished for the Buddhist kingdom to unite and stop the fighting. But, was uniting them really so easy? I hope they're okay, Ling Yayi sighed. This feeling isn't good at all. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Flowing Wind Realm. The forest was bathed in green, the entire world a lush, verdant expanse. Yesterday, it had been autumn, with red maple leaves everywhere, but today, it was spring. Ning Dao stood on a mountain path, her eyes filled with memories. This used to be a lone peak with many caves. When I was a child, I hid here for a year. Golden Canary chimed in, her eyes glowing with excitement. I remember there were these red fruits that were delicious. I haven't had them since. Thinking about the caves, Qi Yuan tightened his grip on golden canaries in Ning Dao's hands. In the Gate of 10,000 Demons, he had engraved his primordial divine ability and experienced the cycle of the great demon. The demoness who was supposed to be tricked and manipulated had been unexpectedly replaced by Golden Canary. Golden Canary had foolishly followed him, playing the role of an unusual demoness, and had even once taken him to a cave to live in seclusion. Do you want to trace back time and find that fruit again? Qi Yuan asked. Ning Dao's divine domain was related to time. She couldn't reverse time or resurrect the dead, but she could reconstruct a tree from the past and produce a similar fruit. No need. It was probably only delicious because it's a memory. If I eat it again, it might not be as good, Ning Dao said, accepting it easily. Her gaze shifted to the peak of the mountain, where a Buddhist pagoda stood, solemn and imposing. The ancient eaves of the pagoda were adorned with copper bells, and as the bell rang, the sound carried, stirring the copper bells to ring. I didn't expect the flowing wind realm to be ruled by Buddhism now, Ning Dao said with a trace of sadness in her eyes. The Blood Palace had once been the most powerful force in the flowing wind realm, reigning supreme. Qi Yuan had been a great enemy of the Gate of 10,000 Demons, slaughtering demonesses and leaving with the source of the extinguished sun. But after the Blood Lord disappeared, the Blood Palace barely survived for 100 years before disintegrating. The accomplishments of the Blood Lord were no longer even remembered. Qi Yuan knew what Ning Dao was thinking and smiled. Why worry about what others think? Ning Dao nodded, speaking softly. The flowing wind realm is now filled with Buddhist temples. In a month, the Great Buddha Assembly will take place, and the Buddha's disciples from the upper realm will participate. Qi Yuan pondered aloud. Do you think, given the nature of the Gate of Myriad Principles, that it will appear during the Great Buddha Assembly? Qi Yuan had a theory about when the Gate of Myriad Principles would manifest, whenever a major event occurred, when the energy of an entire realm converged. It's possible, Ning Dao agreed. Golden Canary, unable to contain her excitement, suddenly laughed. Hee, that damned gate is finally going to become my gate. It was clear she had some resentment toward the Gate of Myriad Principles. After all, in the past, that blood pearl guy had been constantly staring at the gate. Golden Canary couldn't understand why. Was the Gate of Myriad Principles more attractive than she was? Now that the gate was about to become her home, her mood was great. The Buddhism here is interesting, it's from the upper realm. Does that mean all these bald heads are my white moonlight? Qi Yuan's thoughts wandered. People from the upper realm surely had many divine techniques, and to Qi Yuan, upper realm divine techniques were all fodder for his Qi Yuan Sutra. How about we explore the flowing wind realm while asking for alms? Qi Yuan suggested, looking at the temple on the mountain. Looks like I have a connection with the Buddha. It was a genuine connection. After all, the upper realm's divine techniques were deeply intertwined with his fate. And these monks who could offer Buddhist scriptures were his white moonlight. Although calling monks white moonlight sounded odd, true love didn't care about worldly opinions. Golden Canary's eyes sparkled with laughter, filled with anticipation. Let's go. I've never asked for alms before. Just then, a panicked cry for help rang out. Qi Yuan focused his gaze and saw an old woman hanging from a cliff, clinging desperately to the root of a pine tree. Her face was filled with fear, and the root was showing signs of being pulled out, on the verge of breaking. Not far away, a young girl watched helplessly, her face filled with worry. Someone help, save her. The girl's name was Bai Baixiang. Though cute and powerful, she had caused too much trouble and had her powers sealed by her master. Now, all she could do was panic with no way to help. Suddenly, a gentle voice rang out. Why not start today's good deeds with you? A crimson streak of light flashed, and the old woman was lifted from the cliff and safely placed back on the road. Bai Baixiang let out a sigh of relief and turned to thank the man who had saved her. She blinked in surprise. A man in a blood-red robe. This was a nearly perfect imitation of the Blood Lord's robe. Clearly, this man was an admirer of the Blood Lord. But these days, admiration for the Blood Lord was a niche interest, far less popular than devotion to the bald monks. Seeing the man's handsome face, Bai Baixiang was even more pleased. After all, it seemed that fans of the Blood Lord were good-looking men and beautiful women. However, when she saw the two women standing beside him, her heart sank in self-consciousness. These women were extraordinarily beautiful, filled with grace and charm. To have even one of them would be a blessing beyond measure. To have both, well, better to stay alive and enjoy it, right? Without hesitation, Bai Baixiang rushed over to greet them, excited to meet a fellow admirer of the Blood Lord. Meanwhile, the man in the blood-red robe, Qi Yuan, looked kindly at the old woman. Hey, according to how things go, you should thank me now. After doing a good deed, a thank you was the natural response. The dazed old woman finally came to her senses. She turned to look at the Buddhist pagoda on the mountain, her expression devout. Thank you, Buddha, for showing your divine powers and saving me from danger. I will eat only vegetarian food and sincerely worship you, she said, bowing deeply in gratitude to the Buddha. Qi Yuan was dumbfounded. A bit annoyed, he said, you're thanking the Buddha. Shouldn't you be thanking me? The old woman replied, you were sent by the Buddha to save me. Of course, I should thank the Buddha. There was no gratitude in her eyes for Qi Yuan. If anything, she didn't want to feel grateful. Otherwise, wouldn't she have to repay him? More importantly, when she had been in danger, she had prayed to the Buddha in the temple for help. Clearly, this was the Buddha's mercy at work, guiding someone to save her. Naturally, her thanks were reserved for the Buddha. At this moment, Bai Baixiang arrived, her face filled with anger. These monk followers are the worst. She was careful with her words, clearly not condemning all followers. Qi Yuan chuckled. He had encountered many religious zealots like this before. You help them, but they thank their deity, believing it was divine guidance that saved them. Are you sure it was the Buddha's guidance? Qi Yuan asked the old woman calmly. Even though she knew Qi Yuan was a cultivator, the old woman was unafraid, her devotion unshaken. She was clearly a fanatic. This temple has a true Buddha in residence, so naturally, it was the Buddha's guidance. The old woman said with certainty. She had no gratitude for Qi Yuan whatsoever. The young girl beside her seemed to notice the shift in Qi Yuan's expression and quickly warned him, there's a half-Buddha of the sixth realm residing in that pagoda. You shouldn't act rashly. A half-Buddha of the sixth realm was equivalent to a yin god. Bai Baixiang thought Qi Yuan might be about to harm the old woman, so she tried to intervene. Qi Yuan laughed, looking at the pagoda atop the mountain. He raised a finger and said, hey, you up there in seclusion. Get over here, I've got a question for you. His voice boomed like thunder, resonating across the entire mountain. The ancient bell in the pagoda rang loudly, and golden light began to spread from the pagoda. Bai Baixiang, witnessing this, was stunned. She covered her mouth in disbelief. That's a half-Buddha of the sixth realm. How could you dare? Her master had been a powerful figure 10,000 years ago, a true dominator of the flowing wind realm. After 10,000 years, her master had also reached the sixth realm. Yet even her master would steer clear of these monks. These monks were not only strong but had powerful backers. They were untouchable. Even at the height of its power, the Blood Palace wouldn't dare challenge these monks. But this man in a blood-red robe had just casually called out to them. What was going on? Qi Yuan's voice echoed throughout the pagoda, and the hundreds of monks inside were furious. Who dares shout in front of the pagoda? How dare you not bow before a half-Buddha? These monks were used to being feared and respected. Naturally, they were enraged by anyone who would shout so disrespectfully. However, deep inside the pagoda, the half-Buddha, whose body was bathed in golden light, broke into a cold sweat. That presence, golden light burst forth from the pagoda, and the towering figure of the half-Buddha emerged. Countless monks and followers immediately knelt, their faces filled with devotion. A voice filled with Buddha's aura resonated from the half-Buddha. What business does this benefactor have at our humble temple? Despite the calm in his voice, the half-Buddha's eyes were filled with dread. He was deeply curious about Qi Yuan's identity. But with the backing of the Buddhist Holy Land, he didn't fear ordinary yin gods. Come here, Qi Yuan beckoned with his finger. Suddenly, the energy of the world was sealed. The half-Buddha's face twisted in terror. Despite the golden light shining from his body and the surging power of his divine energy, he couldn't break free. His eyes widened in horror. This is a young god. And not an ordinary god. The revered half-Buddha was effortlessly dragged down like a chick being picked up. All the monks looked on in shock, as if their very understanding of the world had shattered. The old woman, too, turned deathly pale. That proud and imposing half-Buddha was now hunched over, grinning awkwardly at the blood-robed man. Great Master, how did I offend you? To him, Qi Yuan was undoubtedly a deity. In the upper realm, even among the most powerful young gods, deities were highly revered. A small half-Buddha like him was insignificant in comparison. The old woman's inner faith collapsed. Her face turned white. Earlier, I saved this woman, but she claimed it was your Buddha's guidance that saved her. Was it really your guidance? Qi Yuan asked, pointing at the old woman. The old woman had just claimed that Buddha had guided her to safety. Now that he had brought the Buddha down, it was time for a face-to-face confrontation. Let's see how she explains it now. Qi Yuan was very serious about this. He was meticulous in his actions. If a stray dog barked at him on the street, he'd sit down and explain things to the dog for half an hour until it apologized. After all, what's the point of living if not to enjoy oneself and find satisfaction? The half-Buddha's face twisted. He glanced at the old woman, then at Qi Yuan, his heart sinking. Really, over such a trivial matter? To be dragged down like this? His dignity was gone, completely lost. And this deity, why was he so strange? How could I dare guide you? It is you who guides us. The half-Buddha was now filled with resentment toward the old woman. Qi Yuan smiled broadly. See, even your Buddha says it wasn't his guidance that saved you. Now, how about saying thank you? The old woman's face turned pale as her faith shattered. She stammered, but couldn't bring herself to say the words. At that moment, Ning Dao's eyes flashed with cold light. Since it was the Buddha's guidance before, and the Buddha is here now, let's see if he guides you again. With just a glance from her, the old woman found herself back on the cliff, clinging once again to the tree root. Help me, she screamed, her voice filled with terror. But this time, there was no divine intervention from the Buddha. Master, these are all the divine techniques I have. In the pagoda, the half-Buddha's tone was filled with humility, treating Qi Yuan like a plague. Qi Yuan took the divine techniques and beamed. How many bald heads from the upper realm have descended here? Are they all as wealthy as you? The half-Buddha was puzzled, unsure of Qi Yuan's identity, but he answered truthfully. There are about 2,000 half-Buddhas who have descended. Qi Yuan's eyes lit up. I really like you bald guys. If he could capture all these monks, how many divine techniques would he get? One divine technique could advance the Qi Yuan Sutra and the Stellar Gold Core section just as much as a new Stellar Gold Core. One divine technique meant one Stellar Gold Core. Qi Yuan was thrilled. The half-Buddha forced a smile, not daring to comment. At that moment, Qi Yuan said, help me find some people, and we'll call it even for that misunderstanding. Who are you looking for? The half-Buddha asked, curious. Bai Zi, the foolish Taoist, Ling Yayi. Qi Yuan didn't feel like searching for them himself. If he searched, he might accidentally destroy the flowing wind realm. After all, he was too powerful. So, it was better to leave the task to this half-Buddha. Bai Zi, do you mean the disciple of the great sun brightness Buddha? The half-Buddha's expression shifted slightly. Nearby, Bai Baixiang also reacted, her face growing more curious as she looked at Qi Yuan. Her master was White Crane, and the person she followed was White Emperor. The names Qi Yuan mentioned were all part of the 13 northern demons. Suddenly, her gaze fell on Ning Dao, and her heart raced with excitement. Could it be, Godfather? Qi Yuan didn't notice Bai Baixiang's reaction. He nodded. Yes, do you know where he is? He's more or less my disciple, so there's some connection between us. Seeing the half-Buddha's expression change, Qi Yuan smiled. What's with that look? Is he not doing well? The half-Buddha's heart trembled. He couldn't figure out this god's true identity. Bai Zi was a disciple of the great sun brightness Buddha, destined to unify the Buddhist kingdom and become the Buddha. Yet this man casually claimed Bai Zi was his half-disciple. Was he not afraid of the immense karmic burden that would bring? Or, could this man not be a deity at all? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Bai Baixiang was deeply shaken. The half-Buddha's heart was pounding even faster. The master of the Buddha disciple Bai Zi. Could it be that senior also comes from the Buddhist kingdom? As he spoke, he glanced at the two women by Qi Yuan's side, Golden Canary and Ning Dao. This senior must have been from the Buddhist kingdom but had left due to attachment to worldly desires, right? But claiming that Bai Zi was his half-disciple. The half-Buddha didn't believe it. Bai Zi was the disciple of the great sun brightness Buddha, and even ordinary true Buddhas wouldn't dare to claim to be Bai Zi's master. This guy had serious guts. Do I look like I'm from the Buddhist kingdom? Qi Yuan asked, proudly holding the two women closer, as if showing off to the half-Buddha. After all, this half-Buddha was clearly a single man. Qi Yuan felt extremely superior. The half-Buddha was puzzled. Not from the Buddhist kingdom. But the disciple of the great sun brightness Buddha had never left the Buddhist kingdom before descending into the lower realms. How could he be his half-disciple? Was this guy bluffing? If so, it made sense. As a member of the Buddhist faith, the half-Buddha understood the many desires that cloud people's hearts. Even he wasn't exempt from such feelings. After all, becoming a true Buddha was itself a form of attachment. At this moment, Bai Baixiang suddenly widened her eyes and mustered the courage to ask, her voice trembling with excitement, could Senior be the Blood Lord? Her voice wavered, and she seemed thrilled. If he was the Blood Lord, then everything would make sense. Qi Yuan glanced at Bai Baixiang with a bit of surprise. There are still young people in this world who remember the Blood Lord. In this game, there was no need to hide one's identity. Honesty was the best tactic. You really are the Blood Lord. Godfather, Bai Baixiang exclaimed and attempted to pounce on Qi Yuan. But halfway through, she was frozen midair by Ning Dao. Ning Dao frowned, covered in sweat, and besides, my husband is still young. The half-Buddha standing nearby was also stunned, his expression full of surprise. The Blood Lord, he had heard of this figure. A legendary figure from nearly 10,000 years ago in the flowing wind realm, one who could stir the winds of the world. But no matter how powerful, wasn't he just at the fifth realm, the Purple Mansion stage? How did he suddenly become so powerful? It was well known that breaking through the Yin God stage and opening the divine orifices required a great deal of time. Even in the Buddhist kingdom, where the power of incense could aid in breakthroughs, the half-Buddha had only advanced from one step in the heavenly stage to two over 10,000 years. Qi Yuan looked at Bai Baixiang curiously. How do I suddenly have a god-granddaughter? Godfather, my master is White Crane. She's your goddaughter, remember? Bai Baixiang said excitedly. Qi Yuan's memory flashed to a white crane. That crane girl was from the White Emperor Palace. Back when Qi Yuan held power in No Return City, sweeping the world, White Crane shamelessly called him godfather. Or rather, she went around telling everyone that Qi Yuan was her godfather. But Qi Yuan had never acknowledged her. He looked at Bai Baixiang with a puzzled expression. I'm a human, your master is a bird. Can a human give birth to a bird? So, she's not my daughter. I only have two daughters. Bai Baixiang blinked, realizing there was some logic to his words, but then quickly said, no, my master is your goddaughter. Why are you as shameless as your master? Qi Yuan decided not to argue further and asked, is your master still with Bai Zi? Bai Baixiang shook her head, clearly unsure. At this moment, the half-Buddha spoke up. In 3 months, the Great Buddha Assembly will take place. By then, Buddha disciple Bai Zi should attend. Oh, a gathering of single dogs. Qi Yuan said excitedly. Did that mean he could go and ask for alms? The half-Buddha looked embarrassed. This Blood Lord had quite a sharp tongue. Please, Blood Lord, do not speak lightly. During the Great Buddha Assembly, true Buddhas from the upper realm may listen to the Buddhist discourse, and a sacred Buddha disciple will be chosen. The half-Buddha's expression became reverent and excited as he spoke. The Buddhist kingdom in the upper realm had been at war for so long. Now, there was finally an opportunity to unite and bring an end to the conflict. The half-Buddha was naturally eager. What's the point of being a sacred Buddha disciple? Qi Yuan asked. Can they get divine techniques from the divine kingdom for free? Qi Yuan suddenly had a plan. Begging for alms was too much trouble. Why not invest in Bai Zi and help him become the sacred Buddha disciple? If Bai Zi won, wouldn't that mean unlimited divine techniques? They can, the half-Buddha confirmed. Do you think Bai Zi has the potential to be a sacred Buddha disciple? Qi Yuan asked. Why don't you all support him? The half-Buddha's expression grew strange. Buddha disciple Bai Zi has a chance, but he lost the great sun golden lotus and may be held accountable for it. Unless he can recover it. Hearing this, Qi Yuan's face turned as strange as the half-Buddha's. It seemed that Bai Zi becoming the sacred Buddha disciple might be difficult. After all, Qi Yuan had already swallowed the great sun golden lotus to forge his flawless golden body. There was no way he was returning it. Suddenly, he had an idea and quietly asked the half-Buddha, are you still looking for a Buddha? The half-Buddha, this question was beyond his capacity to answer, and he dared not even entertain it. After the great sun brightness Buddha passed away, the true Buddhas of the fifth heaven refused to submit to one another. There was no Buddha in the Buddhist kingdom. Now, they were only choosing a sacred Buddha disciple to temporarily unite the Buddhist kingdom and stop the fighting. But for a sacred Buddha disciple to become Buddha? That was wishful thinking. Well, yes, I suppose we are, the half-Buddha stammered nervously. Such a matter was too significant to speak of lightly. If a true Buddha sensed his words, he would be in serious trouble. I have a friend. He's really handsome and has a deep connection with Buddhism. How about I recommend him to become your Buddha? What do you think? Qi Yuan said eagerly. The half-Buddha began sweating profusely. By now, he was sure this man was no ordinary deity. No ordinary deity would dare be this bold. He must be a young god heavenly sovereign. But even a young god heavenly sovereign descending alone into the lower realms was far too audacious. Senior, regarding the position of Buddha, I dare not speak lightly. To become the Buddha, being handsome isn't enough. One must possess profound mastery of Buddhist law, gain the trust of 10,000 Buddhas, and cause the entire Buddhist kingdom to tremble and radiate Buddha's light. The half-Buddha explained cautiously. Becoming the Buddha was no simple task. Even true Buddhas at the realm of principles in the Buddhist kingdom couldn't unite the 10,000 Buddhas as the great sun brightness Buddha had. One major reason was that becoming the Buddha required the recognition of the Buddhist kingdom itself, which was a creation artifact. The entire Buddhist kingdom was a creation artifact. Only the original Buddha had ever been acknowledged by the Buddhist kingdom artifact. Based on what you said, I think my friend, actually, several of my friends, would be perfect candidates. How about you help me recommend one of them? Qi Yuan said eagerly. Qi Yuan prided himself on being a good person. Seeing that the Buddhist kingdom was leaderless, he was offering a few candidates to fill the position of Buddha. And to avoid making things awkward for the half-Buddha, Qi Yuan even employed advanced sales tactics, offering multiple options. It's like being asked at a restaurant whether you'd like green tea or milk. Most people will pick one. But if you're simply asked if you want a drink, you might refuse altogether. So, Qi Yuan gave several options to choose from. Well, I could ask around. The half-Buddha didn't dare refuse. He feared that this slightly unhinged Blood Lord might kill him. After all, the way the Blood Lord had gone to such lengths to explain things to that insignificant old woman earlier was extremely strange and baffling. However, I hold a low rank, so I may not be able to get word to a true Buddha. No worries, just ask for me, Qi Yuan said calmly. Even if he didn't get a response, he could just ask directly during the Great Buddha Assembly. Surely, by then, all the Buddhas would hear his intentions. Flowing Wind Realm. The once glorious city of no return now lay in ruins, a desolate wasteland. A tall man stood there, gazing with melancholy. I once dreamed of returning home in wealth and glory, but where are the people of my homeland now? 7,000 years ago, this man had broken through the 5th realm, entered the 6th realm, and ascended to the upper realm. After 1,000 years in the upper realm, he had made some progress. Later, when he heard about the Buddhist kingdom's conflict in his homeland, the Flowing Wind Realm, he hadn't hesitated to return. After all, the Flowing Wind Realm was too small to survive the conflict between the Buddhists. The realm might be destroyed. But upon returning, he realized just how weak he was. Even a random half-Buddha could crush him. Chen Huan was filled with disappointment and helplessness. Life had been better when he was following the Blood Lord, carefree and without worry. The Blood Lord always created miracles. All Chen Huan had to do was manage the trumpet and drum corps. All my old friends are gone, no longer wearing the red robes of the trumpet corps. Chen Huan sighed and recited a poem, his voice filled with loneliness. Beside him, the old man Kungxia Taoist's eyes gleamed with amusement. This Blood Lord seems interesting, he's got some luck on his side. After descending into the lower realms, Kungxia Taoist had hidden himself. When he met Chen Huan, he deliberately befriended him. After all, he needed to keep a low profile and couldn't risk openly searching for information. To be blunt, if the Blood Lord were willing to adopt me as his godson, I'd slide on my knees and call him Dad. Chen Huan said with a tinge of regret. It was a shame he hadn't seized the opportunity back then. Along the way, Chen Huan had shared stories about the Blood Lord with Kungxia, though he had left out certain details. Suddenly, Chen Huan's expression changed as he overheard a conversation from a nearby abandoned tavern. What did you say? A powerful aura swept through the tavern, and the cultivators inside turned pale. Senior, we were saying that the Blood Lord has reappeared in the world. This world is getting crazier. Even ancient figures like the Blood Lord are returning. Yeah, it's a pity this is no longer the Blood Lord's era. Some of the tavern's cultivators sighed, lamenting the passing of a once great hero. Chen Huan didn't share their sentiment. Instead, he was filled with excitement. Where is the Blood Lord now? His heart raced with anticipation. Back then, the Blood Lord had left with the source of destruction, and no one thought he would survive. Now, Hearing that the Blood Lord might still be alive, how could Chen Huan not be excited? Even if it was a lie, he had to see for himself. The Blood Lord has no fixed abode, but he said he would attend the Great Buddha Assembly in 3 months. The news of the Blood Lord's reappearance was like a pebble tossed into a lake, causing barely a ripple. In today's flowing wind realm, Buddhism was dominant. Who cared about the Blood Palace or the Blood Lord? Only a few still paid attention. And the news of the Blood Lord's return had been quietly spread by Qi Yuan himself. He figured that if any old acquaintances wanted to see him, they could come to the Great Buddha Assembly. As for everyone else, Qi Yuan didn't care. For now, Qi Yuan was wandering, accompanying Golden Canary and Ning Dao as they walked the paths they had never traveled together. In the meantime, he was also searching for the runaway gate. Qi Yuan had heard of people leaving their hometown, but a gate running away. That was a first. Farewell, friend, I'm heading to the Great Buddha Assembly to meet the Blood Lord. Chen Huan said as he parted ways with Kungxia Taoist, brimming with excitement. He couldn't wait to flaunt his divine orifices in front of the Blood Lord. But more than that, he was ecstatic that the Blood Lord was still alive. At that moment, Kungxia Taoist narrowed his eyes. I'm also quite interested in this Blood Lord. How about I join you? We'll meet this legendary figure together, and I'll take in the Great Buddha Assembly as well. Kungxia's intentions were simple. Though he was hiding in the lower realms, he couldn't stay hidden forever. He also didn't dare act too boldly or form his own faction, it would be too risky. If Taihuang Palace found him here, things could get messy. The best option was to take over an existing local power. And he had to be cautious. Anything related to the Buddhist kingdom was off limits. But the Blood Palace, now that was a tempting target. It had power, elders, and a decent reputation. With a few tricks, Kungxia could turn the Blood Lord into his puppet and rule through him. As for Chen Huan, Kungxia didn't want to make a move just yet. Chen Huan still had connections to the upper realm. If he disappeared, it could cause problems. Kungxia Taoist smiled warmly, his eyes twinkling. This descent into the lower realm was going smoothly, clearly, destiny favored him. Sigh, it's too tragic. Too tragic. I don't want to become a bald monk, I still want to get married. Ling Yayi wailed, his face filled with pitiful sorrow. The illumined Buddha looked at him calmly. You've lived for 10,000 years and still haven't gotten married. Do you really think it's going to happen now? Whether you marry or not seems irrelevant. You might as well join our Buddhist order. Ling Yayi's face twitched, frozen in awkwardness. The illumined Buddha had a point. What difference did it make whether he took a vow of celibacy or not? He'd lived for over 10,000 years and hadn't been with anyone. Should he blame it on the fact that all the women he met were too strange for his taste? Maybe he should give up. Oh, by the way, I have some news for you. The illumined Buddha's eyes flickered with a complicated emotion. What news? Ling Yayi asked, confused. Some true Buddhas have received word that the Great Sun Golden Lotus is with the Blood Lord. This news had just reached the illumined Buddha. What had happened at the Gate of 10,000 Demons could no longer be kept secret, and some true Buddhas had discovered the truth. If it's with my master, so what? Do you think you can actually find him? Ling Yayi retorted, unafraid. His master had swallowed the source of destruction and left. The best-case scenario was that some remains were still left behind. Did these Buddhas think they could find his master's corpse and summon his soul? There's been a recent rumor that the Blood Lord has reappeared and will attend the Great Buddha Assembly. Perhaps he intends to reunite with old friends at the event. What? Ling Yayi was utterly shocked, his body trembling with joy. Then his face turned pale with fear. If my master shows up, what will those true Buddhas do to him? If his master were still alive and deeply connected to the Great Sun Golden Lotus, Ling Yayi couldn't even imagine the consequences. The illumined Buddha shook his head, his expression heavy. I cannot say for certain. The message was clear. There was no way the Blood Lord could be allowed to keep the Great Sun Golden Lotus. And if it was taken from him, the Blood Lord's fate would be sealed. Ling Yayi's gaze flickered, and after a long silence, he asked, if I become the sacred Buddha disciple, can I save my master? You can. Illumined, shave my head. Quickly. And bring me real beauties, 10 times more than before. Today, I'm pushing myself to the limit. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Passing by Jopin Mountain, the once majestic mountains and rivers were now barren. The scenes of enlightenment from the past were no longer visible. However, when Qi Yuan arrived with Golden Canary and Ning Dao, they happened to encounter a rain shower. This rain was just like the one in the past. Back then, Golden Canary had held a banana leaf to shield Qi Yuan, who was then in his blood pearl form, from the rain. Golden Canary had been soaked and sneezed at the time. Qi Yuan had then casually cast a spell to start a fire for warmth, but it ended up lighting Golden Canary's tail on fire. This had infuriated the beauty-loving Golden Canary. Now, as the rain fell again, the three of them got soaked together. Ning Dao looked at Qi Yuan and Golden Canary, with a hint of fondness in her eyes. At present, Qi Yuan had been traveling around, collecting alms, and had accumulated nearly 100 divine techniques. Each divine technique was like a star. Although the 10 suns in the sky were formidable, Ning Dao understood just how powerful the enemies Qi Yuan faced were. The more starry golden cores Qi Yuan condensed, the stronger he would become. To consume new stars, she had to focus all her energy. She gazed at Qi Yuan and the cheerful Golden Canary, making a silent decision in her heart. Though the world changes, with the power to control time, one can always return to the past. Ning Dao extended her delicate hand, and the power of her domain was unleashed. The barren Jopen mountain suddenly burst with life. Banana trees sprouted green leaves, red flowers bloomed, and streams began flowing through the mountain ravines. Moss climbed over rocks, and vines entwined with trees. The scene before them was just like the past. All that was missing were the gate of myriad events and some insects. It looks just like before, only without some sentient creatures, Qi Yuan commented, as memories of the past flooded his mind. At that moment, a banana leaf was held over his head, and Golden Canary's face turned red. Without other creatures around, isn't it better? We can do whatever we want. As she spoke, she tugged at Qi Yuan's sleeve, her starry eyes filled with anticipation, her long eyelashes fluttering. But it's daytime. To my house. Golden Canary pulled Qi Yuan by the sleeve, heading toward her former home. Her petite figure resembled that of a flower fairy. Ning Dao also moved closer, smiling, her black dress giving her an elegant yet alluring look. Didn't you say, husband, that rainy days are the best for sleeping? Golden Canary fluttered her eyes and playfully said, 2-1, majority rules. You can't resist. That's a bit unfair. The rain continued to drizzle, with occasional downpours. Yet again, it was another day of intoxication and dreams. Qi Yuan reaffirmed that rainy days were indeed perfect for sleep. Though, in truth, it seemed like a lot of times were good for sleeping. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye for cultivators. Guiji City, the central and most prosperous city of the flowing wind realm, was bustling. Its name combined the Gui from Wugui City and Qi from Qi Yuan. However, few people knew the origin of the city's name today. Currently, Guiji City was teeming with people, its streets bathed in Buddha's light. Looking around, anyone unfamiliar with the place might mistake it for a city where baldness was revered. In a group of 3, at least one was bald. This great Buddha assembly, held in Guiji City, was the largest event in the flowing wind realm in 10,000 years. But more than that, it was tied to the conflicts and possible unification of the sacred lands of the Buddhist kingdom in the 5 heavens. This assembly attracted not only many disciples from the upper realms but also the eyes of many in the 6th heaven, all watching the flowing wind realm and awaiting its outcome. This small great Buddha assembly would determine the future of the Buddhist kingdom's sacred lands. The illumined Buddha stood tall, his entire body enveloped in Buddha's light. Anyone who looked at him couldn't help but feel like they were in the presence of a youthful true Buddha. Beside him, Ling Yayi, who had shaved his head to a glossy shine, looked like a monk trying too hard, his behavior still somewhat mischievous and frivolous despite his new, devout, appearance. Just then, a voice echoed, "Illumined Buddha, the people you've gathered this time seem rather ordinary." A bald-headed Buddhist nun strode over, her loose white robe barely covering her chest. Next to her stood a silent, bald old man. Ling Yayi's eyes widened, but he quickly averted them and instead focused on the old man, smiling slyly. "Hey, old fool, with your head shaved, you're not as dashing as this old man." This silent elder was none other than the fool Taoist. "The ones you found are no good. They lack both Buddha nature and the courage to lust. If you want to look, be bold and look," the Buddhist nun said, purposely tugging her robe even lower. Ling Yayi's face turned beet red, and he was left speechless and embarrassed. After all, he had been not only sneaking glances but also planning to help fool Taoist get revenge by recording this bald Buddhist nun with a memory stone. Purple Lotus Nun, lacking Buddha nature doesn't matter. They possess the power of reincarnation, and that's enough, the illumined Buddha said, his voice pure and stern. Purple Lotus Nun laughed in response. The power of reincarnation is indeed one of Buddha's great truths, but we'll have to see if they can comprehend it. If they do, the endless wars in the Buddhist kingdom might finally cease. A solemn Buddha disciple stepped forward. He, too, represented one of the Buddhist kingdom's sacred lands. Each sacred land had at least one true Buddha presiding over it, a young god heavenly sovereign. In the Buddhist kingdom, there were nearly 100 sacred lands, creating extreme chaos. Back when the Great Sun Brightness Buddha comprehended the Great Sun Tathagata truth, he received the recognition of the creation artifact, the Buddhist kingdom, and united it. But how difficult is that to achieve? Sighed another Buddhist nun, dressed far more modestly than Purple Lotus. The supreme truths inscribed at the summit of the Buddhist kingdom are so difficult to grasp. If someone could comprehend them, they could become a true Buddha, or even possibly reach the realm of grand principles. The Nine Heavens Buddhist kingdom originated from the creation artifact, the Buddhist kingdom. On the creation artifact, countless supreme truths were inscribed. These truths were considered the ultimate treasures by the Buddhist disciples. Even understanding a fragment would bring immense benefits. At the very peak of these supreme truths were concepts such as reincarnation, sumeru, karma, merit, Great Sun Tathagata, past, present, and future. Among them, only the Great Sun Tathagata had ever been comprehended by a Buddha disciple. None of the other truths had been grasped by any Buddha. These supreme truths might seem simple at first glance. Take karma, for example. At the young God realm, who doesn't understand a bit of karma? Yet, no true Buddha had ever fully comprehended it. Similarly, the concepts of past and present seemed akin to the young God's ability to sever their past selves and shape their present ones. But they were entirely different. Especially, future, for the true Buddhas of the Buddhist kingdom, the concept of the future seemed illusory. After all, every young God heavenly sovereign knew that there was no future in the nine heavens. Thus, while young gods could sever their past selves and condense their present selves, they could not form a future god. If not for the Great Sun Brightness Buddha's comprehension of the Great Sun Tathagata, supreme truth, all the true Buddhas would have considered the supreme truths at the summit of the Buddhist kingdom to be illusions, utterly beyond understanding. Now, the endless wars in the Buddhist kingdom continued because no one could comprehend the supreme truths as the Great Sun Brightness Buddha had. Now that individuals possessing the power of reincarnation had appeared, the various sacred lands of the Buddhist kingdom were eager to gain control over the North Demon 13 monsters, hoping to help them become the sacred Buddha disciple. Speaking of reincarnation power, I'm more curious about that Blood Lord. How did he obtain such power? Asked a Buddha disciple dressed in white, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. How unfortunate for the Blood Lord, sighed Purple Lotus Nun. He was initially destined to have a connection with our Buddha, obtaining the power of reincarnation. But his fate with our Buddha runs too deep. He also acquired the Great Sun Golden Lotus. Sometimes, too deep a connection can be a problem. Possessing the power of reincarnation meant he could be nurtured as a Buddha disciple. But bearing the Great Sun Golden Lotus? That was a different story. The Great Sun Golden Lotus originally belonged to the Buddhist kingdom. Without it, the warring sacred lands could barely control the creation artifact, the Buddhist kingdom. There had already been several instances where the creation artifact had nearly gone out of control, and the sacred lands were on the verge of falling from the five heavens. Thus, the Great Sun Golden Lotus had to be extracted and returned to the Buddhist kingdom to maintain its stability. But once it was removed from the Blood Lord, he would either die or become a cripple. Even though he possessed the power of reincarnation, he would likely never walk the path of Buddha again. This was the result of having too deep a connection. Ling Yai sought to claim the sacred Buddha disciple position, hoping that when the true Buddhas extracted the Great Sun Golden Lotus, they would show mercy. What a pity, such a legendary figure, and yet this will be his fate, lamented one of the Buddha disciples. HMPH, a mere legend of the lower realm, not worth mentioning, sneered a young novice monk. Apple, you've given in to anger, one of the Buddha disciples warned. The young novice immediately put his hands together in remorse, his face filled with shame. The true Buddhas sit in the fifth heaven, watching over us. The great Buddha assembly is upon us. We must take our places, said the illumined Buddha, his voice solemn. The other Buddha disciples nodded in agreement. At that moment, a vast Buddha chant echoed from the heavens. Within Guiji City, the sound of chanting filled the air, and Buddha's light spread like a sea. All the cultivators felt a compulsion to kneel in worship. The sacred Buddha light bathed them, warm and gentle. The great Buddha assembly has begun. Only the half-Buddhas and monks with profound understanding of the Dharma realize the terrifying power behind those 6 words. These were the words of a true Buddha. With one word, the entire realm could fall silent. In fact, if this true Buddha wished, a single word could cause the entire flowing wind realm to be annihilated in an instant. Streams of light descended, filled with the pure radiance of Buddha. Ordinary mortals in this environment could become immune to all diseases. In that moment, ethereal figures began to appear. All the disciples of the Buddha school stood in solemn respect. In the sky above Guiji City, 97 Buddhas sat in the void. These Buddhas were all at the mythical level, each representing a sacred land of the Buddhist kingdom. Greetings to the prospective Buddhas. Mythical level beings were referred to as prospective Buddhas. Among the Buddha disciples present, many would never surpass this level. Salutations complete. Enter the Buddha Tower, observe the supreme truths, discern the Dharma, and debate the Buddha's treasures. The white-brow prospective Buddha spoke, his voice filled with compassion, as though he were a great Buddha. By your command. The illumined Buddha waved his sleeve and ascended into the sky. Ling Yayi looked around with worry, scanning the surroundings, but he couldn't spot the familiar figure. The rest of the North Demon 13 monsters were doing the same, hoping to find the Blood Lord, but to no avail. He felt a pang of disappointment but stepped into the Buddha Tower nonetheless. Meanwhile, in a corner of Guiji City, Chen Huan was also searching, his gaze roving as though looking for someone. Kungxia Taoist narrowed his eyes, gazing at the prospective Buddhas above with a hint of fear in his expression. He suppressed his aura, ensuring none of his energy leaked out. At the same time, he had prepared a venomous insect, waiting for the Blood Lord to appear. When the opportunity arose, he would strike and control the Blood Lord, turning him into a puppet. High above, the prospective Buddhas sat motionless, but their divine senses were scanning the area, trying to locate the Blood Lord. After learning of the Blood Lord's appearance, the Buddhist kingdom had dispatched half-Buddhas to search, but they hadn't been able to find him. Now, the Blood Lord had said he would come to the great Buddha assembly. But even now, he had yet to show himself. Of course, the reason they couldn't find him was that their power was insufficient. At that moment, a hand fell on Chen Huan's shoulder. Not bad, a few years apart, and you're already a yin god. Qi Yuan appeared in his blood-red robe, a faint smile of delight in his eyes. After a night of indulgence with Ning Dao and Golden Canary, Ning Dao and Golden Canary had returned to the starry Golden Core, using divine techniques to expand the Qi Yuan Sutra Golden Core section and capture new stars. Qi Yuan had wandered the flowing wind realm, searching for the gate of myriad principles. He also spent time in seclusion, perfecting the Qi Yuan Sutra. Now that the great Buddha assembly was underway, he had come alone. Big brother. Hearing the familiar voice, Chen Huan turned sharply, his words trembling with emotion. That familiar voice, that familiar face, that easygoing tone, it could only be his big brother. But then, Chen Huan remembered something and quickly said, "Big brother, you need to leave quickly. I just saw the fool Taoist, and he raised one finger at me." That one finger was a secret signal between Chen Huan and the fool Taoist. It meant, danger, run. Chen Huan didn't know the Buddhist kingdom was searching for the Blood Lord. But if the fool Taoist signaled him to flee, it meant things were about to go south. Though he had always trusted Qi Yuan's strength, times had changed. These half-Buddhas, prospective Buddhas, and true Buddhas of the Buddhist kingdom, weren't they all prodigies of their realms? Oh, run from what? I'm here to ask these single monks for alms. Qi Yuan's expression remained light. Hearing that familiar tone, Chen Huan felt more reassured but still urged, "How about we leave first, just to be safe?" Meanwhile, Kungxia Taoist was biding his time, looking for an opportunity. "Don't worry, I ask for alms all the time. These single monks are good people, I always leave with plenty." Qi Yuan said cheerfully. He found asking for alms far better than borrowing money. When you borrow money, you have to worry about repayment and consider how much the other person has. With alms, it's different. Dare they say they lack a deep connection with you? If so, I'll just sit here and not leave. Chen Huan was baffled. These half-Buddhas are that easygoing. Kungxia Taoist also looked surprised, sensing something strange about the Blood Lord's behavior. Of course they are, Qi Yuan said mysteriously. And today, I've come prepared, with a big gift for the Buddhist kingdom. Heh. Chen Huan was half convinced. Big brother, how about we come up with an alms-asking plan? Though his big brother's plans weren't always reliable, having no plan at all seemed even more worrisome. What's there to plan for something this small? Just wait here, Qi Yuan said before flying up into the sky. Sure enough, his sudden action caught everyone's attention. After all, besides the 97 prospective Buddhas and those participating in the Great Buddha Assembly, no one else was permitted to fly. Countless eyes turned toward Qi Yuan, filled with surprise and shock. The 97 prospective Buddhas also noticed Qi Yuan, their gazes filled with curiosity and uncertainty. How had this person evaded their divine senses and appeared right under their noses? Blood Lord, you've come. The white-brow prospective Buddha's voice echoed, serene and devoid of emotion. The cultivators within Guiji City were taken aback. He's the Blood Lord, that's such an old name. The legendary figure. However, some of the older supreme beings had their faces turn pale. Long-forgotten memories returned, and they looked up at the figure in the sky. They had thought that seeing him again wouldn't affect them, but the sight of that blood-red figure made their bodies tremble uncontrollably. The unreturning Battalion Armor 3 kneels, to the Blood Lord. The unreturning Battalion Lu Qing kneels, to the Blood Lord. These ancient supremes all bowed. Even the dog demon following the illumined Buddha widened its eyes, a smell of urine filling the air as it stood in disbelief. Ah, I've become a god, but still. Of course, what he didn't know was that the terror of Qi Yuan had been imprinted deep in his soul long ago. Even more so now, as Qi Yuan had reached a realm beyond his comprehension. Once, the Blood Lord had been a terrifying figure in a blood-red robe. He no longer wielded that fearsome blood-red demon sword, but his face alone still marked him as a legend. He stood in the void, facing the 97 prospective Buddhas. For some reason, no matter who looked at him, it seemed as though the prospective Buddhas were smaller and positioned lower. I'm here, you single monks. I know you've been waiting for me a long time, but don't worry, the legend said. Kungxia Taoist's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he turned to Chen Huan. Is your Blood Lord mentally ill? How could he dare call the prospective Buddhas single monks? Granted, they were indeed single, but shouting it out loud was downright disrespectful to the Buddhist order. The Blood Lord's mind just works differently, Chen Huan said, feeling a pang of anxiety. He finally understood why the fool Taoist had warned him to flee. Calling prospective Buddhas single monks would surely get him killed. The white-brow prospective Buddha's expression shifted slightly, but he maintained his dignified presence. Since you've come, hand over the great sun golden lotus, he said, still not making a move. After all, a Buddha still cared about appearances. Ahem. Qi Yuan cleared his throat, his blood-red robe billowing in the wind. Though I swallowed your great sun golden lotus and thus owe you, I'm the type who repays favors and holds grudges. I'll compensate you. How about that? Not far away, the half-Buddha, Kantuo, twitched at the corners of his mouth. This troublemaker had really come. Would he actually? Kantuo's body trembled, and he dared not speak. Oh, how will you compensate us? The white-brow prospective Buddha's voice echoed throughout Guiji City, as he examined Qi Yuan, trying to uncover his origins. Your Buddhist kingdom has been in endless conflict for years. I have a solution to that problem. Qi Yuan announced grandly. What solution? A prospective Buddha asked, maintaining a patient demeanor. Kantuo half-Buddha broke out in cold sweat, ready to flee. Why does the Buddhist kingdom remain embroiled in conflict? Isn't it because you lack a Buddha Lord? I'm a kind person. I can't bear to see the Buddhist kingdom in turmoil. So, I came up with a way to address the root of the problem. I'll give you a Buddha Lord. With those words, the atmosphere grew heavy and deathly silent. No one dared to speak. Everyone held their breath. This Blood Lord was audacious. He had a death wish. Offering a Buddha Lord. Why aren't you saying anything? Do you think I'm being insincere? Alright, how about this? One Buddha Lord isn't enough. I'll give you 2, 3, or even 4. Don't worry, the people I recommend are absolutely qualified. I was almost a professional manager on Blue Star. I made 300 yuan doing it. And on a certain Q&A platform, I've solved countless emotional problems for netizens, helping 17 couples get back together. The people I recommend are definitely reliable. Nonsense. How dare you spout such drivel? How can a true Buddha be treated with such disrespect? At that moment, the prospective Buddhas could no longer remain calm. Letting him continue to ramble on like this, who knew what else he would say? Where was the dignity of Buddha? Where was the law? Immediately, one of the prospective Buddhas made a move, a giant Buddha handprint descending from the sky, as if to capture Qi Yuan. Chen Huan's heart tightened. We're finished. He was filled with regret. If he had known, he would have taken Qi Yuan and run. 10,000 years had passed, and the Blood Lord's personality hadn't changed one bit. However, the next moment, something unexpected happened. Hey, show some respect. I'm your future leader's leader. A casual voice, light-hearted and relaxed, yet it rang out like a thunderclap, like a decree. In an instant, the massive Buddha handprint dissipated as though it had never existed. The immense Buddha's light also vanished with Qi Yuan's words, replaced by a sea of blood. The solemnity and sacredness of the place instantly turned into a scene of utmost malevolence. The sky turned crimson, a sea of blood surged, and an unparalleled demon seemed to be awakening. Qi Yuan stood in his blood-red robe, suspended in the void, both otherworldly and terrifyingly handsome. The Buddha's light was completely suppressed, while the blood sea churned, filling the air with killing intent. When the leader speaks, don't interrupt. The single monks here have no manners. With that one sentence, the faces of the 97 prospective Buddhas changed dramatically. Even the light around them flickered and transformed, turning them into blood-stained Buddhas. Chen Huan's eyes widened in shock at the sight. Kungxia Taoist was even more dumbfounded, utterly disbelieving. The dog demon beside the illumined Buddha blinked, muttering, "Actually, it's quite reasonable for an old man to wet his pants." The 97 prospective Buddhas in the sky, as well as the half-Buddhas in Guiji City, were completely stunned, unable to comprehend what they were witnessing. This Blood Lord, wasn't he just a legendary figure from 10,000 years ago, from a small world? Wasn't he not even a yin god? Who are you? The white-brow prospective Buddha's eyes wavered. This crimson light weighed on him, preventing him from moving. He couldn't comprehend it. Even if a true Buddha had descended, they wouldn't fall to this level and face such immense pressure. Qi Yuan didn't respond to the white-brow prospective Buddha. Instead, he looked up at the heavens. I've come here with sincerity. Now, it's time for someone who can actually make decisions to show up. His words were directed at the true Buddhas watching from above. At this moment, Chen Huan trembled as he whispered to Kungxia Taoist, "Who is my big brother talking to?" Kungxia Taoist, his entire body shaking, compressed his aura to the extreme. It should be a young god. The Lord of the Sacred Lands. Gasp. I need to gasp again. Chen Huan's face flushed red with shock. After ascending to the upper realm, he had come to understand just how insignificant he was. He had also realized what kind of beings the young god heavenly sovereigns were. In fact, if a young god sovereign wished, they could swallow the entire flowing wind realm in one gulp. The tales of the Blood Lord fighting demonesses might have sounded grand and heroic, but to a young god sovereign, it was nothing more than ants battling each other. Had his big brother secretly become a young god? What big brother? He's a grand master. About 10 breaths passed. 3 of the prospective Buddhas' auras shifted. Clearly, 3 true Buddhas had descended, possessing the bodies of these mythical beings. We don't know what purpose you have in coming to the great Buddha assembly. One of the true Buddhas spoke through the white-brow prospective Buddha, his gaze filled with curiosity and wariness as he scrutinized Qi Yuan. I already said it. I've come to give you a Buddha Lord. Qi Yuan said lazily. The true Buddha spoke again, his voice booming like a heavenly edict. You possess Buddha nature and the power of reincarnation, but to become the Lord of the Buddhist kingdom, you are still lacking in many ways. Ah, I'm not talking about myself. I'm recommending a friend. Qi Yuan protested. You know what, I'll just call him over. I've got several friends, all excellent candidates. Any of them could be your Buddha Lord. The true Buddha squinted, and in an instant, communicated with the other 2 true Buddhas. Let's see what tricks you have up your sleeve. In the 5th heaven, many true Buddhas were also watching, filled with curiosity and surprise. After reaching the true Buddha realm, it was rare for anything to shake their composure. Could it be that he really knows some powerful figure from the Buddha school? No, all the Buddhas in the world reside in the Buddhist kingdom. Without the Buddhist kingdom, how could one attain Buddha's wisdom? These voices whispered among themselves. Their gazes pierced through multiple heavens, observing Qi Yuan through the realm of 1,000 Buddhas. At that moment, Qi Yuan's aura began to change, becoming both chaotic and clear, both mysterious and ancient. Bright and radiant, the nascent soul emerges from the divine treasury. Hear my command, Buddha's light shall shine. As Qi Yuan spoke, a sudden gust of wind swept through the heavens and earth. It was as though everyone could hear the roar of a divine Buddha. At that moment, everyone's gaze turned to the sky. There, they saw a pair of golden eyes, piercing through the heavens as if seeing through all illusions of the world. The Buddha's light cloaked his battle robes, making him appear as an invincible war god. Fighting Buddha, heed my command. An unruly monkey, the fighting Buddha, who once guarded Mount Sumeru with his mighty staff. He stood tall and imposing, his presence overwhelming. Everyone's attention was drawn to him. No one noticed the disheveled Buddha standing in the shadows behind Qi Yuan, as if he couldn't be perceived by the world. Who is this? What immense Buddha energy! A battle-hardened Buddha. Who can stand against him in the same realm? All the true Buddhas gasped in shock. They, too, were true Buddhas, so they understood just how formidable this fighting Buddha was. If he were in the same realm as the Great Sun Brightness Buddha, the Great Sun Brightness Buddha would fall within 10 moves. The Xuanxin true Buddha's gaze shifted, puzzled as to where Qi Yuan had found such a battle-hardened Buddha. Why had no one in the 9 heavens ever heard of such a Buddha? If this battle-hardened Buddha were stationed in the Buddhist kingdom, how could the kingdom ever be in turmoil? He looked at Qi Yuan, his voice echoing with Buddha's chant. This figure should be the war Buddha of the Buddhist lineage, but he cannot be our Buddha Lord. Hearing this, Qi Yuan was disappointed. He had summoned the fighting Buddha first with a bit of selfishness. After all, the fighting Buddha was a villager from Qingshui village and had been the first to follow him. The fighting Buddha won't do. Then, what about the Wushan Buddha Lord behind me? Actually, Qi Yuan had not only summoned the fighting Buddha but also the Wushan Buddha Lord. In Qi Yuan's memory, Wushan Buddha Lord had once swept through the 3 realms, occupying Mount Sumeru and forcing the Tathagata to descend into the mortal world. If it weren't for Sun Wukong merging with the relic, Wushan Buddha Lord might never have been defeated. In other words, Wushan Buddha Lord was a ruthless figure. Now, if he were going to send a Buddha Lord to the Buddhist kingdom, he needed someone ruthless in an unfamiliar territory. At that moment, all the true Buddhas turned their gaze to Wushan Buddha Lord. Instantly, no, I see Buddhas crumbling to dust. The sea of blood is filled with Buddha corpses. The heavens and earth are overturned. Ah, the Buddhist kingdom is falling. In that instant, all the true Buddhas turned pale, their minds thrown into turmoil. Even their true bodies were affected, and they awoke in shock. And then, the unthinkable happened. The creation artifact, the Buddhist kingdom, began to tremble, emitting a mournful cry as if it had encountered a great enemy and was trying to flee. The Buddhist kingdom is in turmoil. Hurry, quickly, stabilize the Buddhist kingdom. This is a Buddha of great evil. At that moment, all the awakened true Buddhas took action. The sky was filled with an ocean of Buddha's light, vast and boundless. The Buddhist kingdom lit up like daytime, with Buddha's light swirling and endless Buddha chants echoing, as though 10,000 Buddhas were chanting in unison. Only then did the creation artifact, the Buddhist kingdom, finally settle down. Quick, block off the flowing wind realm. Prevent any forces from spying on it. At that moment, a Grand Principal True Buddha gave the order. Immediately, several Grand Principal True Buddhas took action, cutting off all connections and preventing anyone from observing the flowing wind realm. After all, this Wushan Buddha Lord seemed to be tied to the life and death of the Buddhist kingdom. If other forces learned of this, it could bring disaster. In the void, countless whispers and murmurs could be heard. What's happening in the flowing wind realm? Why was it cut off? I saw a fighting Buddha. I saw a disheveled Buddha. Meanwhile, in Guiji City, the expressions of the remaining 94 prospective Buddhas changed. Clearly, the other true Buddhas of the Buddhist kingdom had descended. Of course, only a wisp of their consciousness had arrived. Now, all of them wore solemn expressions, their gazes filled with fear as they looked at Qi Yuan, especially at Wushan Buddha Lord. Seeing their expressions, Qi Yuan felt disappointed. Sigh, it seems you're not satisfied with him. But it's all right, I have more. I'll recommend a few others. See if they're suitable. The Taihang True Buddha's gaze was like gold, his voice filled with compassion. Very well. However, his eyes remained fixed on Wushan Buddha Lord. The other true Buddhas also spoke. Very well. They, too, continued to watch Wushan Buddha Lord. Seeing this, Qi Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Wushan Buddha Lord hadn't turned into a watermelon-headed monk, or that would have been embarrassing. Bright and radiant, the nascent soul emerges from the divine treasury. Hear my command, Buddha's light shall resonate. Qi Yuan's expression grew serious, and an ancient aura once again filled the air. Whispers and murmurs filled the air. This apocalyptic Buddha is beyond comprehension. This blood lord is terrifying. Who will he summon next? These two are already terrifying enough. Are there really more Buddhas? At that moment, the world suddenly fell silent. Everyone's eyes turned to the void above. There, they saw countless rays of golden light descending from the void, each beam so brilliant it seemed to solidify into physical form. The majestic sound of Buddha's chant swept through the entire world. All the true Buddhas and half-Buddhas felt as if they were hearing a Buddha recite scriptures, directly piercing their souls, making them tremble. A Buddha appeared, seemingly from the past, as if he had always existed. I come from the past. Dipankara, the burning lamp Buddha, greets my Lord. A Buddha appeared, manifesting the 8 forms, his Dharma body formless, yet his retribution and incarnation bodies clearly visible. Neither coming nor going, Shakyamuni Buddha greets my Lord. All the true Buddhas trembled, their souls quaking. These two Buddhas, they seem to exist in both the past and the present. The creation artifact, the Buddhist kingdom, trembled. All the true Buddhas and half-Buddhas were in a state of extreme shock. But there was no time for them to process it. Another powerful, towering Buddha appeared. His presence was boundless, and his battle spirit surged endlessly, accompanied by infinite Buddhist chants. The ancestor of 10,000 Buddhas, Namo Great Saint Relic King Buddha, greets my Lord. They hadn't even finished being shocked by the arrival of the ancestor of 10,000 Buddhas when a Buddha, seemingly from the future, appeared. He seemed ordinary, always smiling with his large belly exposed. Compared to the previous Buddhas, he was far less imposing. Yet when he spoke, all the Buddhas were astonished. I come from the future. Maitreya Buddha greets my Lord. The future. But there is no future in this world. How can there be a future Buddha? The Buddhist kingdom is trembling, the supreme truths are responding. He is truly the future Buddha. In that moment, Buddha's light filled the heavens, and the Buddhist kingdom shook. The creation artifact, the Buddhist kingdom, shattered through the 5 heavens, descending into Qi Yuan's hands. Qi Yuan held the Buddhist kingdom in his hands, looking at the true Buddhas before him with calm eyes. Are my friends qualified to be your Buddha lords? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. As Qi Yuan spoke, the 6 unspeakable Buddhas simultaneously turned their gazes toward the 97 true Buddhas. They had no self, no person, no being, no life. The Buddhas of past, present, and future gathered. Their appearances were majestic, and their wisdom boundless. The sanctity of the Buddhist kingdom fell into Qi Yuan's hands like a plaything, no longer carrying the oppressive majesty of the creation artifact. I see the Tathagata, and the Tathagata sees me as I am. This poor monk, Taihang, greets the Buddhas, said Taihang True Buddha, a grand principal true Buddha, as he folded his hands in a gesture of respect to the 6 Buddhas. Seeing this, the other true Buddhas felt their hearts cleansed. We greet the Buddhas, they all said. 97 true Buddhas bowed, their voices as solemn as a great thunderstorm. All the half-Buddhas followed suit, bowing. We greet the Buddhas. The sound resounded through the heavens, spreading across the entire flowing wind realm. All monks and cultivators, hearing this, realized that the Buddhist kingdom had a Buddha Lord. Countless monks folded their hands in reverence, bowing toward the direction of Guiji city. We greet the Buddhas. 97 true Buddhas paying homage to the Tathagata signified that the Buddhist kingdom now had a Buddha Lord. Seeing this, Qi Yuan beamed. I'm a decent guy, right? You lent me the great sun golden lotus, and I've given you a Buddha Lord in return. Not far away, the half-Buddha, Kantuo, was sweating profusely. This guy is serious, and he actually delivered a Buddha Lord. But you've been pretty decent too, just handing me the Buddhist kingdom like that. Qi Yuan held the Buddhist kingdom, his expression calm. The Buddhist kingdom, now resembling a relic, was filled with countless stars of Buddha's words, dense and infinite. Just by gazing at it, one could sense the deep and boundless wisdom of Buddha. Within the Buddhist kingdom, several supreme truths stood out, flashing brilliantly due to the presence of the 3-time Buddhas, and the sound of Buddha's chants filled the sky. Taihang True Buddha's expression shifted. The other true Buddhas were bitter but could not voice their frustrations. The Buddhist kingdom was priceless, the foundation of the sacred lands of the Buddhist kingdom. None of these true Buddhas could control the creation artifact. If they could, the Buddhist kingdom would already be unified under them. But now, how did it end up in his hands? Haha, I'm just joking. This Buddhist kingdom is useless to me. Qi Yuan waved his hand as he held the Buddhist kingdom, appearing nonchalant. After all, this was the treasured possession of the sacred lands of the Buddhist kingdom. If lost, those sacred lands might fall from the fifth heaven. First, Qi Yuan thought of himself as a good guy, he'd borrow, but never return. Second, a wealthy, white moonlight, was always better than a poor one. The other true Buddhas breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, their eyes fixed on the Buddhist kingdom. Then, Qi Yuan waved his hand. Wushan, I'll leave this Buddhist kingdom in your care. The Buddhist kingdom fell into the hands of Wushan Buddha Lord, who smiled darkly, his disheveled appearance adding to the ominous aura. The Buddhist kingdom trembled, as if trying to escape. However, in Wushan's hands, the Buddhist kingdom was utterly powerless. The other true Buddhas saw this and were deeply unsettled. They feared that this unkempt Buddha would crush the Buddhist kingdom in his palm. Relax, Wushan Buddha Lord is, my friend, completely trustworthy. He's just playing a little game with the Buddhist kingdom, Qi Yuan said casually. Since he said he was recommending friends, these Buddhas were indeed his friends. At this moment, Tai Heng True Buddha stepped forward, gazing at Qi Yuan with reverence in his eyes. May I ask, how should we address the heavenly sovereign? All the true Buddhas were curious about Qi Yuan's identity. After all, if he was merely a blood lord from the lower realm, there was no way he could be this powerful. In this realm, I am the blood lord. In the Kanglan realm, I am the blood-clad sword god. My name is Qi Yuan. Qi Yuan's expression remained calm. The eyes of the true Buddhas flickered with recognition, countless thoughts racing through their minds. Meanwhile, next to Chen Huan, Kungxia Taoist's heart felt as if it had been struck by a heavy stone. Kanglan realm, blood-clad sword god, his eyes bulged, his mind shaken. Oh no, he looked up at the 10 suns in the sky, on the verge of tears. Chen Huan, however, didn't notice Kungxia Taoist's distress. He was equally shocked, his admiration for his older brother swelling. No wonder he's my big brother, he's incredible. Always creating miracles. At this moment, Tai Heng True Buddha's gaze remained steady. He looked up at the sky and spoke a single true word. Seal. Instantly, the flowing wind realm was completely cut off from the upper realm. Before descending, he had already isolated the realm, and now he added a second layer of protection. After all, the matter of the Buddha Lord was of utmost importance, especially the future Buddha. There was no future in this world, so how could there be a future Buddha? If the future Buddha existed, wouldn't that mean that one day, the sacred lands of the Buddhist kingdom could reach the highest 3 heavens? In the 6th heaven, a grand principal true Buddha could be a ruler. The uppermost 3 heavens were shrouded in mystery, beyond comprehension. At this moment, Tai Heng True Buddha's eyes glowed with compassion. Join the 10,000 Buddhas assembly and attain eternal bliss. The vast sound of Buddha's voice spread. Immediately, several hidden cultivators let out screams of pain. Ah, no, even Kungxia Taoist was bound by the Buddha's voice, his entire body paralyzed. Clearly, Tai Heng True Buddha was cleansing the realm of spies from the upper realm. The enemies were sent to bliss. Allies were immobilized and had their memories erased. As for Kungxia Taoist, he wasn't killed. But any information regarding the future Buddha was instantly erased from everyone's memories and replaced. This man likely belongs to Taihuang Palace and may have ties to the Kanglan realm. Tai Heng True Buddha captured Kungxia Taoist and brought him to Qi Yuan's side. Qi Yuan's expression remained calm, unsurprised. He extended his hand, and a few jade slips fell into his palm. Kungxia Taoist's soul was extinguished, and his lifetime of memories was absorbed by Qi Yuan. Heavenly Sovereign, may I ask how this future Buddha attained Buddhahood? Tai Heng True Buddha spoke. Among the 97 true Buddhas, 6 stepped forward, all gazing at Qi Yuan. Including Tai Heng True Buddha, these 7 were Grand Principal True Buddhas. As for the remaining true Buddhas, they closed their senses and isolated the surrounding area, ensuring no information would escape. The conversation between Tai Heng True Buddha and the Heavenly Sovereign was clearly beyond their level. The memories of today were of great importance, and they, too, would be erased. He just practiced and succeeded. Qi Yuan replied casually. Could you elaborate? Tai Heng True Buddha asked solemnly. The immortal realm has a past and a present, but no future. Tai Heng True Buddha's words echoed something Qi Yuan had heard before. Back on the Moonwatch continent, his daughter Qi Jianjun had once said that the young god could have a past body and a present body, but not a future body. There was no future in the immortal realm. This was the common understanding among all upper realm cultivators. Now, the sudden appearance of a future Buddha naturally shook the true Buddhas of the Buddhist kingdom. The future was linked to the unspeakable highest three heavens. If every true Buddha of the Buddhist kingdom could cultivate a future self, the implications were unimaginable. There's nothing more to explain. I gave him the contemplation method for the future Buddha, and after contemplating it, he attained Buddhahood. Simple as that, Qi Yuan shrugged. Taiheng true Buddha's expression shifted, and after a moment, he sighed. Heaven's secrets cannot be revealed. It seems this poor monk lacks the fate to witness it. The other grand principal true Buddhas folded their hands in prayer, chanting sutras. Clearly, they believed this was beyond their current realm, and they were unable to touch the future. To attempt it without reaching the grand principal great truth realm would not be wise. Hey, now that my friends have become your Buddha lords, I'm thinking of asking them for some divine techniques. What do you say? Qi Yuan smiled at Taiheng true Buddha. These single monks, already quite old, were the perfect, white moonlight, candidates according to Qi Yuan's white moonlight standard manual. If the heavenly sovereign seeks divine techniques, we will gather all the power of the sacred lands of the Buddhist kingdom to collect them for you. As Taiheng true Buddha spoke, a jade slip fell into Qi Yuan's hand. The other true Buddhas seemed to receive a message from Taiheng true Buddha, and they each condensed the divine techniques they knew into jade slips and handed them to Qi Yuan. Seeing this, Qi Yuan grinned widely. I've hit the jackpot. He looked at the monks, noting that they were still quite handsome and dignified. After all, these divine techniques were far more valuable than any other gifts he had received. It was the accumulation of an entire sacred land of the Buddhist kingdom. Tisk tisk, how many star golden cores will I get out of this? Qi Yuan mused, feeling a little embarrassed. He was already thinking of naming the star golden cores after a few of these monks when he condensed them. This time, he had truly struck it rich. Moreover, he was now practically the emperor of the Buddhist kingdom. In the 9 heavens, he could be considered quite influential. Is Taihuang Palace really that powerful? Qi Yuan asked. Kungxia Taoist was only a mythical being, and although he belonged to Taihuang Palace, he didn't know much about the palace's inner workings. Many things were beyond his reach. Taiheng true Buddha gave Qi Yuan a meaningful look, as if he had guessed something about Qi Yuan's identity. Taihuang Palace stands in the 6th heaven, near the peak of the immortal realm. In the 6th heaven, the great Sun Heavenly Sovereign is a ruler. He alone can suppress our Buddhist kingdom. Taiheng true Buddha explained. Isn't the upper realm divided into 9 heavens? If the great Sun Heavenly Sovereign is so arrogant, why don't people from the upper 3 heavens come down and beat him up? There wasn't much information about the upper 3 heavens in Kungxia Taoist's memories. But it was clear that the higher one went in the 9 heavens, the more abundant the immortal energy, and the more powerful the rulers. The upper 3 heavens are an unspeakable realm. They cannot be spoken of or passed down, only personally witnessed. When the upper 3 heavens were mentioned, the 7 grand principal true Buddhas all seemed to share an air of deep reverence. Oh, Qi Yuan remarked. If I take you guys in a bunch of Buddha Lord level powerhouses with me, can we flatten the great Sun Heavenly Sovereign's Taihuang Palace? The Grand Principal Great Truth Realm was indeed formidable. Even these 7 Grand Principal True Buddhas felt somewhat difficult for Qi Yuan to deal with. Let alone the Great Sun Heavenly Sovereign, who had mastered the creation artifact. It would be difficult. Taiheng True Buddha shook his head. Oh, so I'm still too weak. Sigh, this Great Sun Heavenly Sovereign really doesn't play fair. He's a big shot in the 6th heaven, yet he's bullying a small newcomer like me, who's just half a step into the Purple Mansion. He's not giving the people a way to live. If the people have no way to live, they'll overthrow him. Qi Yuan was furious. The Great Sun Heavenly Sovereign was too unfair. If 10 suns weren't enough, how about 100 suns? 1,000 suns? 10,000 suns? Quantity could cause a qualitative change. Taiheng True Buddha looked at Qi Yuan, not daring to speak. Previously, he would have thought it was self-delusion for the 10 suns Heavenly Sovereign to challenge the Great Sun Heavenly Sovereign. But now, with a future Buddha in play, everything had changed. The odds of Qi Yuan winning against the Great Sun Heavenly Sovereign were about 30 to 70. And if he won, the Buddhist kingdom might even ascend to the 6th heaven. The unfulfilled wish of the Great Sun Enlightened Buddha could finally be realized in their generation. What an enormous achievement that would be. By the way, what's the current date in the upper realm? Qi Yuan suddenly asked. February 27th, Taiheng True Buddha replied. July 17th, soon, Qi Yuan's eyes deepened. July 17th was Jinli's birthday. The letter he sent to Jinli, if all went well, would reach her on her birthday this year. He wondered if, by then, he would have overcome the great calamity and ascended to the upper realm. But, it was soon. Taihang True Buddha, could I ask you for a favor? Qi Yuan asked. Don't worry, you'll be well compensated. Please, speak, Taihang True Buddha replied, his expression growing serious. Don't worry, it's a small matter, not difficult. Qi Yuan explained the task to him. But Taihang True Buddha's face showed difficulty. Heavenly Sovereign, I cannot go. Quote? Qi Yuan blinked. It's just one heaven away, how can the difference be so big? Under the light of the creation artifact, even a grand principal Buddha like me cannot remain hidden, let alone a mere monk. Taihang True Buddha shook his head. The task Qi Yuan had entrusted him with was to infiltrate the Moon God Palace. But the Moon God Palace was no less powerful than Taihuang Palace. Its core regions were illuminated by the creation artifact, making it impossible for even powerful beings to infiltrate. To infiltrate would mean becoming enemies. Inside the Buddha Tower, the Buddha discussion continued. The position of Saint Buddha's son had sparked fierce competition among the Buddha sons and daughters, as well as the 13 northern demons. In the end, with help from Bai Zi and Ling Yayi, the foolish Taoist claimed the title of Saint Buddha son. Purple Lotus Buddha woman grinned widely, patting her chest. Hee, looks like this time the position of Saint Buddha son belongs to my purple Zen sacred land. The other Buddha sons and daughters looked on with envy, but soon their desires faded, replaced by serenity. Ling Yayi was excited. Foolish Taoist, remember to plead for my master. When they take the great sun Golden Lotus, make sure they spare his life. And ask for some elixirs for him, I don't want to take care of a drooling old master. Master, from now on, I'll be the one looking out for you. Ling Yayi felt a wave of emotion. He imagined his master, now a cripple, standing before his tall and imposing figure. Surely, he'd be too embarrassed to call him, dog, anymore. With this thought, Ling Yayi found some comfort amidst the bitterness. Foolish Taoist shot Ling Yayi a glare. I understand. The illumined Buddha's son remained calm. As for this blood lord, I'm quite curious about him. He's received the creation of a world and possesses the power of reincarnation. Without the great sun Golden Lotus, he could become a true Buddha. He spoke with a hint of regret. Sometimes, a deeper connection could be a curse. With excitement in their hearts, Ling Yayi and the others left the Buddha Tower. But when they stepped outside, the sky was already dark. The 97 Buddhas who had sat atop the sky were nowhere to be seen. The once bustling 10,000 Buddhas assembly had become eerily quiet. Ling Yayi panicked. Where is everyone? Did they kill my master? Foolish Taoist also looked worried. At that moment, the figure of a prospective Buddha appeared, his gaze deep, still showing traces of shock. A great event occurred during the 10,000 Buddhas assembly, and all the Buddhas have returned, leaving me to handle the matter of the Saint Buddha son, the prospective Buddha said, his eyes kind as he looked at foolish Taoist. Are you the new Saint Buddha son? Ling Yayi blinked, secretly sending a voice message to the illumined Buddha son. This Saint Buddha son position sure is lacking in grandeur, isn't it? No one's even here to congratulate us. The illumined Buddha son was equally confused, rubbing his head in thought. Do you think it's just a hollow title? Will my plea still work? Ling Yayi was growing anxious. At that moment, foolish Taoist spoke. Master, I've been fortunate enough to become the Saint Buddha son. I have a humble request, could you please grant it? The prospective Buddha nodded, his gaze warm. Speak, and I will listen. My master, the Blood Lord, did not intentionally claim the great sun Golden Lotus. If the Buddhist kingdom must remove the lotus, could you be careful and spare his life? The prospective Buddha's brow twitched at this, his expression turning frantic, losing his serene composure as a monk. Hey, don't say that. Don't slander us. Since when did the Buddhist kingdom ever plan to take the great sun Golden Lotus from the Blood Lord? That's completely baseless. Ah, Ling Yayi was dumbfounded. Foolish Taoist and the illumined Buddha's son were also stunned. The prospective Buddha continued. Wushan Buddha Lord declared that the Blood Lord should be the Supreme Buddha. From now on, the Blood Lord is our Supreme Buddha. Supreme Buddha. Ling Yayi was dumbfounded. This term sounds so strange. I only attended the 10,000 Buddhas assembly, and now my master is the Supreme Buddha. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. Ling Yayi was astonished and puzzled. Wugwang Buddha and Zillion Buddha Maiden were even more shocked and confused. Who was Wushan Buddha? How could there be another Buddha? The quasi-Buddha's expression became especially devout, and deep within his eyes, there was a trace of fear. When Wushan Buddha appeared, the sun and moon lost their light, the heavens and earth trembled, the Buddha realm shook, and even the statues of the Buddhas wept blood. It was truly. What? Wugwang Buddha's heart shook. Zillion Buddha Maiden was also deeply shocked. Is this really a Buddha? Isn't this a calamity? Ling Yayi, hearing this, felt a bit awkward. How did the Blood Lord get to know such a powerful figure, one who could suppress the Buddha realm into silence? Later, the Supreme Buddha introduced several Buddhas, including the fighting and victorious Buddha, the past Buddha, the present Buddha, and the patriarch of all Buddhas. The quasi-Buddha folded his hands in prayer. As for the memory of the future Buddha, it had long been erased by Taihang True Buddha. In fact, even ordinary true Buddhas had voluntarily erased their memories of the future Buddha. After all, the future Buddha carried great significance. These Buddhas caused the highest peak of the Buddha realm to flash with the infinite true words, and the Buddha realm fell from the fifth heaven, landing into the hands of the Supreme Buddha, who ultimately passed it on to Wushan Buddha. The quasi-Buddha sighed, his voice trembling slightly. The scene from that time was still fresh in his memory. Hearing this, Ling Yayi took a deep breath. That's the tone, that's the vibe. And my master, the Supreme Buddha? He puffed out his chest and asked. Since his master was already the Supreme Buddha, it shouldn't be a big deal for him to become a Buddha himself, right? Well, the quasi-Buddha pondered. Hurry up and tell this Buddha. Ling Yayi demanded. Everyone present, including the remaining 13 demons of the north, looked at Ling Yayi, all thinking, this guy's skin is a bit thick. The gate of myriad principles, long time no see. At the ends of the earth, Qi Yuan stood in a blood-red robe, his expression calm. After the 10,000 Buddhas assembly, his stellar gold core sensed the aura of the gate of myriad principles. Now, he had come alone to the ends of the earth, standing before the gate of myriad principles. The gate of myriad principles stood at the edge of the earth, as if floating in the void, ethereal and illusory. The gate of myriad principles, the gate to all gates. Looking at the gate of myriad principles, Qi Yuan briefly scanned it with his divine sense, a smile forming in his eyes. It's still better to treasure hunt without competition. In the Kanglin realm, whenever a secret realm opened or some treasure emerged, it usually drew a crowd of people to fight for it. Even if you won, you wouldn't feel secure until the treasure was firmly in your hands. But in the Lufeng realm, it was different. Qi Yuan was all alone. There were no other living beings at the ends of the earth. Gate of myriad principles, do you remember, the underworld? Qi Yuan spoke, testing the gate. He was thinking about how to make the gate of myriad principles his own. The gate of myriad principles could become any gate. To a demoness, it was the gate of 10,000 demons, to a great demon, it was the gate of 10,000 devils, to a supreme truth lord, it was the gate of supreme truth. Qi Yuan attempted to awaken the gate's memory. Unfortunately, his words had no effect on the gate of myriad principles. You are actually the gate to my underworld, don't you remember? Once, there was a thief in the house, and you scared him off. I've been searching for you ever since. Qi Yuan looked at the gate of myriad principles with a pained expression, as if what he was saying were true. However, his acting was rather poor and failed to move the gate. At that moment, Qi Yuan approached the gate of myriad principles and placed his hand on its illusory frame. Look, here's the key, the proof, he said, pulling out the key of myriad principles and waving it in front of the gate. Suddenly, Qi Yuan froze. Because he had actually grabbed the gate of myriad principles, and even taken it with him. He had only tried it out, not expecting that he could really grab the gate of myriad principles. Qi Yuan was stunned. Wasn't the gate of supreme truth supposed to be the #1 creation artifact of the immortal realm? Throughout history, countless cultivators of supreme truth and great supreme truth had attempted to claim the gate of supreme truth, all without success. The gate of supreme truth was said to be the hardest creation artifact to claim in the immortal realm. And now, it was this easy. Qi Yuan looked at the gate of myriad principles, his emotions fluctuating wildly. It felt like a lofty, unattainable figure, in reality, was actually easy to win over with just a gesture. Nonetheless, Qi Yuan tightly held onto the gate of myriad principles. Could it really be my family's gate? Or is it because I have the key of myriad principles, so I'm able to grab it? His left eyebrow twitched, indicating he was indeed fortunate. Qi Yuan still didn't fully understand. No matter what, from now on, the gate of myriad principles is the gate of the underworld. There's no harm in taking advantage when opportunity knocks. He decided to refine the gate of myriad principles into the gate of the underworld and make it a done deal. This was a principle Qi Yuan had learned from Zhang Lingsu's father. Even if the original owner of the gate came looking for it, they'd have to accept it. It was now the gate of the underworld. With that, Qi Yuan stepped through the gate of myriad principles. Once inside, the scene was different from what he had seen before. Previously, the interior had been filled with endless demonic spawn. Now, it was nothing but infinite chaos. There's quite a lot of land inside the gate of myriad principles, Qi Yuan thought. How about moving Wugui City, Jopan Mountain, and maybe even Xuanyuan Forbidden Land, the 5 elements Forbidden Land? At the moment, Qi Yuan didn't own any land. But the places he was thinking of were the ones he was most familiar with. It was a matter of practical relations. Isn't it just like cohabitation becoming a de facto marriage? Since it's like that, Wugui City and Jopan Mountain were already his. He'd also move in the 4 Forbidden Lands and 1 Great Calamity from Moonwatch Continent. That should be enough soil for the underworld. If it wasn't enough, then he'd wait to see if some kind-hearted, white moonlight, took pity on him, a poor, homeless soul, and gave him a piece of land. Once he had the idea, Qi Yuan's figure became sacred and majestic. The pitiful little guy transformed into a grand heavenly lord. A vast and solemn voice echoed across the heavens. Eastern Yu, Emperor of Mount Tai, Tianqi Rensheng, heed my command. Go to the center of the world and move Wugui City without harming the people. Southern Yu, Emperor of Mount Heng, Sishan Zhaosheng, heed my command. Gather the waters of the ends of the earth to form the river of forgetfulness without harming the sea tribes. Central Yu, Emperor of Mount Song, Zongtian Chongsheng, heed my command. Move Jopan Mountain without harming the vegetation. Western Yu, Emperor of Mount Hua, Jintian Yuansheng, heed my command. Go to Moonwatch Continent and move Xuanyuan Forbidden Land, the Forbidden Lands of Graves and Clothes, the 5 Elements Forbidden Land, and the Yin-Yang Forbidden Land without harming the spiritual beings. Northern Yu, Emperor of Mount Heng, Anshan Xuansheng, heed my command. Go to Moonwatch Continent, gather the ruins of Heaven's calamity and Earth's calamity, and do not harm any living beings. As his voice fell, 5 towering, godlike figures appeared at the ends of the earth, bowing to the majestic blood-clad heavenly lord. Eastern Yu obeys. Southern Yu obeys. ... Northern Yu obeys. The 5 Yu emperors, their massive bodies towering above the heavens, set off in different directions. On that day, in the Lufeng realm, people witnessed majestic deities riding 5-colored divine oxen, accompanied by golden-eyed sacred birds, moving Wugui City to the center of the world, covering 100 miles with each step. On that day, others saw a giant divine being riding a golden-eyed beast, swallowing the waters at the ends of the earth as if the sea was flooding in reverse, carrying untold millions of tons. The Western Yu and Northern Yu emperors also returned to the Kanglan realm and headed for Moonwatch, carrying the 4 Forbidden Lands and 1 Great Calamity. Standing at the ends of the earth, Qi Yuan had a thought and softly said. Southern Pole, Emperor of Eternal Life, heed my command. Go to the mortal heart realm and carry the ancestral land of the ancient tribe, but do not reveal your tracks. With Qi Yuan's words, old man Shenlei appeared. He wore a wide-sleeved purple robe with lightning flashing on it, a vermilion skirt decorated with cloud patterns, and a crown of authority on his head, exuding supreme majesty. Shenlei obeys. Compared to the others, old man Shenlei was much more active. My lord, you need to give me the coordinates of the mortal heart realm. Don't be hasty, you'll get them soon, Qi Yuan replied. The mortal heart realm was different from other realms, it was an innate world. Had it not been for Qi Yuan's time there, with the projection of stars reflecting across all realms, it would have remained undiscovered. Because this world was so unique, it could not be easily exposed. Therefore, Qi Yuan had dispatched old man Shenlei to move the ancestral land of the ancient tribe. The coordinates are yours, but make sure not to reveal your location. If any young gods target you, I won't be able to help, Qi Yuan said softly. Though his reach was long, it wasn't limitless, especially in the lower realms. He still had to prepare for the Great Tribulation. Right now, avoiding trouble was the best strategy. Don't worry, I'll be careful, old man Shenlei pounded his chest in assurance. With the coordinates in hand, he transformed into a streak of purple energy and vanished. Now, at the ends of the earth, Qi Yuan was alone. It's a pity the stars of the heavens can't even find Gongxing. Sigh, I wonder if I turned off the light before leaving. If it's been on all this time, how much will that electricity bill be? Qi Yuan felt a pang of heartache over the electric bill. He also thought that wasting electricity was shameful. After all, he'd always been frugal. One day, I will reach the Tao of the Great Luo, become the supreme Tao ancestor, return to Gongxing, and turn off that light. Qi Yuan made a grand vow. In the following days, Qi Yuan met with Nangong Dago, the foolish Taoist, and Bai Zi. Nangong Dago was strutting around, now calling himself Little Buddha Lord Lingyi. The people of the Buddha kingdom were helpless against Ling Yi. After all, his master was none other than the Blood Lord, the Supreme Buddha. Calling his disciple the Little Buddha Lord seemed appropriate enough. Meanwhile, in the upper realms, countless eyes were fixed on the land of the Buddha. The Buddhist sacred ground had suddenly blocked the upper realms from observing the 10,000 Buddhas assembly, and the creation artifact Buddha kingdom was quaking. Many sacred ground level forces were curious about the changes within the Buddha kingdom. Shortly after, the 97 true Buddhas of the Buddha kingdom's sacred ground jointly announced. The Buddha kingdom's sacred ground had unified, and the Buddha had returned to his throne as the present Buddha, Shakyamuni. As for the past Buddha, the fighting and victorious Buddha, Wushan Buddha, and the patriarch of all Buddhas, they had hidden their identities and entered the Buddha kingdom. This news shook the sixth heaven. For these sacred grounds, the meaning of a Buddha was crystal clear. It meant that within the Buddha kingdom's sacred ground, there was now a powerful true Buddha who had comprehended the great supreme truth and mastered the creation artifact, the Buddha kingdom. Once this true Buddha matured and reached the great supreme truth realm, he might lead the Buddha kingdom's sacred ground to ascend from the fifth heaven to the sixth heaven. The Buddha kingdom's sacred ground could thus leap from being a second-rate sacred ground to a first-rate one. The unfulfilled wish of the great sun and radiant Buddha might finally come true. Moreover, the odds were even better this time. After all, the great sun and radiant Buddha's supreme truth was related to the great sun Tathagata and clashed with the title of the great sun. Hence, he ultimately passed into nirvana. But the present Buddha's infinite true words pertain to the present, with no conflict of title. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, other sacred grounds predicted that within 1,000,000 years, the Buddha kingdom would add another great supreme truth Buddha. Soon after, the present Buddha of the Buddha kingdom's sacred ground abruptly announced that they would wage war against the Molo clan. This Buddha declared, "I have studied the past and the present and glimpsed the future. The Molo clan obstructs my foundation for the future. They must be destroyed." This declaration stunned the world and sent shockwaves through the immortal realm. The Buddha had made up his mind to declare war on the Molo clan. The most astonishing part was that this newly enthroned Buddha didn't even seem to have reached the supreme truth realm, yet none of the other true Buddhas were opposing him. Many heavenly lords murmured and speculated. The nirvana of the great sun and radiant Buddha must have had something to do with Taihuang Palace. The Buddha kingdom has been holding a grudge but is unable to challenge Taihuang Palace, so they are taking it out on the Molo clan. The Molo clan, although slightly weaker than the Buddha kingdom, is the most loyal dog of Taihuang Palace. This outcome isn't surprising. It seems the fifth and sixth heavens won't be peaceful. If the Buddha ascends to the great supreme truth, there will undoubtedly be great chaos. Taihuang Palace won't sit idly by while the Buddha ascends. The biggest winner in all this is likely the Moon God Palace. The wars in the demon abyss will likely ease for a while. First, we had the 10 Sons Heavenly Lord declaring war on Taihuang Palace. Now, the Buddha kingdom is declaring war on the Molo clan. This immortal realm is about to descend into chaos. Do you think this present Buddha has really glimpsed the future? How could that be? It's probably just a pretext. This is no different from saying the Molo Heavenly Lord stole a chicken from the Buddha kingdom, and that's the reason for war. The upper realms were in turmoil. The Molo Heavenly Lord responded arrogantly, his tone fierce, "Not only will I block your future, but I will sever your present." Though his words were domineering, some witnessed the Molo Heavenly Lord rushing to Taihuang Palace in the sixth heaven that very night, his face anxious. In terms of power, the Buddha kingdom was much stronger than the Molo clan. After all, the Buddha kingdom had once nearly stepped into the sixth heaven, just barely missing the chance to become a sacred ground of the sixth heaven. In the Kanglin realm, the strange painter, holding the brush of mountains and rivers, trembled all over. Before her stood 5 towering, divine-like beings, their overwhelming presence crushing her. Though she was an unconventional myth-level cultivator, she felt as insignificant as a speck of dust before these 5 beings, much like when she faced Chi-Chi. Most importantly, these mysterious figures treated the blood-clad sword god like servants before their master. Alright, we've found the land, and the gate of the underworld is here. Strange painter, I'm leaving this to you. Paint it well. With Qi Yuan's words, the 5 Yu emperors began to deposit city ruins, mountains, 4 forbidden lands, a great calamity, and seawater into the gate of myriad principles. Old man Shenlei also appeared at just the right time, tossing the ancestral land of the ancient tribe from the innate world into the gate of myriad principles. The strange painter gazed at the chaotic mess of haphazardly placed lands and rivers. She took a deep breath. Trusting in this elder, I, the painter, shall use my life as paint to complete this masterpiece. With that, she began to move the brush of mountains and rivers in her hand. The world within the gate of myriad principles began to change at that very moment. Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. With a single stroke, the aura of life and death flowed along the tip of the brush, and as it moved, black and gray, red and white alternated between its strokes. The strange painter was focused, pouring her life into her work. She had learned from the Jade Maiden that the blood-clad sword god was no ordinary person. The Jade Maiden knew a bit about the things the strange painter had done for the blood-clad sword god. She had told the strange painter to take this seriously, stating that the blood-clad sword god was likely forging a treasure related to the netherworld. However, through her conversations with Chi-Chi and those powerful figures of the underworld, the strange painter could clearly sense the ambition of the blood-clad sword god. It wasn't just about forging a treasure. He was truly aiming to establish a netherworld from myth and legend. When the Jade Maiden had first heard of this, she had laughed in disbelief. A real netherworld, even those in the Great Supreme Truth realm wouldn't dare to dream of such a thing. It's just a legend. After all, a young god heavenly lord in the Great Supreme Truth realm typically only mastered one Great Supreme Truth. But to build a netherworld would require far more than one Great Supreme Truth. Life, death, yin, yang, reincarnation, the number of Supreme Truths needed was far too many. Even if every Supreme Truth heavenly lord across the 9 heavens came together, they likely wouldn't be able to create the netherworld. The strange painter didn't know all the details but understood that Qi Yuan wasn't just making empty promises. The brush of mountains and rivers in her hand trembled at that moment. Suddenly, from the gloomy depths of the painting, a sweet voice like that of a little girl echoed. The Ghost Gate Pass, 9 out of 10 never return. The Ghost Gate Pass, yin and yang twist, life and death or chaos, grandma's here and no longer feels cold. The strange painter's face changed slightly as she saw vague, shadowy figures emerging from the Ghost Gate Pass she had just drawn. The figures recited nursery rhymes, their voices innocent and childlike, yet the atmosphere was eerie and terrifying. A chill slowly crawled up her spine, and the strange painter felt that the shadowy figures in her painting, those little girls, were all staring at her. Though some were walking, others gazing at the sky, and some even sleeping, all of their eyes were fixed on her. At that moment, a voice like thunder, majestic and divine, resounded. The Ghost Gate Pass is complete. The speaker was, of course, Qi Yuan. Standing within the gate of myriad principles, he overlooked the entire realm. As his voice fell, the Ghost Gate Pass drawn by the strange painter became real. The strange little girl-like beings shifted their gaze away, now peeking at the towering, indescribable figure in the sky. The strange painter's expression grew more serious as she looked at the lifelike Ghost Gate Pass. No, it wasn't just lifelike, it was the Ghost Gate Pass, and her heart trembled. She couldn't understand how she had managed to bring it into reality. Her mind racing, she continued painting. The brush of mountains and rivers danced in her hand, and one scene after another was created. Countless eerie energies and unseen forces rushed toward the underworld at that moment. Qi Yuan, seated in the underworld, squinted but saw nothing. Are guests visiting my house? The guests, however, were invisible. The other young god heavenly lords squinted, and Chi-Chi also seemed to sense something, but nothing was visible. Yi-ya, ah, ka, zing, ya. Qi Yuan listened carefully with his ears, which could hear the world's sounds, finally catching some chaotic noises. Some were sharp and piercing, like the wails of ghosts and wolves. He also heard crackling, like the burning of maple branches, sparks flying. And in the midst of the sobbing, he heard the faint sound of burning paper money. Qi Yuan was surprised. Did some filthy creatures enter my house? Chi-Chi, standing beside Qi Yuan, her eyes like divine blades, gazed into the underworld. Who dares cause trouble here? The majesty and mystery of the earthly goddess, who emulates Hu Tu, surged forth. The underworld depicted in the mountain and sea scrolls trembled and was cleansed. Even the filthy things seemed to recognize the power of Hutu and what she represented. Quote. Ka. Plea. These filthy beings stopped muttering and seemed to want to communicate with Qi Yuan and Qi Qi. However, perhaps due to the distance in time and space, their voices were unclear. Qi Yuan's expression remained calm, though there was a hint of resignation in his voice. Looks like I have to play the role of a language teacher. As he spoke, his attire changed, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses appeared on his nose. Behind him, a blackboard appeared, and in his hand, a piece of chalk. All right, little dirty ones, repeat after me, A-O-E. The brush of mountains and rivers continued to move, and more filthy beings arrived. Qi Yuan played the role of a diligent language teacher. But halfway through the lesson, he felt uneasy. He didn't have a teaching certificate. Was this illegal teaching? Then he remembered that he had a mental health certificate, so it should be fine. Endless mountain ranges appeared, rivers flowed through the underworld, and the 18 levels of hell in the hall of the Heavenly King rose one after another. The strange painter, trembling all over, had been painting for 44 days, and the underworld was almost complete. At this moment, Qi Yuan put down the chalk and adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses. He spoke, his voice like a divine edict, majestic and sacred, impossible to defy. Little dirty ones, have you learned? Now, can you tell me why you've come to visit my house? Unfortunately, Qi Yuan couldn't see them, otherwise, he would have charged them for lodging. As Qi Yuan's voice fell, the underworld fell silent. No more wails or strange noises echoed. But in the underworld, a pale figure, twisted and hazy, not fully solid, appeared. The figure seemed to bow toward Qi Yuan. A murmuring voice rose again. Without, soul, borrow, return. Saying these words seemed to exhaust all the strength of the pale figure. The filthy beings turned to mist, flowing into the pale figure. Finally, they condensed into a stone tablet. On the tablet, a single character was carved, Wong Death. The stone emitted various eerie, mysterious auras, as if it contained the supreme truth of death. The tablet of the dead, seemingly from another world. At last, Qi Yuan's eyes could make out something useful. So, the gate of myriad principles is really the gate that ran away from my house. And the tablet of the dead, did it also escape from my house? Where's the well from my house? Who took it? Qi Yuan scanned the surroundings but saw nothing, leaving him disappointed. At this moment, the overall structure of the underworld was nearly complete, as sketched by the strange painter. What remained were only the finer details and its sanctity. Sanctity and divine law were things that Qi Yuan needed to bestow. Qi Yuan glanced at the strange painter, who, though still trembling, had eyes filled with brilliance. It was clear she was satisfied with her work. At that moment, Qi Yuan's vast voice rang out again within the underworld, as though it were the voice of the great Tao. The ghost realm is complete, and the mountains and rivers take shape. The central ghost region, its mountains and rivers, now bore imprints as Qi Yuan's solemn voice resonated. Every mountain became a ghost mountain. Eastern Ghost Emperor, Yulei and Shintu, shall guard Taoshi Mountain and the Ghost Gate Pass. Southern Ghost Emperor, shall guard Luofu Mountain and command the Chang and Man ghosts. Western Ghost Emperor, shall guard Panjiang Mountain. Northern Ghost Emperor, shall guard Luofeng Mountain. Central Ghost Emperor, shall guard Baodu Mountain, overseeing the Central Ghost Region. As Qi Yuan moved, the 5 Ghost Emperors, Yulei, Shintu, and others, appeared. Their towering forms, majestic and fearsome, bowed to Qi Yuan. We obey the decree of the Heavenly Lord. The 5 Ghost Emperors transformed into beams of light and entered the ghost realm. Qi Yuan continued, his voice still solemn and vast. The bridge of helplessness, the river of forgetfulness, the terrace of nostalgia. The 18 levels of hell, all become true hells. The hall of the Heavenly King shall judge yin and yang and preside over reincarnation. The 10 Yama kings shall take their thrones. The Yin Heavenly King shall dwell in the hall of the Heavenly King. Saitagarbha Bodhisattva, enter the hells. The earthly goddess who emulates Hutu shall preside over reincarnation. As Qi Yuan spoke, one nascent soul after another appeared, transforming into ghostly officials. They bowed to the Heavenly Lord and transformed into streams of light, entering the underworld. Qi Qi's consciousness seemed to merge with the underworld, and reincarnation became a part of her. The once empty, lifeless underworld now pulsed with powerful energy. Cold winds howled, the flames of death burned, and decay and solitude permeated the air. The strange painter, witnessing this scene, was filled with excitement. At this moment, Qi Yuan's gaze fell upon a particular terrace. It wasn't the terrace of nostalgia, but the platform of reception. On the continent of Wangyu, he had thought about reviving the 5 patriarchs of the 5 elements. The platform of reception was the place for resurrection. As expected, it's still not possible. Clearly, though the underworld was complete, it couldn't yet function properly. Even the reception of spirits wasn't possible. Or rather, the dead were too thoroughly dead. However, at that moment, Qi Yuan's gaze shifted to the gate of myriad principles. The gate of the underworld, return to your place. As his words fell, the original gate of myriad principles trembled, undergoing endless transformations in an instant. The gate of myriad demons, the gate of myriad devils, the gate of supreme truths, the gate of myriad souls, the gate of myriad machines. Finally, it transformed into the gate of the underworld. Cold and pale, with the supreme truth of yin and yang swirling around it, it seemed to lead directly to the deepest depths of hell. Countless supreme truths, pieces of information, unknowns, and unknowables flowed through the gate of the underworld, pouring into Qi Yuan's underworld. Inexplicable changes took shape at that moment. It became the gate to Qi Yuan's house. Condense, the purple mansion. At that moment, Qi Yuan opened his mouth wide and swallowed toward the underworld. Simultaneously, the first essence of immortal Tao, the purple energy he had gathered, scattered over the entrance to the gate of the underworld. Purple as in purple Qi. Mansion as in the underworld. This is my purple mansion. With Qi Yuan's resounding declaration, 2 primordial divine powers inside him began to tremble. The blood-red demon sword flew into the 18 levels of hell, transforming into a demonic prison. The oblivion from the Great Forgotten Heart Sutra fused with the Mengpo soup, hiding within the river of forgetfulness. Purple energy flowed, vibrant and full of life, like the blessed purple energy of an immortal's paradise. Cold winds howled, dark and terrifying, like the eerie aura of the land of the dead. Thus, the purple mansion was born. Qi Yuan's gaze fell once again on the platform of reception. Perhaps because he had fused the underworld into his purple mansion, a hint of coldness entered his eyes. As he looked at the platform of reception, understanding dawned on him. Yin and yang must balance, life and death must be in equilibrium. Therefore, to revive the dead, one must erase the living. But this erasure wasn't the same as simply killing. So now, it can only be considered a small underworld, unable to receive just anyone. Sigh, 5 patriarchs of the 5 elements, it seems you'll have to remain dormant a while longer. Qi Yuan felt a bit helpless. This underworld was far from what he had envisioned. For example, if he went to Blue Star now and spent some time marking all the living beings on the planet. Then, if he killed everyone on Blue Star, they would all become spirits and enter his underworld, working for him for free. If he wished, he could even reincarnate the people of Blue Star. However, those who weren't marked by the underworld wouldn't be under its jurisdiction. For instance, the 5 patriarchs of the 5 elements, are Zhang Sheng and Chen Zhao from Wugui City, he couldn't currently receive them. So this was just a small underworld. If it were a great underworld, he could simply write the name of the Taihuang Palace's heavenly lord in the Book of Life and Death, and then he would be invincible. Of course, that was just wishful thinking. Qi Yuan looked at his purple mansion. The entrance was bathed in swirling purple energy, the first essence of the immortal realm. The purple energy was something even Yang God Heavenly Lords coveted. Seeing this purple energy would surely tempt many Yang God Heavenly Lords. But, this gate of the underworld, feels a bit eerie. Gate of myriad principles, assume the form of the gate of supreme truths. Qi Yuan commanded. The gate of myriad principles seemed to understand and transformed into the shape of the gate of supreme truths. On it, countless supreme truths seemed to flow. Any ordinary person who glimpsed it would be lost. Even a Yang God Heavenly Lord would be tempted to rush in and comprehend the supreme truths within. After all, comprehending the supreme truths was extremely difficult. The gate of supreme truths offered the opportunity to have the truths laid out before you to comprehend. Even if your comprehension was terrible, given a million years, you'd eventually grasp at least one, right? And if that didn't work, you could just stay by the gate of supreme truths for endless eons, and eventually emerge invincible. Even I'm tempted to go inside, Qi Yuan remarked. He briefly considered whether he should enter the gate of supreme truths himself, spending hundreds or thousands of years to comprehend a great supreme truth. But after thinking it over, he dismissed the idea. For other young god heavenly lords, the Gate of Supreme Truths was the greatest creation artifact. With enough time, anyone could become a great Supreme Truth Master. But for Qi Yuan, it was a waste of time. He could break through faster by playing video games. Moreover, he couldn't afford to waste time. The cultivation world in the upper realms had degenerated too much, and he needed to ascend and purify its atmosphere. Still, the Gate of Supreme Truths had its uses for him. First, it could block the imprint of the Great Tribulation. Second, he could use it to observe and potentially find flaws in other great supreme truths. The only thing he had to be cautious about was keeping the existence of the Gate of Supreme Truths a secret. If word got out, every young god heavenly lord in the great supreme truth realm would turn against him. After all, the Gate of Supreme Truths held the key to every supreme truth. At last, the Purple Mansion is complete. My strength has increased, quite a bit. And this time, the superpower I've awakened is, my voice. It's linked with my ears. This superpower came a bit late. Why do I feel like it's pretty useless? This time, his newly awakened talent allowed him to communicate with those whose mutterings his ears could hear. He could actively engage them in conversation, though there might be some distortion due to the space between them. Additionally, if not linked to his ears, when he activated this talent, his voice could randomly transmit to a particular entity. Read receipts gone wrong. A tree hole. Am I becoming the interdimensional loudspeaker? Thinking this, Qi Yuan immediately tried it out. His right eyebrow didn't twitch. I'm so poor, kind soul, would anyone lend me some money? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1. After Qi Yuan finished speaking, he waited patiently. This new ability seemed to create some mysterious effects from the words he spoke. In an unknown world, endless fallen leaves covered the ground, a giant serpent flicked its tongue, and the light flickered. A biting cold wind, sharp like blades, pierced into the body of an old man dressed in animal skins, making him shiver uncontrollably. Suddenly, it was as if a divine voice echoed in his ears. He quickly knelt reverently to the ground, his head thumping loudly as it hit the earth. He babbled endlessly in his own language. Finally, a spark of realization flashed in his mind, as if he had discovered something profound. Poor money. He uttered these two syllables, then prostrated himself even more devoutly, his face filled with ecstatic joy. A grand idea had formed in his mind. He would follow the divine guidance and create something called money. Back in the underworld, Qi Yuan was bored. It's just like talking to a tree hole. No fun at all, not even any feedback. He lazily stretched. Then suddenly, an idea struck him. Why not run an experiment? After replenishing the strange painter's energy, Qi Yuan left the underworld and returned to the Zhang family's base in Yuntian City. His junior sister, Zhang Lingsu, was still in her room, with the lamp on. Qi Yuan closed his eyes and activated his ears ability. He began listening to see if there were any strange sounds nearby, perhaps some interesting conversations. If I could become as powerful as the blood-clad sword god, my mother-in-law wouldn't look down on me anymore. When the sky falls, the tall ones can hold it up. If the cultivation technique is dangerous, what's that got to do with me? This bun is delicious. I wish I had a thoughtful, loyal Tao companion who wouldn't betray me, who could share life's ups and downs with me. Oh heavens, please grant me a Tao companion. These mutterings reached Qi Yuan's ears. His attention immediately locked onto the cultivator wishing for a Tao companion. It was a reclusive cultivator, his green robe covered in so much dust that it seemed crusted on, probably hadn't moved in years, just sitting there lost in his thoughts. Let's give you a little luck so you can find your Tao companion sooner, Qi Yuan thought, speaking to the recluse. Now that Qi Yuan had reached the Purple Mansion realm, and with his young god Heavenly Lord's power, while he couldn't truly make his words instantly manifest reality, it was easy for him to slightly shift someone's fate or luck. Since he overheard it, he figured it was destiny and casually decided to grant him some good fortune. As his voice faded, the recluse in the cave suddenly opened his eyes wide, shock and terror filling his gaze. What senior is passing by and playing tricks on me? He was deeply shaken. If he had accidentally spoken out loud or transmitted his thoughts and a senior overheard, that would be one thing. But these were just his private thoughts, unspoken, yet someone had heard them. His nerves tightened as he scanned his surroundings, finding nothing. Could it have been a hallucination? The recluse was skeptical. Suddenly, ripples appeared in the space around him, and a shadow materialized out of the void, landing on his meditation cushion. The recluse froze, staring at the strange object. A cup. When he read the instructions on it, his face turned bright red. A Tao companion. He held the cup in his hands, his expression a mix of shock, fear, and confusion. He felt powerless, as if his casual wish had been overheard by some being who had responded, but the result was quite strange. Could it be that my random thoughts were heard by some malevolent spirit from beyond? The recluse broke out in a cold sweat. On the other side, Qi Yuan's eyes also widened in surprise. A reclusive cultivator, holding on to a certain cup, it was truly a bizarre sight. So, does this make me some kind of divine figure, like the wealth-spreading boy? Who would have thought I just granted him the most powerful, Tao companion, in the entire Kanglan realm? The most amazing cultivator with the most amazing companion, what a life. Qi Yuan squinted, reflecting on himself. After all, he kept granting things yet gained nothing in return, quite a loss. He even considered knocking out the recluse and stealing the cup back. After all, he had given something, but what had the recluse contributed? About 100 breaths later, Qi Yuan opened his eyes. It seems, my speech has become clearer, and my hearing more sensitive. After fully inspecting himself during those 100 breaths, these were the only changes he noticed. Of course, there might be deeper transformations that he was still too weak to perceive. After all, he was still in the Purple Mansion realm, just a newbie in the world of cultivation. In the Kanglan realm, he could claim a mountain and be its king, but in the upper realms, well, maybe he could still be a mountain king there too. Lost in thought, Qi Yuan suddenly heard a voice. HMPH, this time I snuck over here, let's see where you'll run, you brat. How dare you seduce my daughter, I'll break your legs. Qi Yuan's face immediately changed upon hearing the voice. It was unmistakably Zhang Ruhua. Sensing the surroundings, he quickly realized that Zhang Ruhua was already on his way to Yuntian City. Junior sister, run. Without thinking, Qi Yuan rushed into Zhang Lingsu's room, grabbing her wrist. Judging by Zhang Ruhua's determination, he had all sorts of charms and formation plates ready, clearly confident he could capture Qi Yuan. Ah, hey, senior brother, what are you doing? Zhang Lingsu's face flushed, her round eyes wide with surprise. One of her hands was being held by Qi Yuan, while the other was holding the edge of a thin, flesh-colored stocking she seemed to be trying on. Her fair, delicate foot slipped into the stocking's base, her long leg pressed tightly against it, the skin glowing white as jade. Her smooth, jade-like thighs were exposed to the air, and the stocking's fit made her leg appear taut and full. Under the lamp's light, a thin white line ran from her knee all the way to her foot. Qi Yuan glanced for a moment and quickly averted his gaze, reciting, "See no evil." Looking further up, her hips were as round as half-moons, veiled in misty silk. Well, that's even more indecent. Further up still, okay, way too indecent. Tonight's moon was big, bright, and perfectly round. Qi Yuan chanted Buddhist mantras in his heart. Form is emptiness, and emptiness is form. Where there is form, there is emptiness. Senior brother, why are you in such a rush? Zhang Lingsu's face was bright red. I'm just trying on the clothes you gave me. Quick, finish dressing. Your father's coming to kill me, he'll be here any minute. Qi Yuan let go of her hand so she could cover herself. What? Zhang Lingsu's face paled. If her father found out that her senior brother was in her room, who knew what would happen? Without any hesitation, she quickly dressed. Senior brother, let's get out of here. Yeah, the further we go, the better. This time, Qi Yuan decided to take her to the shared halls of the Origin God Assembly and the division of the Seeking Tao Palace in the Function Domain. Neither of these places were in the Eastern lands, there was no way her father could chase them there. Maybe they should nickname her Zhang Runrun. About 15 minutes later, an enraged voice echoed through Yuntian City. Qi Yuan, you won't get away. Clearly, Zhang Ruhua had found a new direction and was continuing his pursuit. Half a month later, the Origin God Assembly was packed with powerful figures. You could say that 90% of the major powers in the Kanglan realm had sent a shadow of their yin gods to attend. In the Great Hall, these yin gods emitted all kinds of terrifying auras. Even though they were trying to suppress their energy, the collective presence was overwhelming. A man in a white robe squinted, holding an empty fish basket in his hand. At that moment, a voice spoke. Great Lord Whitefish, weren't you in the central heavenly domain? How did you manage to get here in just half a month? It seems you've long been interested in the blood-clad sword god. The speaker was an elderly man with black hair, his left ear missing. This old man was the famed rogue cultivator, Great Lord Left Ear, well known across the Kanglan realm. As the lord of the central domain, there's nothing wrong with wanting to meet the blood-clad sword god and discuss the great calamity, is there? Great Lord Whitefish was the strongest in the central domain and closest to the impending calamity. It could be said that the most powerful person in the Kanglan realm, at least on the surface, was Great Lord Whitefish. The blood-clad sword god is strong. He wiped out the Dark Sun and the Divine Flower Society. He likely has the power of a myth. Such strength is enough to command respect, but to confront the great calamity, that's another story, remarked another great lord, a yellow ox that had attained the Tao. This time, the blood-clad sword god invited us here. What do you all think? Should we unite to face the calamity, or? Asked a shifty-eyed cultivator, his tone playful. Great Lord Hunchong, what's your opinion? Great Lord Whitefish threw the question to the shifty-eyed cultivator. The other cultivators in the hall looked at Great Lord Hunchong, their eyes full of caution. Some looked pained, sending messages to their friends. Secrecy is key to success. The blood-clad sword god is being too ostentatious. He hasn't even confronted the great calamity yet, and he's already making it public. It's one thing to invite fellow cultivators, but why invite someone like Hunchong, a well-known traitor? It was clear to everyone that Great Lord Hunchong had already sided with the great calamity, becoming its lackey. Now his shadow projection was here, acting with impunity. I just think the blood-clad sword god is too young. How long has he been famous? How long has he studied the calamity? Anyway, I'm not getting involved. I'll just sit back and watch, Great Lord Hunchong said, sounding smug. Many of the Yin God Lords and Great Lords present began to feel uneasy. Such an important matter cannot be decided in a day. I, for one, agree that the blood-clad sword god should think this over carefully. I won't get involved in this. These Yin gods had come to give the blood-clad sword god face, but confronting the great calamity, no, thanks. With a traitor like Hunchong here, how could they discuss resisting the calamity without giving away all their plans to it? Many great lords turned to Great Lord Whitefish, their eyes flickering as if asking for his decision. Great Lord Whitefish remained calm, speaking slowly, as cultivators, death is inevitable. To die in battle against the great calamity would be an honorable death. He had already resolved to die. He was close to losing control and ascending to the mythical realm. When that happened, his name would be inscribed on the monument of myths. Once that occurred, there would be no turning back. What a shame, Hunchong remarked, not bothering to hide his glee. Once the blood-clad sword god falls, this Origin God Assembly and the Divine Flower Society will be left without their leaders. Don't fight me for it, everyone, I'll make sure to take good care of the blood-clad sword god's heirs. Hunchong was utterly fearless. The projection here was just a shadow, his true form was hidden in the Kanglan realm, and even mythical figures couldn't find him. And many of the great lords here knew about his betrayal. When he received the invitation to the Origin God Assembly, to be honest, he was a bit confused. But he came anyway. Since he was here, he figured he might as well stir things up. Once the blood-clad sword god fell and this resistance against the great calamity ended, perhaps he could gain something from it. Many of the Yin gods and great lords present were visibly troubled by Hunchong's shameless words. But there was nothing they could do. Hunchong then chuckled. Don't be so down. After all, the blood-clad sword god managed to destroy Fate Mountain, he might have some tricks up his sleeve. This time, you great lords should stop holding back and enter the mythical realm already. His words were clearly provocative. Once someone entered the mythical realm, they had no choice but to fight. Hunchong's intentions were clearly malicious. Great Lord Whitefish glanced at Hunchong but said nothing. A noble man doesn't argue with a petty one, no need to ruin the mood. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Except for a few who were eager for battle, most of the Yin gods and great lords were hesitant. With Hunchong present, any secret discussions about resisting the great calamity were doomed to fail. Even those who were willing to resist didn't dare show it. This gathering was full of hidden agendas and mixed intentions. Just then, a ripple spread through the void. Every Yin god present, both lords and great lords, looked toward the source. A flash of blood-red light appeared, and a man in a blood-colored robe emerged, his sleeves billowing casually. His face, handsome beyond compare, carried a faint air of wickedness. His gentle, jade-like eyes glinted with a sharp, icy light. As the tea to everyone's liking. No issues with the local water. Qi Yuan spoke with a casual tone, yet his words showed concern for the Yin gods. After all, they had come from all corners of the world. if they got sick from the water in his territory, wouldn't he have to pay compensation? The Yin gods quickly stood and offered their opinions. Blood-clad sword god, resisting the great calamity is a grave matter. We should plan carefully. No matter what happens, I'm willing to stand with you and fight the great calamity. I'll be watching from the sidelines, cheering for you, Hun Chong said with a smirk. This is too big a matter. It needs more consideration, many of the Yin gods said, already showing signs of retreat. Great Lord Whitefish sighed at the scene. No matter when it was, it seemed the Yin gods of the Kanglan realm could never reach a consensus. Fighting the great calamity was always the cause of a determined few. You're being too noisy. Qi Yuan raised a finger, and the hall fell silent in an instant. The great lords who had been speaking realized they couldn't hear their own voices. Their hearts tightened, growing even more wary of the blood-clad sword god. Qi Yuan spoke again, his tone icy. I didn't invite you here to ask for your support or opposition. I'm here to inform you that the Qi Yuan's calamity removal plan will be personally carried out by me 3 days from now. Qi Yuan's aura surged, deep and vast as the ocean. In 3 days, I will head to the central heavenly domain and slay the great calamity myself. And when you return, you will announce to the world that Qi Yuan's calamity removal has begun. If any anomalies occur, the people need not panic, everything will be under control. The great lords and Yin gods looked at Qi Yuan, their faces filled with shock. He was going to confront the great calamity alone. How could he dare? Enhance your reading experience by removing ads for as low as $1. Remove ads from $1.